The wooden furniture looks as though it's about to break. And bugs occasionally fly in from outside through the ventilator. Bugs occasionally flying in from outside through the ventilator. He envies them. Those insects. He reaches out. His hand hovers in the dim light. He licks his hand. He sighs. That's bitter. He spent his entire life here. The touch is brief, fleeting. He finds himself in the basement. A single lamp illuminates the room. Someday, when he escapes from this suffocating place, normally, one would start their self-introduction with a name. But because he was never called by his name, he doesn't know it. He should have one. Though he was separated from his mom shortly after his birth, he can tell from the picture of his mom holding him as a baby. That mom must have given him one. That she must have loved him. She's dead. He looks up at the man, who states that the woman is his mother. Eun-soo, bound and seemingly imprisoned, demands to know what the man means. The man, with a disturbing smile, speaks of jumping off a bridge. Eun-soo furiously scribbles in a notebook, his brow furrowed in anger and confusion. A framed picture is shown, labeled "This Man." Behind bars, Eun-soo declares that the man is his father and a deranged bastard who locked him in here. A series of locked doors are shown, implying imprisonment. The long corridor of the basement, and the doors with locks, stretch into the darkness. All the keys are displayed. The keys are within his dad's grasp. Eun-soo's father, with a sinister smile, says not to worry, he will never send him outside. Eun-soo's father asks if he hasn't told him the reason why his mother chose to die by jumping off a bridge. A plate of food is placed on the table. The young Eun-soo looks up, a question in his eyes. She was afraid. The very world she lived in. This Earth. She knew that an apocalypse was coming. The reason she was afraid of the apocalypse? The reason why I'm not sending you outside, whether you choose to believe me or not, is because I love you. I can't watch my own son commit suicide. You're lying? Don't talk about my mom like that. Do you think I'd believe you? You've locked me in here with lies that. But, holding a book and a lighter, Eun-soo's father declares that the self-introduction written within will never see the light of day. Eun-soo, eyes wide with shock, yells at his father to stop. The book is engulfed in flames, the pages turning to ash. The charred remains of the book sit in a trash receptacle. Kneeling before the trash can, Eun-soo cries out that someone like his father doesn't have the right to be called a dad. Eun-soo's father, taken aback, responds that Eun-soo shouldn't say something like that. The father insists that he is doing all of this for Eun-soo, as he can see. The pair walk together down a dimly lit corridor. Same hour, every day, they walk the corridor they always pass by. Eun-soo notes that there are no sounds of other life forms in here. A distant view shows Eun-soo and his father in the vast basement, the text stating that they are the only inhabitants. The same routine continues. The day starts even today, with the same lectures and the same training. There's only one thing that allows him to overcome this boring daily life of his. In the brief free time that's granted in the daily routine, he's able to take books from the basement library and read them. Though there are many books in the library, the ones he likes the most are the ones that describe the outside world. It's probably much warmer compared to the underground lights. He reaches out, imagining the sun's warmth on his skin. He wants to experience a peaceful daily life, and he wants to see the beautiful scenery. He wants to talk to people too. Perhaps he could be friends with them. But most of all, what he needs to do. Slamming the book shut, Eun-soo's frustration boils over. He holds a book about the surface, stating that books are only allowed in their free time. The man named Eun-soo's father smiles, finding the situation pathetic. A voice, strained and weary, is asked if they still have a lingering attachment to the outside. Eun-soo's father stands over the unseen figure, reiterating that they can never go outside. The unseen figure hears that when the apocalypse comes, the world will be filled with screaming and blood. Eun-soo's father continues, saying that only ashes will remain in the end, implying the unseen figure still hasn't realized this. The unseen figure hears that the basement is the only way for them to survive, again, but thinks it's that lie again. Eun-soo's father dismisses the apocalypse as absurd. The unseen figure reflects on being tormented through physical abuse, resolving to escape this prison no matter what. But a hand clenches in determination. Eun-soo's father states that now isn't the time yet. The unseen figure resolves to wait for the moment when he drops his guard. And he becomes defenseless. The shower room stands empty, the silence broken only by the drip of water. Gasping, he leans against the tiled wall, his breath ragged. Eun-soo's father looms over him, his expression unreadable. The word hangs in the air. Done. He collapses to the ground, his body trembling with exhaustion. A sharp crack echoes through the room, followed by the heavy thud of something hitting the floor. Eun-soo's father stands firm. He struggles to push himself up, his muscles screaming in protest. Each movement is agony, a testament to his depleted strength. A hand reaches out, an offer, or a threat. Eun-soo's father stands over him, the power dynamic now undeniable. He looks up, confusion etched on his face. Why are you helping me? A hand reaches out, offering assistance. Eun-soo's father helps him to his feet. The assistance turns to assault as Eun-soo's father kicks him away. I was helping you. He crashes to the ground, the betrayal of physical blow. A close-up reveals the cold calculation in Eun-soo's father's eyes. The man's voice echoes with a chilling philosophy. Never trust them. You should be wary of humans the most, especially. A flashback shows a training session. In times of the apocalypse. That is why I've trained you and taught you combat. Unsu's father continues his lesson. When you inevitably encounter other humans, you must be strong enough to survive even with just your bare hands. The flashback continues, showing the character collapsed on the ground. Therefore, Unsu's father's voice drips with disdain. How weak. To think you'd be out cold from just that. Let's end it here for the day. A single, glowing eye stares out from the darkness, filled with an unknown power. Carelessness hangs in the air, a silent prelude to betrayal. A hand crushes something, a signal sent, or a device destroyed. Unsu's father thinks, the moment I've been waiting for. A leg moves with purpose, initiating the next phase of the plan. Unsu's father thinks, when my dad drops his guard entirely. He thinks, I'll kill him in his careless state. Climbing, he thinks, then I'll obtain the key and escape from here. A grim smile plays on his lips. It worked. A knife flashes, a silent promise of violence. The knife is raised, ready to strike. Unsu's father stands behind a tied-up figure, the betrayal complete. He thinks, there was one mistake in this plan. A silver chain drapes around a neck, disappearing into the shadows of a high collar. Footsteps approach as a voice declares, my dad is someone. The man with the glasses, a chain dangling from his spectacles, stands before a figure bound by their wrists, who never dropped his. A hand emerges from the darkness, a gleaming blade poised to strike. Guard it all. A face contorted in terror, the world blurring around them as the blade descends. His face contorted in a grimace of pain, Unsu's eyes widened as he felt the blow land. His eyes glowing with an eerie light, the veins in his face pulsed as the force of the attack reverberated through him. Falling backward, he opened his mouth in a silent scream, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. His hand reached out, grasping at empty air as he lost his balance, the world tilting around him. His glowing eyes reflected the chaos within him as he continued to fall, the pain intensifying with each passing moment. His face twisted in a mask of pain and fear, sweat beading on his forehead as he braced for the next blow. Another strike landed, the force of the impact sending him reeling further into the abyss. A figure swung a knife, the blade glinting in the dim light as it arced towards its target. Following the blade, a kick lashed out, aimed with deadly precision. His face a grotesque mask of agony, Unsu spat out a stream of black liquid, the poison burning his throat. The sound of water echoes in the darkness. He awakens with a start, his eyes wide with alarm. The drip of water continues, a slow, maddening rhythm in the stark room. A voice echoes, you're finally awake. The man with glasses' feet are seen standing in front of the cell. The man with glasses continues, good attempt. You're attacked, that is. The man with glasses holds up a broken blade. But didn't I tell you already? If it's not with your bare hands, then all this training means nothing. A sinister smile spreads across the man with glasses' face, the chains around his neck glinting in the dim light. Therefore, your penalty for using a weapon. Unsu glares back, his expression a mix of defiance and exhaustion. The man with glasses says, you're going to have to train twice as much. The sound of a lock echoes as the man with glasses secures the cell. The man with glasses, standing outside the cell, says, get some rest for now. Tomorrow is going to be. A single light bulb hangs from the ceiling, illuminating the stark room. Footsteps echo through the empty space. Unsu's expression hardens. He knows something his father doesn't. When the light is turned off, all the electricity in the room vanishes for a moment, and all the noise disappears. In that moment, he focuses on his listening. Unsu presses his hands against the cold brick wall, his senses sharpening. He can hear things he couldn't before. Things from far away. The sound of wheels turning. Of birds chirping. And even the noise of a bustling city. His father tells him now is bedtime, but in actuality, it's daytime above ground. The other truth is that Earth is peaceful. His father says that the end is coming, but it's all a lie to keep him locked up underground. He vows to break out of here, no matter what. And then, he's going to find his mother. Whenever he asks his father about her, he always says that she's dead. He thinks there's a hidden meaning in what his father says. She's actually alive. One day, he's going to escape from here, and he's going to find her no matter what. Footsteps echo in the hallway. A sinister chuckle fills the air. The man walks down the hallway. A man with glasses sits at a desk, his face etched with concern as he holds a phone to his ear. The phone clicks as the call connects. The man with glasses asks, what is it? He is then told, I told you not to contact me unless it was an emergency. Meanwhile, Unsu lies in bed, asleep. The man with glasses continues to listen intently to the phone call. Unsu remains asleep in his bed. The man with glasses stands alone in a dimly lit room, still on the phone. A phone shatters into pieces. Unsu kneels on the floor, his head bowed in despair. He sobs, a cue escaping his lips. Unsu continues to sob, a cue escaping his lips. His expression shifts, a chilling laugh escaping his lips. A man with glasses stands silently, a strange, crimson vapor rising from his head and pooling at his feet. The vapor trails behind him, like a macabre contrail. From the floor, a voice calls out, what's going on? He looks around, eyes widening in alarm. Huh. I'm tied up. Unsu shouts, what are you doing? Untie me right now. His voice echoes in the empty room. The man with glasses remains unresponsive. He's not listening. Unsu realizes, his voice dropping to a resigned whisper. Fine. The ropes dig into his wrists as he strains against them. Then I'll slowly break it myself. Strands of rope begin to snap. He grits his teeth, muscles straining. It's working. It's slowly ripping apart. The man with glasses watches, his expression unreadable. A stark, ominous message fills the space. Stop. The world seems to glitch, the image of Unsu distorted and fractured. Bound tightly to the chair, he hears that today's training will be twice as difficult. He wonders if they even remember what he told them. The man with glasses states that plans have changed. The man continues, saying they won't be doing anything today. He replies with a simple, no, not just today, but every day from now on. He won't be able to do anything other than sit in that chair. Unsu, struggling against his bonds, asks what they are talking about. He reminds them that they said they were going to train him to survive the apocalypse. The man with glasses says that training is over now. He adds that if he is kept tied up, he won't be able to do anything. Unsu thinks about what's gotten into him all of a sudden. He realizes he won't have a chance of seeing his mom if he's tied up like this. He thinks he can't do this. The man with glasses asks what he is doing. Unsu grunts in frustration, his face contorted in anger. The sound of the ropes straining fills the air as Unsu struggles against them. The man with glasses watches him intently. With a final burst of strength, the ropes snap. Unsu coughs, finally free from his bonds. The man with glasses laughs, his eyes gleaming with amusement. The laughter echoes, a manic sound that fills the air. The laughter continues, a chilling symphony of madness. A figure sprints forward, desperation etched on their face. He is struck, the force of the blow sending him reeling. The sound of impact reverberates through the room. His hands are bound tightly, the rough rope digging into his skin. Footsteps approach. Didn't I tell you? A voice sneers. He remains tied to the chair, helpless and vulnerable. The laughter echoes again, laced with a cruel satisfaction. With a sharp snap, the rope breaks, freeing him from his bonds. He collapses to the ground, the chair falling with him. Still bound at the wrists, he struggles against the remaining restraints. He strains against the ropes, the coarse fibers digging into his skin. With a final surge of strength, the bindings snap. I don't know what got into me back then. It would have made more sense to just pretend to agree with my father while looking for another opportunity. The bare bulb hanging from the ceiling sways gently, casting long shadows across the room. But in that moment, I didn't want to lose to him, even if it cost my life. My resentment towards my father, the one who locked me up and made me suffer, was growing stronger. When the ropes fell off, I felt an excitement I never knew before. I was curious to know what my father, the one who always looked down on me, would look like if. A manic grin stretches across his face, a chilling premonition of what's to come. The memory coalesces into a confrontation. Unsu faces his father, the air thick with unspoken animosity. Unsu's expression is one of conflicted emotions. A dark silhouette of a man wearing glasses looms large. The figure is identified as Unsu's father. The thought echoes in Unsu's mind. His father would undoubtedly be angry. But something was different. What Unsu saw in front of him were the tears that were always hiding behind the eyes of a deeply sad man. Why? Why do you look like that now? Unsu reaches out, a desperate plea in his outstretched hands. The image of his father fades, dissolving into the sterile white of the tiled ceiling. The memory lingers, a haunting reminder of the man behind the anger. I hope you'll understand. Unsu's father stands before the child, imparting wisdom. Always keep in mind, he begins, among the survival tips I've taught. The man emphasizes the most important rule. The most important is rule number 1, he states, the words echoing with grim importance. Rule number 1 of surviving the apocalypse. He continues, his voice laced with urgency. Never leave the basement. There will be no safer place in the world than here. The scene shifts to the basement, revealing thousands of defense mechanisms that can be maintained for over 126 years, along with plenty of food and resources. Unsu's father warns, his expression grave. Trying to leave this place where everything is prepared is like committing suicide by jumping into a fire pit. The end finds us without any warning. He concludes with a stern reminder. So you must never leave the basement. Never. By the time he regained consciousness, Dad had disappeared, leaving him behind. This has never happened before. The only time Dad had disappeared. Dad's strange behavior started yesterday. Something is definitely going on. From the repetitive lifestyle. He was in the basement, facing a situation he couldn't understand. Unsu knew instinctively that something huge was about to begin. He was listening to his hunch. The door creaked open. Leaving the basement was a good idea. Unsu muttered, huh? The lock clicked open. The door slammed shut. His eyes widened in shock as he took off running. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He sprinted forward. Dad would have stopped him. A memory of escaping flickers in his mind, but he's not there yet. He bursts through the barred window, the metal groaning in protest. He runs, his bare feet slapping against the cold, hard floor. He sprints down a narrow corridor, the walls closing in around him. A ladder stretches upwards into the darkness, a beacon of hope. He stares at the ladder, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. I found it. He begins to climb, his muscles burning with exertion. He pleads, his voice hoarse with desperation. Please, let that light beyond be sunlight. He reaches the top, his hands grasping for freedom. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against something solid. He steps out, his bare feet touching a cool, smooth surface. His eyes widen, reflecting the bright light above. The city sprawls, buildings gleaming under the harsh sunlight. The sun's glare reflects off the glass and steel. A yellow taxi navigates the busy streets. The city stretches upwards, a maze of concrete and glass. Cars and pedestrians fill the streets, a bustling urban landscape. The camera pans down, revealing the intricate network of roads and buildings. He breathes a sigh of relief. I made it. Unsu's father realizes, I actually made it out. Two men stand behind him. One of the men says, think you're doing on the ROA. The bald man exclaims, it's an actual person. He continues, what's with this kid? Did he hit his head or something? Unsu's father thinks, now isn't the time for this. It's too early to let my guard down now that I've escaped. Dad might have noticed I'm missing and could come after me. He decides, for now, and runs. A voice echoes, urging him to get as far away from the basement as possible. He runs, each footstep a hammer blow against the pavement. He's dreamed of this moment all his life. Escaping from the basement, he feels, for the first time, free. He couldn't have imagined it, even if the door suddenly opened. But he continues to run. Why? Why did it open? Was it a malfunction in the safety system? No. The door wouldn't open because of a mere malfunction. Dad's a meticulous person who wouldn't make such a mistake. What if opening the basement door was? He wonders about his father's intent. No, that's impossible. The one who made the rule to never leave the basement was Dad himself. Unsu's father is surprised. People are enjoying themselves at a cafe. Unsu's father is surprised by the sight of people laughing and enjoying themselves. A young boy laughs while holding a red balloon. Children run and play in the city. Unsu's father looks surprised as he sees children walking by a store with a big sale sign. That's right. A hand reaches out to touch a red balloon. Everything Dad said was a lie. It's so peaceful outside the basement. Two women sit at a table, engaged in conversation. Below them, a red balloon floats in the sky, tethered to the ground. A man holds a cup, a faint smile playing on his lips. Below, another man with dark hair and green eyes thinks to himself, as expected. A red balloon hangs in the sky against a backdrop of blue skies and fluffy clouds. The sun shines brightly, and the text reads, an apocalypse. The red balloon looms larger in the sky, the sun still shining brightly. The text reads, approaching. Just doesn't make sense. A group of people sit at an outdoor cafe, laughing and enjoying each other's company. A close-up of a man's face, his mouth open in a wide smile. A collage of scenes, including people talking and the red balloon in the sky. A blurred image with the text, the end at the bottom. A close-up of a person's mouth, the words finds us without any warning emanating from it. A flock of birds flies against a bright sky, the word warning appearing above them. Two people walk down a city street, looking concerned. Two women sit together, while below them, birds fly over a cityscape. A single red balloon drifts against a bright, cloud-dappled sky, its string disappearing into the distance. Two celestial bodies hang in the sky, one a vibrant orange, the other a pale, shimmering sphere. Wisps of clouds drift between them, illuminated by a distant sun. A massive planet looms, its surface scarred with deep fissures and swirling patterns. A blinding light flares from behind its curve, casting long shadows across its textured surface. Two students stand frozen, their faces tilted upward in a mixture of shock and apprehension. The air crackles with an unseen energy, raising gooseflesh on their arms. He stares upward, his green eyes wide with a dawning realization. A cold dread settles in his stomach as the implications become clear. A sliver of a planet emerges from the darkness, its surface a mosaic of continents and oceans. A silent tension hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken fears. Two worlds are juxtaposed against the void, one a familiar blue and green, the other a fiery landscape of molten rock and towering structures. A sense of impending doom permeates the scene. Abstract patterns writhe and twist, glowing with an inner fire. The air smells of ozone and burning metal, a harbinger of chaos. The swirling patterns intensify, their fiery glow casting eerie shadows. A low hum vibrates through the ground, growing louder with each passing moment. The abstract forms coalesce into grotesque shapes, their fiery tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. A primal fear grips the heart, a sense of being hunted. The fiery patterns descend, accompanied by strange symbols that seem to burn into the very air. The scent of sulfur fills the nostrils, choking the breath. Panic erupts as two women scream in terror. It's getting closer. One cries, her voice trembling with fear. Two figures stare in disbelief. What in the world is that? One exclaims, his voice laced with panic. The other responds, I don't know. It's not the moon, right? Unsu's father, along with two others, watches with growing unease. What? The moon? He mutters, his brow furrowed. What are you saying? A figure cries out. Can you not see that? A blinding light begins to emanate from the sky. accompanied by an ominous presence. That's the light intensifies, consuming the sky and casting long, distorted shadows across the landscape. Emerging from the blinding light, a monstrous entity reveals itself. A single, malevolent eye glows with an unholy light, framed by rows of razor-sharp teeth. Unsu's father's eyes widen in terror as the monstrous entity looms closer, its presence radiating an aura of pure dread. The creature's grotesque form becomes clearer, revealing a twisted body of bone and sinew, its single eye burning with infernal energy. Its massive limbs, gnarled and twisted, end in razor-sharp claws, ready to tear through anything in its path. The ground trembles as the monstrous entity draws nearer, its immense weight crushing everything beneath it. Debris and dust swirl around the creature as it continues its inexorable advance, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The monstrous entity towers over a sprawling metropolis, its immense size dwarfing the skyscrapers below, a harbinger of unimaginable devastation. A chilling voice echoes from the shadows, a desperate warning against the encroaching doom. Never leave the basement. Written on the chalkboard, a basic rule is stated: staying in the basement best guarantees survival. Unsu's father states that there is an exception if the basement's location is exposed to the enemy. From a hole in the ground, a monstrous entity emerges. The entity grows, its form becoming more defined and menacing. The monstrous entity continues to grow, its power increasing exponentially. A hand tears a piece of paper, signifying the breaking of the established rule. The words, 1-to-1 never leave the basement, are crossed out on the chalkboard, and a new message declares that Rule 1-to-1 no longer applies. A security system displays a message, remote command, door locked. A group of people is shown, their faces obscured by shadows, as a message in Korean appears above them. A close-up of the monstrous entity reveals its terrifying features, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. A group of people looks up in fear, their expressions reflecting the horror of what they are witnessing. The monstrous entity towers over the buildings, its immense size dwarfing the city below. The monstrous entity towers, its grotesque form a nightmarish tapestry of bone and sinew. Skeletal remains and decaying flesh are woven into its structure, a macabre monument to some forgotten horror. It looms over the city, casting a long, ominous shadow that stretches across the streets and buildings. A wave of terror washes over the onlookers, their faces contorted in disbelief and fear. A man is ensnared, thick tendrils of the entity wrapping around him like constricting pythons. His eyes widen behind his glasses, a scream tearing from his throat. Hawa. The tendrils lift him off the ground, suspending him helplessly in the air. He is pulled closer to the monstrous form, the air thick with the stench of decay. The crowd below watches in horror, their faces a mixture of shock and morbid fascination. A phone slips from nerveless fingers, shattering on the pavement below. The entity's tendrils lash out with terrifying speed. They slam into the ground, the impact sending tremors through the city. The severed head of a blond man rolls across the floor, a grim testament to the unseen entity's power. Two men stare in disbelief, their faces etched with horror as they witness the unfolding catastrophe. Their expressions intensify, mouths agape as the full scope of the danger becomes clear. Screams of terror erupt as people are caught in the entity's unseen grasp, their cries echoing through the city. Driven by primal fear, the crowd surges forward, desperate to escape the unseen horror. What is that? Someone cries out. Panic swells as the crowd pushes and shoves, voices rising in a chorus of desperation. Move aside, someone shouts. Another wave of screams pierces the air as more fall victim to the entity's wrath, their cries swallowed by the growing chaos. Oblivious to the surrounding pandemonium, a figure with headphones remains lost in their own world, musical notes dancing around them. The oblivious figure stands amidst the fleeing crowd, a stark contrast to the terror etched on the faces around them. A man approaches the figure with headphones, a question forming on his lips, but the figure remains lost in their music. Suddenly, an explosion rips through the street, sending bodies flying amidst a shower of debris, the oblivious figure still untouched by the chaos. The ground trembles as debris rains down, crushing those who couldn't escape, the figure with headphones still seemingly unaware of the devastation. The monstrous entity stands amidst the ruins, its immense weight pressing down on the shattered remains of the city. Dust billows around its feet, each step a tremor. Its massive foot descends, crushing the debris beneath with a sickening crunch. The sound echoes through the desolate landscape. Screams pierce the air as people flee in terror, scrambling to escape the falling debris. The ground trembles with each earth-shattering step of the monster. A man looks up, his face etched with pure, unadulterated fear as the monstrous figure looms over him. His breath hitches in his throat. The monster's hand, a grotesque mass of flesh and bone, hangs suspended in the air, ready to strike again. Dust motes dance in the air around it. It moves with terrifying speed, a blur of motion that spells doom for anyone caught in its path. Silhouettes of fleeing figures are barely visible against the backdrop of destruction, their desperate attempts to escape proving futile. A man is snatched from the crowd, his scream cut short as the monster's grip tightens. Below, the monster's eye glows with malevolent intent. The scene is one of carnage, bodies strewn amidst the rubble. A lone survivor looks up in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. A single eye, wide with terror, reflects the horror of the unfolding catastrophe. Tears well up, blurring the already distorted reality. Amidst the chaos, a man stands screaming, his voice lost in the cacophony of destruction. People surge around him, desperate to escape. Another man shouts in desperation, his voice cracking with panic. "Hurry up and call the police," he cries, but his companion replies, "I can't. The phones aren't working." He looks up, his eyes wide with disbelief as the world around him crumbles. The air crackles with an unseen energy, and the stench of ozone fills his nostrils. His breath hitches in his throat, a silent scream building as the devastation unfolds before him. Tears well in his eyes, blurring the already chaotic scene. He gazes skyward, a chilling acceptance washing over him as the monstrous entity looms above, casting an ominous shadow over the ruined city. When the apocalypse comes, the city lies in ruins, a testament to the entity's destructive power. Buildings are reduced to rubble, and the air is thick with dust and despair. Only heaps of ashes will be left behind, a grim reminder of what was lost. The silence is deafening, broken only by the distant crackle of flames. A small group of survivors huddles together, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty. They cling to each other, seeking solace in the face of unimaginable horror. The ground is littered with corpses, a gruesome testament to the entity's merciless rampage. Blood stains the earth, a stark reminder of the lives that were extinguished. A colossal entity looms over the landscape, its grotesque form a symbol of the world's impending doom. Its presence radiates an aura of pure malice, chilling the very air. The city's skeletal remains stand as a haunting reminder of its former glory, now overshadowed by the entity's terrifying presence. The silence is broken only by the wind whistling through the ruined structures. Two figures stand silhouetted against the ruined cityscape, their backs turned to the viewer. They seem to be contemplating the devastation, their posture conveying a sense of despair and resignation. A woman's scream pierces the silence, a raw expression of the terror that grips the hearts of the survivors. Her eyes are wide with fear, reflecting the horrors she has witnessed. The apocalypse looms, its shadow stretching across the land. Light pierces through the ravaged earth, a stark contrast to the encroaching darkness. The end has already begun. D0. The countdown reaches its inevitable conclusion as a monstrous figure rises from the ruins. A city lies in ruins, its once proud structures reduced to rubble and dust. The world descends into chaos, a blur of destruction and despair. The apocalypse has begun. He lay prone on the cracked asphalt, the weight of his father's words crushing him more than the fall. My dad was right when he said the apocalypse was coming. Pushing himself up, Eun-soo knelt, the dust of the ruined world clinging to his clothes. That would mean, standing amidst the devastation, Eun-soo stared at the horizon, the skeletal remains of buildings piercing the sky. Your mom is dead. Was he right about that, too? A cacophony of screams erupted as a monstrous figure lumbered into view, its shadow casting a pall over the fleeing crowd. Oh. The monster's rampage began, its massive limbs scattering bodies like ragdolls. The air vibrated with the force of its blows. Each earth-shattering step sent tremors through the ruined city, the monster's rage a palpable force. The monster's assault continued, the survivors tossed aside like broken toys in its wake. A hand reached out, a desperate plea in the face of oblivion. He cries out in pain, stumbling backward from an unseen force. A man with glasses grabs Eun-soo's arm, pulling him along as they flee. Eun-soo, his face etched with disbelief, wonders aloud how this could be happening. Screams echo through the city as people desperately try to escape the chaos. The man with glasses shouts, urging Eun-soo to keep running and not stop moving his feet. Eun-soo glances back, his expression a mask of terror. He continues to run, driven by fear. Eun-soo's eyes widen in horror as he beholds the monstrous creatures lurking nearby. The monsters advance, their grotesque forms a nightmare made real. Huffing and puffing, he leaps over a pile of rubble, desperate to escape. He sprints forward, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Eun-soo realizes with chilling certainty that monsters are everywhere. He hears a voice calling out, "Over here." Sliding down a makeshift ramp, Eun-soo continues his desperate flight. The streets are filled with panicked screams as people are caught in the monster's rampage. Save me. A colossal monster looms over the fleeing crowds, its shadow a harbinger of destruction. Eun-soo sprints past a fallen vehicle, narrowly avoiding the monstrous claws tearing through the wreckage. Another survivor shouts, urging Eun-soo to hurry. The ground trembles as a monstrous foot crashes down, pulverizing everything in its path. The city crumbles under the relentless assault of the giant creatures. The screams of the dying echo through the ruined streets as the monsters continue their destruction. Driven by pure instinct, Eun-soo continues to run, his heart pounding in his chest. He glances back, his eyes wide with terror at the devastation behind him. A monstrous form obliterates the skyline, a terrifying testament to the city's impending doom. Screams echo as people are consumed by the monstrous entity. He shouts, urging another to keep running, that they won't make it at this rate. The bridge is packed with people, all desperately trying to escape the city. A voice declares that this is the only way to leave the city. The city lies in ruins, buildings crumbling and fires raging. The monstrous entity continues its rampage, consuming everything in its path. He continues to run, desperation etched on his face. A close-up reveals the grotesque details of the monster's form. He glances back, his face contorted in terror. He cries out, warning that the monsters have followed them to the bridge. The monster lurks, its multiple eyes glowing menacingly. A foot slams down onto the ground, the impact sending tremors through the bridge. Someone lies prone on the ground, groaning in pain. He roars in pain, his face contorted in agony as the monsters close in. Unsu demands that whatever is attacking him be removed immediately. With a grunt of effort, he hoists a large rock above his head, ready to strike. The rock comes down with brutal force, crushing one of the grasping tentacles. The monster, severed from its grip, plummets from the collapsing bridge. Shaken, Unsu glances down at the chaos unfolding below. Another tentacle wraps tightly around his leg, threatening to drag him down. Sweat beads on Unsu's brow as he struggles against the monster's grip. A man with glasses watches with concern. The bridge groans and cracks, the structure beginning to buckle under the immense strain. More monsters are thrown from the bridge as the roadway crumbles beneath them. From above, the horrifying scale of the bridge's collapse becomes clear, cars and people falling into the abyss. Despite the chaos and the danger, Unsu grits his teeth, a fierce determination hardening his features. I have to hurry. He continues to run away, but the more he runs, the more he realizes. The distance is shrinking quickly. No matter how much he runs, he can't get away from them. He grunts in pain. He lies prone on the ground. A man with glasses looks down at him. He struggles to go on, realizing he can't run away in this state. The man with glasses tells him that he'll be able to run away by himself. Footsteps approach. He thinks to himself that's right. The man with glasses tells him to just run. He is behind bars, thinking that they always ignored him anyway. He looks down, his expression a mix of fear and resignation. The young man glances up, his eyes wide with apprehension. A man's voice booms, laced with impatience. Why aren't you getting up? Unsu's eyes widen, his face contorting in disbelief. What? He whispers. His voice cracking, Unsu shouts, I should be asking you. Why aren't you running? He thinks, even if he runs, he can't make it far. The man with glasses counters, you can survive. Since I have a plan. Unsu's expression is one of utter confusion. What? He asks, his voice barely audible. The man with glasses continues, there's no way. You have a plan. The man with glasses stares intently, his expression unreadable. Unsu's face is etched with worry, his eyes darting nervously. The man with glasses' face is grim, his jaw clenched. The man with glasses extends his hand, offering a gesture of trust. A sudden flashback. Unsu is ambushed, a brutal attack from behind. He sprints forward, the sound of his bare feet pounding against the ground. A man with glasses yells at him to run. Unsu's eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He wonders what the man's plan is. The man with glasses, chained at the neck, urges Unsu to escape using the bridge, declaring that there's no time. Unsu realizes he has something in his hand. Unsu grits his teeth, his expression a mix of determination and fear. He continues to run, his bare feet slapping against the pavement. The bridge looms ahead, a concrete and steel pathway to freedom. Driven by adrenaline, he pushes himself harder, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The wind whips around him as he races forward, the bridge growing closer with each stride. A sudden realization dawns on Unsu, his eyes widening in shock. What is happening? He continues his desperate sprint across the bridge, the wind screaming in his ears. Unsu's eyes dart around, his expression a mixture of confusion and growing dread. What is going on? A grinding, tearing sound echoes through the air, the unmistakable noise of something giving way. The bridge railing splinters and shatters, the wood groaning under immense pressure. The bridge lies in ruins, a testament to the destructive force that tore through the city. Buildings stand as hollowed-out husks against a hazy sky. The mangled remains of the bridge plunge into the abyss, cars scattered like toys amidst the wreckage. The bridge's skeletal frame stretches across the chasm, a broken spine against the horizon. A low rumble echoes through the air, the sound of settling debris and lingering destruction. Chunks of the bridge fall into the depths below, disappearing into the gloom. He stands amidst the devastation, a lone figure silhouetted against the ruined landscape. His eyes widen with a dawning horror. A desperate question hangs in the air. Dad? The city lay in ruins around Unsu, a testament to a past he could barely comprehend. What happened? He wondered, his voice barely a whisper in the desolate landscape. Why did the bridge? A memory flickered, a man with glasses promising, you can survive, since I have a plan. That plan he was talking about, was it this? A desolate cliff overlooking nothingness. Why? Unsu's voice cracked with emotion. Why did you go to this extent? You tortured me all my life, he accused, the words hanging heavy in the air. So why now? The question echoed in his mind, unanswered. A surge of pain, a guttural ugh dash escaping his lips. I survived, he thought, the words a hollow victory. But now what? What am I surviving for? The questions clawed at him. Everything I had ever dreamed of when imagining life above ground, he mused. The reality is stark contrast to his youthful fantasies. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched towards a blinding light. Disappeared. A peaceful life. The beauty of the ground above. And a framed picture sits on a stone surface. My only goal. A single tear traces a path down his cheek. He wanted to ask. A man with glasses asks, "Why did you go this far to save me?" His expression is one of anguish. What in the world am I supposed to live for? An arm reaches out, the hand open as if expecting something. He screams, his face contorted in anguish. In this hellish world. A hand clenches another, a silent plea for connection. Tears well in his eyes, each drop a testament to his despair. His fist tightens, knuckles white with suppressed emotion. Unsu stares ahead, his expression a mix of sorrow and defiance against the backdrop of a ruined city. He clutches a piece of cloth, a fragile reminder of what was lost. The cloth is crumpled in his hand, mirroring the state of his heart. A single tear escapes, tracing a path down his cheek. Elsewhere, Unsu sits alone on a precipice, a solitary figure against the vast, ruined landscape. The ground erupts, a monstrous form rising from the depths. His eyes widen in terror, the monster's sudden appearance shattering the fragile peace. He sprints forward, desperation etched on his face. With a guttural cry, Unsu swings his makeshift weapon. The monstrous foot descends, shaking the earth. The creature's foot slams down, crushing him. The massive foot grinds against the ruined ground. The monster's weight sends Unsu flying. He plummets from the crumbling bridge. Unsu hits the ground with a sickening thud, groaning in pain. The monster approaches, its shadow looming over him. He struggles to rise, but his legs refuse to obey. I can't stand on my legs. Despair washes over him. There's no way I can run away from that monster. My stamina is at rock bottom. He collapses, defeated. I'm probably going to die like this. A pinpoint of light pierces the all-consuming darkness. He believed he had nothing left. His hand lies limp on the ground, fingers twitching slightly. His body is still, unmoving. Unsu's eyes snap open, wide with shock and disbelief. Tears well up, blurring his vision. Why are you? A crumpled note rests in his trembling hand. Your mom is alive, it reads. Telling me something like this now? A surge of power emanates from him. The monster looms in the background. He struggles to push himself up, his body screaming in protest. Muscles straining, he grits his teeth against the pain. Tears streaming down his face, Unsu whispers, I want to live. He won't give up, resolving to do whatever it takes to live and find his mother. The desolate landscape stretches before him, a testament to the apocalypse. But a monstrous figure looms in the distance, its glowing eyes piercing the gloom. The thought of accepting death is too much to bear, the very idea impossible. Meanwhile, a man with glasses states that humans will not be able to survive. He continues, explaining that once the apocalypse comes, humans will not be able to survive. Since they won't have the power or knowledge to survive independently, the man with glasses explains. Even if they end up surviving, they won't be able to survive the dangers that repeat daily, the man concludes. Back in the wasteland, the monster roars, its presence a stark reminder of the dangers that await. The monster's fist clenches, ready to strike. Then, how is he supposed to survive? If what the man said is true, does that mean he can't do anything? And just accept his death? The monster lunges, its massive fist hurtling towards him, a symbol of the inevitable end. He is seen in profile, his expression unreadable. The figure stands close to him. The monster roars, have you forgotten everything? Unsu's face is filled with terror. His eyes widen in disbelief. The monster approaches. Dust and debris fill the air. The monster takes a step forward. Its massive form looms closer. The ground trembles with each step. Unsu is surrounded by dust. The monster's eyes glow with a menacing light as it towers over Unsu. The voice booms, echoing with an unnatural resonance. You're different from ordinary humans. Sweat beads on Unsu's brow as he looks up, a grimace twisting his features. The biggest difference between you and them. The voice continues. Unsu's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Is that you? A lone sword stands plunged into barren earth, a stark reminder. Know how to survive. His face contorted in pain, Unsu grits his teeth, remembering the harsh lessons. Doubt clouds his features, a silent question hanging in the air. He pushes himself forward, each step a testament to his resolve. Eyes narrowed, Unsu stares ahead, a burning intensity in his gaze. The ground trembles as a monstrous figure approaches, a primal fear gripping Unsu's heart. Everything you've learned up till now. The voice echoes as the monstrous figure looms closer. Your training, experience. The voice continues as Unsu is thrown back by the monster. He scrambles to his feet, the weight of his past pressing down on him. Survival knowledge became his only companion. A monstrous figure loomed. Do everything you can. He had to survive. Leaping forward, antagonist Unsu attacked the monster with a knife. Clutching the sword, the boy's eyes reflected a desperate resolve. A fist clenched in determination. The apocalypse was a constant battle for survival. The city lies in ruins, buildings reduced to rubble. The devastation stretches as far as the eye can see, a silent testament to the apocalypse. Piles of debris block the streets, a landscape of broken concrete and twisted metal. Amidst the destruction, two figures sit amongst the rubble, their faces etched with worry. The man with red hair breaks the silence. It's been 4 days already. The woman with blonde hair responds, shouldn't the cops be doing something by now? We're lucky to be able to hide here. She continues, her voice laced with concern, but now that we're starting to run out of food, we might have to get out of here. The two exchange a look, the weight of their situation heavy in the air. The man with red hair says, you don't feel like saying anything either, huh? The woman with blonde hair replies, but if we keep waiting, then something might, hey. She sat on the rubble, listening as the man with red hair suggested, with a hint of impatience, that she just cut it out now. He continued, his voice laced with frustration, stating that she was starting to make everyone uncomfortable. A simple why hung in the air. The man ran a hand over his face, his expression a mask of weariness and suppressed anxiety. The woman with blonde hair responded softly, clarifying that wasn't what she meant. The man's face was etched with desperation. He muttered that he might end up losing his mind at this point. The man excused himself, a question hanging in the air as he looked at the woman. He inquired if she had already checked that area, his voice tinged with a sliver of hope. The woman confirmed that she had, but they couldn't find any food anywhere. The man's expression softened slightly as he realized something. He stated that they had to find food somehow if they wanted to stay here. The woman with blonde hair remained silent, her expression unreadable. The man declared that there was still one place he hadn't checked, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He continued, stating that he didn't look over there, so he'd check again, urging her not to give up. The woman with blonde hair offered a soft, thank you, her expression still clouded with uncertainty. The woman with blonde hair listens as a man with red hair explains that everyone else is too exhausted from guarding themselves against the monsters to help, so nobody is willing to help. The man with red hair tells her that she's the only one willing to help this much, and that she's a really great kid. The man with red hair says that he's really not that great of a student. He adds that they should keep hoping and try to get everyone out of here alive. The blonde-haired girl stands silently, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, a pile of rubble sits in a dimly lit room. The man and the girl walk past a pile of rubble. The blonde-haired girl asks the man with red hair if he happened to find any food in this area. Two other survivors sit nearby, watching the exchange. The man with red hair shows the blonde-haired girl a bag. He says that he found this between some piled debris earlier. The blonde-haired girl exclaims, wow, really? One of the survivors watching them says, wait a minute. The other asks what they're doing. The blonde-haired girl replies that they said they'd share whatever they find with everyone. The woman with red hair says that they never said they'd follow along. She adds that even yesterday, they ate from the shared food portion, and that those boring people made that decision. The bald man touches his face, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Did we? I don't remember. The blonde girl grits her teeth, her expression tight with worry. Below, she declares, if that's how it's going to be, I'm going to report you guys. The bald man stares off into the distance, his face unreadable. The blonde girl flinches, her eyes wide with fear. The bald man smirks, his hand resting on his neck. Why don't you go ahead and try? The group stands amidst the rubble, their legs visible as they face an unseen threat. The blonde girl looks away, her expression resigned. It's pointless. The bald man speaks, his gaze fixed on someone out of view. You probably won't be able to catch me anyway, if there's one. The bald man gestures with his fingers, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Huh, this little brat. Footsteps echo through the ruined building. The red-haired man and the bald man react, their eyes widening in alarm. The bald man turns to the red-haired man, his expression grim. Just now, that was a scream, right? The red-haired man nods. Yeah, I heard it too. He states that the sound came from far away, so they should be okay. The bald man asks if that's right. The blonde-haired girl's eyes widen, a visible sigh of relief escaping her lips. She was scared for nothing. The blonde-haired girl stands amidst the rubble, her shoulders tense. She cowers, her hands raised defensively. Unsu's father laughs, mocking her previous confidence. He tells her that she is nothing but a little wuss. Her feet shuffle nervously on the ground. The blonde-haired girl looks down at something on the ground. Unsu's father remarks that she is back. Unsu's father asks if she took a look over there. She confirms that she did. Unsu's father asks, and the blonde-haired girl looks up at him, her expression unreadable. She holds something in her hands, her expression tense. She admits she couldn't find anything. The blonde-haired girl seems to be in disbelief, thinking she is not the one. Antagonist Unsu states that the fact that they're still alive is what's most important, and as long as they're alive, they can always look for something. Antagonist Unsu continues to speak, his expression unchanging. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently. A hand reaches out from the rubble. Protagonist I am sorry looks on in fear as the rubble shifts. A monstrous creature emerges from the ground. Elsewhere, a man lies on the ground, looking up in terror. He reaches out, pleading for help. The monster attacks as protagonist I am sorry cries out, I'm sorry. The man screams in agony, questioning why. She sprints away, her voice cracking with fear and defiance. I told you. I'm not a good person. Okay. The blonde-haired girl continues to flee, her screams echoing through the ruined city. The red-haired woman shouts, "Shit! Where did that monster come from?" The bald man replies, "Don't look back." The blonde-haired girl continues to run, the monstrous figure looming behind her. Ugh dash. There's one over there, too. The red-haired woman shouts, "If she gets caught, we can use her as bait." The bald man says, "We can run away to the side." The red-haired woman thinks, "What an idiot." A voice echoes, "She's running towards the monster." The blonde-haired girl continues to run, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The monster's massive feet crash down, shaking the ground. The blonde-haired girl's eyes widen in terror as she continues to flee. The monster's attack sends the blonde-haired girl flying through the air. She continues her desperate flight, scrambling over the debris-strewn landscape. Vaulting over a fallen beam, she pushes onward, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her legs pumping, she sprints through the ruined city, the wind whipping through her blonde hair. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's running away, Charun-Su thinks. The man named Charun-Su stares in disbelief. "In no way," he stammers, his eyes wide with shock. She was. Her strength failing, the blonde-haired girl collapses to her knees, then falls forward onto the ground. The man named Charun-Su looks on, his face a mask of horror. Her eyes wide with terror, the blonde-haired girl struggles to breathe. Lying prone, she whispers, "Maybe they're gone now?" She stares down at the prone figure, her voice barely a whisper. He's alive." The sound of skittering claws echoes nearby as the monster approaches, unseen. Pressing herself against the wall, she wonders, her voice trembling, "Did it hear me?" Her eyes widen in terror as she stares at the grotesque creature. A hand grips Eun-Su's shirt, pulling him slightly. She hoists Eun-Su onto her back, determined to get him to safety. Eun-Su thinks it's really gone this time. The girl realizes she's alive. Eun-Su screams in terror. Meanwhile, I'm sorry crawls forward. He wonders who in the world she is and what she was trying to do to him. Eun-Su is confused. I'm sorry stands before Eun-Su. Eun-Su asks what he means, as he says he hid her in case the monster was able to see her. A voice warns not to ever trust humans, as they want to use and kill you. Sorry thinks that as long as Dad's right, he won't be able to survive for long if he gets close to a human. He considers humans to be cunning creatures, wondering how he's supposed to believe Eun-Su. A growl rumbles from him, followed by a confused, "WH." He clutches his stomach, muttering, "Shit, I'm hungry." He reflects that he last ate something 5 days ago in the basement, adding that he's reached his limit. He continues, stating he's been taking long breaks to preserve whatever energy he had, surprised to come into contact with a human now. Eun-Su states, "I don't have anything to eat." Sorry wonders what she's talking about, saying he didn't even ask. Eun-Su responds, "So, in case you asked, I'm sorry spots something in the distance." "What's that?" he asks. He squints, wondering what in the world that human dropped. This is. He admits he doesn't know what it is, but he seems to be getting hungrier when he looks at it. Eun-Su's eyes widen. Could it be? Is that food? He muses that perhaps he was wrong. Eun-Su asks what he is talking about, scoffing that there's no way the object is food. Eun-Su thinks to herself that he can't even recognize what's food, and that he's definitely an idiot. She could probably gloss over this. Sorry thinks, lies. He asks if she thinks he'd believe a human. Sorry questions her, saying she'd be wrong to think he'd just believe her, since it's. Eun-Su internally admits she was wrong, and that he's more of an idiot than she thought. She was wrong. Eun-Su is now sure, judging by. Sorry thinks he needs that food. If she doesn't cooperate, he'll have no choice but to use force. Eun-Su offers the food, saying it's here. Eun-Su says it's exactly half, and she can't give him more. She adds that he looks really hungry, so she's especially giving it to him. Sorry wonders why she is sharing. Doesn't she know it'd put her at a disadvantage if she decreased her rations? Eun-Su demands that he has to pay her back fourfold, though okay, he can't forget. Sorry realizes that fourfold means she did have an ulterior motive. He says he got it. Humans truly are cunning creatures. He asks, curious, where Eun-Su is going. The blonde-haired teenager replies, "Now that I've eaten, I'm moving, human." Eun-Su stops, surprised. "What? Where in the world are you going in this situation?" He continues, "This is my neighborhood, so I know this place really well. I'm sure there's nowhere to go because." Sorry asks, "Why did you suddenly?" Eun-Su confirms, "You know this place really well?" He adds, "Why yeah, since I grew up in this neighborhood." The black-haired teenager's expression hardens. Eun-Su grits his teeth, thinking, end up guiding this idiot? Eun-Su thinks to himself, if I had known, I wouldn't have shared my bread with him. But, Sorry asks, "Why the heck do you want to go to the subway?" Eun-Su replies, "Because it's safe there." Sorry asks, "What?" Eun-Su explains, "It's concentrated in goods we need for survival. And more importantly," he points downwards, declaring that the subway makes it hard for monsters to detect humans. Eun-Su recalls that he couldn't recognize the bread earlier. Eun-Su wonders if they're here, sure it was somewhere over here. Sorry asks if Eun-Su is sure it's here, and she replies that she heard the subway is underground. She then accuses him of trying to deceive her. Eun-Su exclaims that it's obviously not the subway, and that she's trying to find the entrance. Eun-Su tells him sorry to wait there for a bit, and that if she goes here, she's sure she'll find it. An old man watches them. The old man says he came here because he felt something, but didn't realize there would be actual people talking here. He wonders who they are, and decides to leave the introduction for later. The old man tells them to follow him. Unsu asks where they are going, and the old man replies, asking if she wasn't looking for it. The old man leads Unsu and I'm sorry down into a hole in the ground. The old man says it's right over here. I'm sorry looks surprised. The old man leads Unsu and I'm sorry further into the underground. He stares in disbelief. The sheer number of people crammed into the subway station is overwhelming. A blonde girl beside him shields her eyes, equally astonished. An old man stands beside her, his expression unreadable. To think so many had been hiding here. People huddle together, seeking comfort in numbers, their faces etched with worry. The old man's face is etched with a deep sorrow. He mutters, haunted by a memory. I can't forget about that moment. A flashback flickers in his mind. Monsters appearing without warning, chaos erupting in the streets. The memory continues, a stampede of terrified people fleeing the city. The old man recalls, but fortunately, I found a place to hide when I followed the people running. The old man, I'm sorry, and the blonde girl stand together, the weight of their shared experience heavy in the air. The old man thinks, the fact that I found this place, it can only be because of luck. The old man's gaze is distant, lost in thought. But there was no one I ran into except for you two. The camera pans out, revealing the vastness of the subway station, teeming with survivors. The old man reflects. I was initially planning to plant a base in this subway station, but there are more humans here than I expected. A close-up of I'm sorry's eye reflects the despair of the scene. Powerless humans trapped in despair. A man clutches his head, consumed by fear. I'm going to die here, I'm sure of it. The monsters are going to find me here. And humans who show their wicked selves. A man shoves through the crowd, his face grim. Hey, move aside. I'm sorry watches the man walk away, a sense of unease washing over him. And, a strange human I can't get a read on. A hooded figure stands in shadow, their features obscured by the darkness. The more humans there are, the more risk factors there are. Among them, there is not one who could put him down. He walks among the pale figures, their red eyes watching him pass. In danger, a close-up reveals the protagonist's face, his expression unreadable. He can instinctively tell who's dangerous. Am I dead? But no one gives off a dangerous feeling among them. Since none of them will be able to harm him, even if they end up being his enemy. Then how about we introduce ourselves? Huang Biam says, my name is Huang Biam. As you can see, I'm a doctor. And that's how he met you both. Then, the boy with the blue eyes looks on, listening intently. A blonde girl steps forward, declaring, Keichen, I'll go first. My name is Haru. Huang Biam smiles, commenting, what a good name. Judging by your clothes, are you a student at virtual middle school? Haru confirms, that's right. Do you know my school? Huang Biam explains, our hospital was across the school, near the shopping mall. Haru seems surprised. Huh? Was there a hospital there? The silence hangs heavy in the air. Huang Biam, looking slightly embarrassed, admits, I might have asked a stupid question. It seems you've gone through a lot. Huang Biam turns to the protagonist. Anyway, what's your name? The protagonist looks down at an open book, the pages filled with writing. My name. He reveals, I don't have one. The protagonist continues, I've never had a name. Huang Biam looks thoughtful, stroking his chin. The doctor chuckles, telling someone they can tell him next time. He hopes they will tell him once they think they've gotten closer. The air smells of antiseptic and something metallic. Footsteps echo as someone urgently calls out, yes, sir. The sound of their voice is strained with panic. Huang Biam's expression turns grave. He thinks things have gotten worse. The fluorescent lights hum overhead, casting long shadows. Huang Biam kneels beside a patient. The patient is hunched over, clutching their side. The air is thick with the scent of sweat and fear. The patient looks up, his face pale and drawn. He croaks, you are here. His voice is weak and raspy. The camera focuses on the patient's wound. It's heavily bandaged, but blood is seeping through. He says that they temporarily stopped the blood last time, but it seems to be worsening much faster than they expected. The stench of decay hangs heavy in the air. Huang Biam says that if he doesn't get surgical treatment now, he'll be in danger because of the infection. He pulls back his sleeve, ready to begin. The rustling of his coat echoes in the room. Huang Biam's coat is lined with medical supplies. He declares that they must do it now. The metallic tang of surgical steel fills the air. Huang Biam prepares to disinfect the wound. The sharp scent of alcohol stings the nostrils. Huang Biam glances at I'm sorry, stating that he's secretly seen a doctor in a book without Dad knowing. The air is heavy with unspoken tension. A syringe is shown next to a pile of money. A job that exists to treat humans for a price. The sterile smell of the needle is almost overpowering. A hand holds a flame. In that case, now that the apocalypse happened, the heat from the flame radiates outwards, a symbol of destruction. What are you receiving as the price to treat humans? The patient wonders about the price. Do I have to receive such a thing? It's a doctor's job to treat those who are hurt. Huang Biam reassures the patient, telling him not to worry. Since I have rarely failed a surgery. Thank you. I'm saved, thanks to you. I don't understand. Why is he helping him? To help, without anything in return. Are humans that stupid? Or do they actually do stuff like that for? Hee hee, be careful, since your bleeding might worsen. Ah, thank you, truly. A close-up reveals Huang Biam's name tag, Veterinarian Huang Biam, Animal Hospital. The patient, lying on the operating table, declares, "All right, let's get started." Panic rising, he shouts, "Wait a minute. Please undo this." Huang Biam states, "I can't do that, since it could lead to bad news." The patient questions, his voice laced with disbelief. "Can you actually perform surgery?" Huang Biam chuckles, replying, "Haha, of course I can." Terror gripping him, the patient screams, "Me go." Huang Biam says, "See, calm down, young man. It's dangerous if you jump around like that. Your condition will worsen. I need anesthetics." Huang Biam remarks, "There's no way we'd have something like that. Oh, here." A figure places a brick on the patient, who pleads, "Please forgive me." A figure with glowing green eyes reflects, "I thought wrong. Humans are dangerous." He lets out a sigh, finally finding some quiet. What does he do now? The only thing he has is the picture his father gave him. A photo taken during his childhood, and a note on the back of it that says, "Mom's alive." It's over. He doesn't have enough clues to know how to find his mom. But whenever he looks at this photo, he feels a sense of unease. That's because, in the background of the photo, there were unnatural, alien-like flowers. Even when he was in the basement, he thought it was strange, so he looked into flower books to learn more. But he couldn't find any information on the flowers in the picture. If that flower only grows, then he might be able to find out the location of where the picture was taken. He thinks to himself that in order to find that out, he has to first find someone who can identify the flower for him. He considers the photo to be the only clue he has, and he has to make sure he doesn't lose it. He'll need to ask everyone if they recognize the flower. The sound of something being pulled echoes. A wet smack resonates. He finds the situation to be so bitter. Meanwhile, someone announces that they have gathered everyone for the boss. A man with a scar on his cheek declares that they should begin. A voice orders to bring everyone over there, and if they refuse, to use whatever method they want. Someone says they have something to say, while another comments that this is getting old. Voices erupt, questioning why they are being gathered there, and if it's allowed to manhandle them without any explanation. Someone demands to be listened to. A man's face is filled with terror. A figure walks forward amidst a crowd of indistinct silhouettes. He thinks, "I can look into the depths of the human mind." The man's gaze intensifies. "I can see what thoughts they're hiding inside," he muses. Terror grips another. "I can see it from their eyes," the man thinks, his gaze unwavering. A lone figure sits hunched over in a vast, empty space. Bathed in a stark spotlight, the word fear hangs heavy in the air. The mind reader looms over the terrified figure, his presence a suffocating weight. He hides it by acting tough on the exterior, but in front of me, it always reveals itself. The force of the blow sends him flying through the air. The onlookers gasp as he crashes to the ground. The mind reader's expression remains cold and calculating. He is grabbed roughly by the collar. That's right. A hand reaches out into a swirling vortex of darkness. Unsu cries out in shock. He wonders if it was a dream, but it felt so real. A voice echoes, questioning who they are. A man's face looms, warning that he has 2 minutes to get to the center of the station. Unsu is told that he will be expelled from this place. He is urged to get going now, or it might be too risky for him. Unsu pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. The man wonders if having expectations was pointless, as he was curious to see who was hiding. The question hangs in the air. "You're going to expel me?" The man's expression is one of shock and disbelief. Unsu stops in his tracks, a look of surprise on his face. He pauses, a subtle tremor running through him as if waking from a deep slumber. A silent horde surrounds him, their pale faces and crimson eyes a stark contrast to the dim surroundings. They close in, a silent threat. His eyes widen, a silent question forming on his lips. "How?" A voice echoes, filled with disdain. "What? This crazy brat." Another voice, dripping with amusement, replies, "No, it's fun this way." A sinister grin spreads across a man's face as he commands, "Look at me. Show me the true form that's hiding behind your eyes." His eye contorts, a vortex of swirling energy reflecting the chaos within. A torrent of darkness descends. A subordinate nervously asks, "Hey, what's going on, boss?" The response is a chilling declaration, "You're in trouble now." He lowers his gaze, a grim resolve hardening his features. "No, 2 seconds." His voice, now laced with steel, declares, "It's plenty of time to take you guys down." A man brandishing a knife sneers, "It's just as you said, boss. This guy's funny. So, are those your last words?" A flicker of surprise crosses his face. "Huh? Hold on." Frantically, he searches. "Where did my photo go?" He is presented with a photograph. Huang Biam holds up the photo, a cruel smile twisting his lips. "I wasn't expecting to find anything worthwhile after looking at you. All I found was this dumb photo." Unsu advances, a dark aura beginning to radiate from him. "If there's even a scratch on that photo." His eyes blaze with fury. "I'll kill you." The photo is held up, the image slightly blurred. Huang Biam's expression hardens as he stares at the photo. Huang Biam tears the photo. "And I'll rip this up." Unsu's face contorts in rage. Huang Biam chuckles, a manic glint in his eyes. "Where did all your confidence disappear to?" A subordinate speaks, his voice laced with concern. "That photo must be important to you, huh? Shit, I was too careless." I can't believe I lost my mind while falling for your dangerous charm. I knew humans were always scarier than monsters. Boss, what should we do about this guy? Another voice chimes in, questioning their next move. We should definitely expel him, right? Huang Biam responds, no. How come? A flashback begins. When I looked into his eyes just now, he was different from the rest. The inside of his soul. The flashback shows a dark void. It's so deep that I couldn't see anything. Two men stand over a restrained Unsu. One of them says they're going to keep watch over him, handing the other a photo for supervision. The man holding the photo is told not to let go of it while keeping watch over Unsu. One of the men questions if they have to go that far for this guy, but the other responds that it's an order. The first man sighs, acknowledging the boss's command. One of the men recalls that when Unsu was about to attack them, he got a little scared. He dismisses it, saying it doesn't matter anyway, hoping to see him again next time. One of the men asks why the other is frowning and tells him to smile. He states that as long as he has this photo, that kid won't be able to move a muscle. Meanwhile, Haru seems confused. Haru wonders if she saved them the trouble of finding her. She asks if they were looking for her and is told to report to the center of the station. One of the men says he'll take good care of her. He hopes to see Unsu again next time. Someone approaches a restrained Unsu. A hand reaches out to Unsu, asking if he's okay. Unsu kicks Haru away. Haru, shocked, asks what she did, explaining that she was trying to wake him up. He refuses the offered hand, declaring he doesn't need any help and ordering the person to move. Haru grits her teeth, frustrated that she has to remember something like that. Miss Haru, did something happen between you and this gentleman? Haru exclaims that she is the idiot for trying to have a conversation with someone who doesn't know how to communicate in the first place, implying something did happen. Unsu scoffs, questioning why he would hold hands with a human of all things. A close-up of glasses warns to never trust someone if they reach out their hand towards you. That's the guy who has my photo. It'll be easy for me to take it back by force. Even if he were to respond to my attack by ripping the photo, if I just put it back together, it'd be good enough of a clue. However, I still don't want to ruin it. It's the only item that came out with me from the basement. There's no need for it to be ripped. I just need to wait for the moment he lets go of the photo. Everyone's gathered now. Follow me, or don't follow me. He addresses the crowd, his gaze sweeping over their faces. If you choose to follow me, you won't have any reason to worry about being kicked out of here. The image shifts to a man bound and gagged. This guy tried to cause chaos in our subway, which is the only shelter around. Therefore, I decided to. The camera focuses on Unsu, his expression stern. If you choose to stand on this side. He continues, his voice laced with a hint of threat. At best, I won't treat you as a rebel like that guy. Unsu's gaze intensifies. I won't make you follow me by force. But, if you do choose to follow me, know this. His face fills the frame, his eyes conveying an unwavering resolve. My word is absolute. The crowd listens, their expressions a mix of fear and apprehension. A group of people walks away, their destination unknown. Two individuals listen intently, their faces etched with concern. Huang Biam listens, his expression thoughtful and wary. Unsu's voice echoes, his words painting a grim picture. Those who are stronger rule over those who are weak. In a world where the law is obsolete, it's not too strange that things have turned out this way. He concludes, his tone laced with manipulation. You won't explicitly tell me to follow you, but it's still manipulative, because if I don't, I'll end up like that guy who was just expelled. Choosing that side is the logical choice, Huang Biam thinks, if he wants to live longer. However, if you've already lived a long life, being unpredictable every now and then isn't so bad. If he joins that side, Huang Biam might not be able to help when a patient really needs it. Even if he's here alone. Oh? Haru says, nah. But, sir, I don't think I'm the only one being a fool here. You're not going to join them, little one. Hurry up and go on over there. If you think you're going to stay here, you're being foolish. The man with curly brown hair looks worried, thinking, why? Is no one, including me? A woman with wavy brown hair throws her hands up in frustration, exclaiming, I didn't plan on staying here. Damn it. The woman's eyes widen in fear as she says, those guys are now going to watch for us. Our fate is to be captured and tortured. The man with curly brown hair tries to reassure himself, saying, no, there's no way. It won't be that bad. And no? A woman with straight black hair says, it won't get as bad as torture. Won't they either starve us to death? The man with curly brown hair screams, Yuwa. Or kick us out to be food for the monsters. I knew it, we're screwed. The sound of footsteps echoes. A man says, huh? An elder with short gray hair speaks to a child with long brown hair, saying, kiddo, you can't run around. I'm sorry, elder. The elder says, I should have held on to her properly. Haha, it's all right. She's at the age where she should run around. Kiddo, listen to your dad well. Someone mutters quietly. The elder says, huh? I can't hear you very well. The child reacts in shock, exclaiming, my dad. He's not. She declares that her dad is somewhere else, and that he's probably looking for her with her mom. Huang Biam explains that she's not his kid, and that they simply crossed paths while running away. It seemed like she had been separated from her parents when they met. Huang Biam states that until they find her parents, he's trying to play the part of her guardian. Two men are having a conversation. Unsu's father says that you can't. A man states that the boss said so, and anyone who leaves this room will be severely punished. A man tells someone not to think they're an exception just because they're young. Unsu's father wonders where that bastard is. Someone says, all right, only take the amount that's been rationed. You'll all be checked to make sure you're not taking too much, so don't play around. Someone wonders why they are only getting this much. They state that you can obviously tell there's a difference with those guys. Huang Biam states that either way, they are stuck in that room, not doing anything anyway. Others in the room look on. A voice wonders if they really need to eat a lot. An eye is shown. A figure remarks that they smell something good. Huang Biam states that rations are finally over. He asks if they know that person. Someone mentions the one called Boss, Left-Hand Man. The figure looks dangerous. Someone guesses there's still a reason he's called the boss's left-hand man. The figure kills people ruthlessly with a smile, or so they say. Anyway, he's considered very vicious. Someone says that you can't bother him, not even by mistake. If you were to ever rub him the wrong way, well, it's said you're better off being eaten by a monster. A sinister smile spreads across the man's face. He thinks to himself that it's dangerous to be running around here. Clothes lay discarded on the floor. A voice commands to follow. One of the men urges the other to look over there, remarking that the next victim might be that kid. He thinks that it is ruthless as expected to bother such a young kid. One of the men asks if he is coming this way. The Mohawked man calls out to them. The Mohawked man stands over the young girl. The Mohawked man orders someone to give the kid her rations. A man stammers, pointing out that the rations are one per person. The Mohawked man tells him that he can just give her his. The girl receives the rations. The man wonders why he is giving his meal to her. He knows that this is the food torture that's only talked about. The Mohawked man thinks to himself that it is vicious yet persistent to bother a kid while giving his own meal. Huang Biam tells the girl to hurry and get behind him. The Mohawked man asks what exactly the kid did wrong and if they have a problem with his actions. Huang Biam exclaims that these are despicable devils and that they should go back quickly. Her expression clouded with worry. Unsu stared into the distance. Meanwhile, the left-hand man grinned, a sinister glint in his eyes. Haru spoke, her voice laced with concern. Doesn't it seem like there's more surveillance? Unsu nodded, a knot forming in her stomach. I know, right? The left-hand man cursed under his breath. Damn it, should I just leave to find that guy? I'm sorry, eyes narrowed, observing the scene. Haru and Unsu stood nearby, unaware of his scrutiny. Haru's expression was unreadable. Unsu and Haru exchanged a look of shock, their eyes wide with alarm. Elsewhere, Huang Biam stood with another man in a military uniform, the flickering lights casting long shadows. Unsu lay in bed, feigning sleep, her mind racing. I'm sorry sat alone in a dark room, shrouded in shadow. A hand reached out in the darkness. Unsu's eyes snapped open in terror as a hand grabbed her foot. What's this? You were awake? He demands, voice laced with suspicion. What are you doing? He knew it. Were you planning on attacking me while? I'm sorry, replies. I was asleep. Why is this kid so strong? Oh, that hurts. What are you saying? Unsu retorts. I just wanted to talk. His expression hardens. Talk. I'm sorry, asks. What's wrong? You act like you've never had a conversation before. Unsu questions. Were you planning on attacking me while? It got to do with you? I'm sorry seems confused. Huh. I'm sorry says, whatever. Unsu replies, just get to the point. Unsu says, now that I think about it, why are you always apart from other people? I'm sorry exclaims, are you a really shy person perhaps? Unsu retorts, you're talking nonsense. I have no. I'm sorry states, reason to be close with the enemy. Unsu declares, every human is an enemy. Is there a reason why I should be close with people who may attack me when my back is turned? I'm sorry says, but I don't plan on hurting you though. He retorts, his expression unreadable. You. I'm sorry replies, you could be lying. Yeah well, I don't mind you being wary of me, but... The blonde-haired human asks, would you reconcile with that kid named Haru? Unsu questions, Sile? If you're talking about that blonde-haired human, same. Unsu states, that's another issue. They're still human. To me, that girl is no different to the humans outside this room. I'm sorry thinks, might think others can't hear her, but she cries every night while holding her breath. I'm sorry continues, there's probably something heartbreaking that she can't bring herself to say. Well, everyone in this basement probably is the... I'm sorry finishes, a sad smile gracing her lips. Same, but that's all there is to it. I'm sorry suggests, if you, who's the same age as her, get along with her, it could be better, no? Unsu thinks, how shameless. Unsu declares, his expression hardening, being sad is something only weak humans do. I'm sorry responds, if you have time for that, it would be better to figure out another plan to survive. She begins, asking if the other has ever been sad over losing someone important. A distant view shows two figures standing on what appears to be a broken bridge. Unsu simply states, no. Unsu continues, stating that there won't be a case in the future. Haru looks surprised, thinking that he doesn't have someone who's important to him. Unsu says that he is not doing sad because he doesn't have a special person. Haru responds that it sounds lonely. A distant figure is shown, with the word lonely displayed. Unsu says not to worry. Haru smiles, stating that if he dies, she'll be sad for him. Unsu looks surprised. A close-up of Unsu is shown. Haru says that it's a way to make a person feel bad. He declares that he's never going to die, and that he won't care if you die. Haru remarks on how cold Unsu's words are, then coughs. Hwang Bium, in bed, wonders if he talked too much. Haru says she won't bother him anymore and bids him sweet dreams. Unsu remains silent. Unsu thinks to himself that Haru is a weird human. I'm sorry says that they should get some sleep. He thinks it's been about 4 days since he came here. A close-up of his eyes and feet. But because some human held his note hostage, he was unable to do anything to find his mom. Is this fun for you? We don't want to do this either. Oh, is that right? In that case, why don't you punish me yourself? And put away that note. This brat, he's not even afraid of me. He looks at the picture, but rather as if he's uninterested. A low growl escapes from someone below. Unsu's father holds up a picture, his expression twisted. Stuff like that means you haven't been punished enough, huh? He snarls. A pair of glasses hangs from a chain. A voice echoes. Dad once said that humans are inherently weak. Unsu's father smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes. I think I finally understand what he meant now. However, I'm sorry. His eyes widen in surprise. Haru looks on with concern. Huh? He asks. Was it? Haru, I'm sorry, and Hwang Bium are together. Those boys again. It doesn't seem like only those kinds. Hwang Bium speaks to I'm sorry. Fortunately, it doesn't look like you're badly hurt. But just in case, we should disinfect dash. I'm sorry sits on the ground. It's fine. This much is all right, he says. Is that right? Haru presents a tray with a water bottle and a container. It's your lunch. I didn't know when you'd come back, so I got it for you. I'm sorry looks up, surprised. So? I'm sorry looks thoughtful, considering something. Haru and I'm sorry sit together. What were you just about to say? It was. Coughing racked the woman's body, her face pale with illness. Suddenly, she had a thought. In a stark memory, the woman stands with another figure. The other figure says, but I don't plan on hurting you though. The flashback continues, the woman recalling. What she said back then wasn't a lie. If you die, I'll be sad for you. Then maybe. The other figure thinks, it might be okay to trust her a little. The woman collapses, falling heavily onto the table. The flashback figure, concerned, asks, hey, are you okay? Get a hold of yourself. Hwang Bium examines the woman, his expression grave. Your symptoms don't look good. You need medicine. Hwang Bium's face is etched with worry. The problem is, I have to go to the surface because... The woman, struggling to speak, says, then, it's fine. There's no reason for you to go to the surface for me. Stop talking. If we don't get that medicine now, your condition will worsen. Hwang Bium asks, how? The woman says, if we don't get the medicine, how will she get worse? Hwang Bium is silent, his face a mask of concern. Two men stand in a doorway. One says, hey doctor, the boss is calling for you. Hwang Bium looks up, startled, while the sick woman remains unconscious. He held up the picture, a frown deepening on his face. He thought to himself, I don't understand the boss. Why do I have to hold this picture up in front of that? The picture showed a young boy. The man thought, little kid? When I can easily take care of him. Even without this picture. Hwang Bium was approached by another man. The man barked, he's got orders for you to treat the people who are injured over there. Hurry up. Hwang Bium, looking distressed, replied, I can't do that right now. The man holding the picture was confronted. He was asked, does that mean you're disobeying the boss's orders right now? Hwang Bium, sweating, responded, that's not what I meant. I shall treat the other patients once I treat this patient. Haru stated firmly, since this patient needs treatment the most. Haru coughed weakly. She said, if you just let me know where the medicine is, I can go to the surface and find it myself. Hwang Bium, looking concerned, asked, what are you saying? He insisted, you won't be able to survive on the surface in that state. Unsu, looking determined, asked, go with me. He thought, oh, so that's how it is. One woman told another, I could have helped you if that was the case. The others reacted with shock and concern. His eyes glow with an eerie light, a silent observer to the unfolding tragedy. She lies still, sprawled amongst the debris. Hwang Bium's face is etched with horror as he witnesses the scene. Hwang Bium and Haru stare down in disbelief at the woman's body. Her lifeblood pools around her, staining the ground a dark crimson. Unsu's glowing eyes reflect the gravity of the situation. The woman lies still, her life force visibly draining away. I can feel it. Energy crackles around the wound, a visual representation of her fading life. Her life. Fading away. Unsu's expression is a mix of shock and morbid curiosity. Why do humans? Unsu's thoughts echo in the silence. Die so easily? The glowing lines pulse with an unnatural energy, a stark contrast to the dying woman. Abstract lines of energy crackle against a black void. A bloodied finger points accusingly at a fresh wound. Unsu's eye widens, a flicker of something unreadable within its depths. A figure looms over another, who lies bleeding on the ground. Why so serious? Unsu's expression is unreadable. A woman, her face stained with blood, speaks with a chilling calmness. You said you wouldn't care? A single point of light pierces the oppressive darkness. A mouth hangs open in silent shock. A bare foot steps down, crushing a bloodied hand beneath it. Two figures stare in horror at the scene unfolding before them. The two figures from before are joined by a third, who mutters, damn it. Unsu stares down at a bloodied knife in his hands. He remained kneeling, unmoving. How could his expression not change even once? The man's face contorted in rage. He had killed a person like this? Monsters weren't only roaming around on the surface. The old man held the bloody knife, his expression one of annoyance. He told the kneeling figure that he was being too harsh. The bloody knife reflected the light. The old man thought to himself that this was no different than him saving the kneeling figure. If things were left like they were, he would have followed her to the surface. He couldn't lose their doctor just because he wanted to save a single dying human. The old man held the bloody knife. He asked if the kneeling figure wasn't supposed to be grateful instead, stating that dying in this way was more peaceful than being eaten by monsters. The kneeling figure stood in the dark room. A sinister chuckle escaped him. Was he finally feeling scared? The kneeling figure's face remained obscured. He stated that the old man acted as if he were so tough. The kneeling figure's face remained obscured. The kneeling figure's eyes glowed green. The old man held the bloody knife. The kneeling figure spoke, addressing the old man as you. The old man grinned, asking if the kneeling figure didn't have the picture. He realizes he must have dropped it when he grabbed the knife earlier. A voice echoes, asking if it is him. The unseen figure taunts, asking if he's going to jump him or something. The unseen figure responds with a simple, yeah. Crawling forward, a figure is asked a question. A bead of sweat trickles down his face. He wonders if he's about to be jumped. A knife falls from above. He gasps. The knife strikes. The knife continues its descent. He falls. The knife falls towards him. The assailant lunges forward, fist clenched, ready to strike. The punch connects with brutal force. The force of the blow sends the victim staggering backward. The impact reverberates through the victim's face, a mask of pain contorting their features. A hand darts out, reaching for something concealed. A glint of steel emerges as a knife is drawn. The attacker raises the blade, preparing for a second strike. The knife plunges forward with deadly intent. Horror washes over the faces of the onlookers as they witness the brutal attack. Their eyes widen in disbelief and terror. The cold steel presses against the victim's throat. A crimson line appears as the knife slices into flesh. The man's eyes widen in terror as he chokes on his own blood. A knife plunges into his chest. Gasping, the man struggles to breathe. A voice echoes, too weak. The attacker's face contorts with rage as he towers over his victim. The victim's eyes widen in disbelief. The attacker's gaze is cold and unforgiving. This guy. The attacker scoffs, didn't even react. The attacker thinks, if I had known this guy was this weak, I would have just taken the notepaper from him. If I did that. Blood trickles down the victim's legs. The knife is twisted deeper. Then this. The attacker thinks, would have never happened. A hand grips a sword tightly. A voice echoes in the mind. That's right. Kill him. An eye stares intensely. The voice continues, relentless. Don't have mercy on your enemies who become defenseless, and be sure to end it. Waves of energy pulse, a visual representation of the internal struggle. A hand holds a phone, a musical note glowing on the screen. He shouts, his voice cracking with desperation, stop. He stands, feet planted firmly on the ground, as if bracing for an impact. Hwang Biam warns, his voice laced with concern, if you kill him. He struggles with the weight of his decision. You can't undo it. I can't undo it. His eyes widen in disbelief and horror. Are you worrying about this human right now? Hwang Biam stands before him, his expression grave. I'm talking about your heart right now. He is lost in thought. What? Think about it carefully. He asks, his voice filled with anguish. Do you really have to go as far as killing him? He stares intently at the blade, his reflection staring back with a chilling resolve. The mirror reflects his eyes, a silent question hanging in the air. A heavy breath escapes him. Is there a real reason to kill them? He considers an alternative. If he beat them up to the brink of death. Eun-soo's father chuckles, a disturbing sound that echoes in the sterile room. They'll forget about attacking me. The older man's voice drips with disdain. Of killing humans? Don't get ahead of yourself. He clenches his fist, a surge of defiance coursing through him. Since I'll never become like you. His gaze hardens, a grim acceptance settling in. If the apocalypse comes like you said. A resolve hardens in his eyes. Then I'll stay alive in my own way. I won't become like you and go around killing every dash. Don't get ahead of yourself. One just because I don't like them. The knife gleams, a silent promise of violence. Eun-soo's father grins, a predatory gleam in his eyes. You made the right decision. He thinks it's not because of what was said. He believes he'll become the same as the other if he kills this guy. And there's no particular reason to kill him. Why does it matter to him whether she lives or not? Even if she lived, she wouldn't have been helpful in finding Mom either. So, it doesn't. This is the perfect time, when he doesn't have a knife. A pipe swings down with lethal force. The blow lands, and the man cries out in pain. Huh. The pipe is swung again, the metal glinting in the dim light. The pipe connects again, the sound of impact echoing in the air. The man collapses to the ground, defeated. Eun-soo stands alone in a dilapidated room, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A memory flickers in his mind, a question hanging in the air. What are you? He holds a picture, the image shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Eun-soo's eyes widen as he stares at the picture. This is a picture that's precious to you, right? The memory continues, showing I'm sorry standing over him. So what? His expression is one of shock as he crumples the picture in his hand. He wipes away sweat, the memory clearly unsettling him. He exhales, trying to regain his composure. Unsu holds out the picture to I'm sorry. Nothing, just be careful with it. The memory shifts to a dimly lit room, where several figures stand around a body covered by a sheet. The body lies still, shrouded in green fabric. I'm sorry's eyes widen as he remembers. Now that I think about it, I don't see the child and the girl. Two men look around nervously. They left for the bathroom together earlier. Another man looks down, saying, maybe you can consider it a relief that they weren't able to see this because of that. If they were able to easily win against these guys, why didn't they do anything until now? They held some of mine hostage. You mean that piece of paper? Just how important is that to you? It's important. Nothing comes to mind. Ugh. He stares intently at the photograph in his hand. Coming to think of it, there is something I wanted to ask you. The group pores over a map, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. I've also never seen a flower that looks like that before. Oh, where did you take this picture? Haru asks. I ask because I don't know. It wouldn't be so difficult if we had internet access, but it seems. Why do you want to know the location of this picture? Huang Biam asks. Isn't it obvious? I'm going to go there. The expressions on their faces show a growing sense of dread. You are aware that the surface is swarming with monsters, right? Even if you did find out the location, it will be hard for you to survive out there. No, I can survive. He looks down, lost in thought as the man behind him watches with a calculating gaze. I'm sorry, holds the picture, the man's words echoing in his mind. He thinks, didn't expect to find people who would recognize this at a glance anyway. Unsu's father watches him, his expression unreadable. He thinks to himself, so, this is what it's come to. Unsu's father's eyes glow ominously as he thinks, I told that boy. I'm sorry, clutches the picture tightly, resolving to hold on to that picture well. Unsu's father thinks, but he couldn't even follow such a simple order. The man clenches his fist, his resolve hardening. Well, it doesn't matter, now that it's come to this. Unsu's father looks at I'm sorry, a sinister glint in his eyes. I guess I'll use a more intuitive method. Meanwhile, in a ruined city, a strange creature lies still. The creature rises, its form vaguely canine, its purpose unknown. It collapses once more, defeated or merely resting, amidst the debris. The world fades into a murky darkness. Emerging from the gloom, the grimy tile of a subway station comes into view. An exit sign hangs above a darkened doorway. They have enough firewood. Now they can make a proper dish. It's on fire. Now blow on it so they can make the fire grow bigger. Haru states that she is busy and that the other person can do whatever they want. Haru is surprised to see the child. She thinks everyone here is weird and that no one flushes after using the toilet. Haru is confused. It's too late. I have to send you back. Haru tells him not to look at her like that. She is doing this to survive here too. The man says to look over there. He thinks they're fighting or something. The man puts something in the pot. Did you just put something in the pot? Stop talking about stupid things and keep stirring. Maybe it was just me. Rocks rain down from above, striking a figure who cries out in alarm. He looks up, bewildered. Why are rocks falling from the sky? A gaping hole appears in the ceiling, the source of the falling debris. The rocks are part of a larger formation, a crumbling mass suspended precariously above. Two figures watch the sky fall, their faces etched with concern. A man with slicked back hair glances to the side, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. A man lies on the ground, muttering, I knew it, my discernment was right. Back in the world I was immersed in, there were, at times, such characters. Someone walks past a body on the ground. Although, now there are actual monsters roaming the surface. A figure stares at a monstrous creature. Boss, be careful, that kid is stronger than he looks. A brutal punch connects, sending a man reeling. The man with slick back hair stands over the fallen figure. I don't need to be told I'm incompetent. Unsu thinks to himself that what he needs is him. The man notes that the other has quite the rebellious eyes, and that he should let him know who's in charge. Maybe, Unsu thinks, he'll be able to see it now. The true form lies within the depths of that boy. Unsu reaches out, his expression unreadable. The scene shifts, focusing on Unsu's back as he leans forward. Darkness obscures the view, hinting at a transition or shift in perspective. The darkness intensifies, leaving only a faint glimmer of light. Unsu's eyes widen in sudden realization. He admits to himself that he was mistaken. It wasn't him, Unsu thinks, he was looking through that boy. Unsu's face contorts in a mixture of shock and horror. Darkness descends, the world dissolving into a void of black tendrils. The darkness coalesces into a single, all-consuming point. But rather, the opposite. Unsu's face is visible in the darkness. A figure stands silhouetted in the distance, framed by a monstrous maw of teeth and darkness. Unsu recoils, his face contorted in terror. HH, he screams. His legs give way, and he collapses to the floor. The others watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with horror. Glowing eyes pierce the darkness, watching. A lone figure stands at the end of a long, light-filled tunnel. A man gasps, clutching his chest. I almost got swallowed alive. One of the men trembles, his voice barely a whisper. Why is the boss like this in front of that kid? Another man, his face pale with fear, stammers, help me. He stumbles forward, his hands outstretched as if grasping for something he cannot see. I can't see. Unsu cries out, his voice laced with panic. The other men watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with concern and a growing unease. That blood. Where? One of the men wonders aloud, his voice barely a whisper. Another responds, I don't know. I was just taking a nap. A throbbing pain intensifies behind Unsu's eyes. Ugh, I've been having a headache since earlier. He groans, clutching his head. A strange sensation crawls across his scalp. Huh. Unsu mutters, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. The other men exchange worried glances. What is this? One asks, his voice trembling. There's something on my head. It won't come off. Unsu claws at his head, his fingers digging into his scalp in a desperate attempt to dislodge whatever is afflicting him. Suddenly, a violent force erupts, throwing Unsu backwards with explosive force. He stands, his head now grotesquely distorted, his glasses shattered on the floor. The onlookers recoil in horror, their faces a mixture of fear and disbelief. Close up on the shattered glasses. The man's distorted head is shown in profile, as the other men look on in shock. A chorus of screams erupts as the monstrous form makes its presence known. A man cries out, it's a monster, as the creature's tendrils lash out, seizing him. The monster continues its assault, striking another man with brutal force. The force of the blow sends the man crashing to the ground. A grotesque face, framed by writhing tendrils, reveals the horror of the creature. The monster continues its relentless attack, its tendrils a blur of motion. With a sickening crunch, the monster's foot comes down on a fallen body. A man raises his hands in a desperate plea for mercy, his face etched with terror. The monster stands triumphant over the carnage, its shadow looming over the fallen. The survivors watch in horror, their faces reflecting the unspeakable violence they have witnessed. It stopped moving. One whispers. One man's eyes widen in disbelief, the question echoing in his mind. Where, in the world, did the monster come from? Relief washes over the faces of those who escaped the monster's wrath. I really thought I was about to die as soon as I saw that. I'm saved. Unsu and the others express their relief. One of them exclaims that the boss saved them, and another says he always believed in him. A man's eyes widen in shock, followed by a shot of another man looking equally surprised. A woman smiles sinisterly as a monstrous hand is revealed in the foreground. A red box sits in a dimly lit corridor. A metal box with a wheel on top is shown. A group of people stand before a large, lumpy creature. A close-up reveals the creature's grotesque hand. The group of people look on in shock and horror. A close-up of the creature reveals its monstrous form. A heavy vault door, sealed against some unknown threat, creaked open. Inside, a group of figures stood silhouetted against the dim light, their faces obscured by shadow. That everyone here? A man with glasses, his face etched with horror, whispered a desperate, no. They were trying to forget. A trembling hand gripped a makeshift weapon, knuckles white with fear. The terrible memories. And a monstrous form, vaguely mammalian, with a gaping maw and thick, leathery skin, lumbered into view. Its immense, scarred legs carried it forward, a silent promise of devastation. A monstrous foot descended, shaking the very earth. Panic seized the crowd as they scattered, desperate to escape the looming threat. Screams echoed through the streets, a symphony of terror as the monstrous presence drew nearer. A clawed hand reached out, a harbinger of destruction and despair. The fleeing masses surged forward, a desperate tide of humanity seeking refuge from the nightmare behind them. The air crackled with fear, thick with the stench of ozone and the metallic tang of blood. A voice cut through the chaos, a defiant roar against the encroaching darkness. Face him and fight. A man with dark hair stood firm, his gaze unwavering as he faced the unseen horror. His voice, laced with steel, echoed through the crumbling streets. How long are you going to keep running? Do you plan to repeat everything all over again? The group turned, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and resolve, as a lone figure struck out against the monstrous foe. The man's words ignited a spark of defiance. There's only one of them. It's different than before. We can beat him if we fight together. Perhaps it was because they had seen him easily kill a monster which had been the embodiment of horror, or perhaps it was his words that moved them. That's right, we can do it. One of the men speaks. We just saw the boss kill a monster. Another man replies. And we don't have anywhere else to go if we run away. A hand grips a weapon tightly. One of the men shouts. Let's kill that monster on our own. They began to face the monster. Monsters are no longer the object of our fears. Since the monsters appeared that, ugh, boss, just give us the order. They felt hope. Boss. The ground shakes. Footsteps approach a fallen man. The ground continues to shake as a man's tongue extends like a snake. The snake-like tongue extends further from Unsu's father's mouth, writhing like a living thing. Unsu's father stands, the grotesque appendage protruding from his neck, a silent testament to his transformation. The monstrous tongue continues to unfurl, its dark tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. Huang Biam's colleagues watch in disbelief. One mutters, boss. Another exclaims, definitely killed it. Haru's eyes widen in horror. So, why? She whispers, the question hanging in the air. Haru wonders why it is coming back to life. The group realizes that they won't die. That means. Unsu's father grits his teeth, a guttural growl escaping his throat. We can never beat them. The monster lunges forward, its grotesque form a blur of motion as it regenerates and attacks. The monster's attack sends debris flying as it crashes through the environment. The force of the monster's assault is devastating, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Haru stares in disbelief as the monster continues its relentless assault. Hwang Biam cries out, "Wait!" as the monster closes in, the sound of snapping bones echoing through the air. The monster clutches at "I'm sorry," its grip tightening as it holds him aloft. "Let me go," he pleads, his voice strained. A blood-curdling scream echoes through the facility. The monster continues to carry "I'm sorry" away. With a heave, the monster hurls "I'm sorry" away. Hwang Biam and Haru watch in horror. The facility is filled with monsters. The monsters are attacking. The people in the facility are scared. "We were wrong," one of them says. "It's only a matter of time before they target us." Haru looks on with a worried expression. Hwang Biam grabs another person's arm. "What are you thinking?" he demands. "Let go of me," the other person replies. Haru's mentor, Hwang Biam, his face etched with worry, declares, "I must find her." He wonders why they don't wait, questioning if the monsters have already reached the entrance. Hwang Biam's eyes widen behind his glasses, a chilling realization dawning on him. Then the child has already. The scientist, Hwang Biam, drops to his knees, a single word escaping his lips. "No." Time seems to slow as Hwang Biam's face contorts in anguish, sweat beading on his brow. Hwang Biam's expression is a mask of desperation, his eyes darting around as if searching for an answer. Hwang Biam, kneeling on the ground, reaches out a trembling hand, a choked, "Wait," escaping his lips. Hwang Biam's voice cracks as he calls out, "Where are you?" His eyes scan the surroundings, a desperate plea in his gaze. "I'm sorry," stands silhouetted against a red backdrop, his head tilted as he searches for any sign of the missing child. Eun-soo and Haru stand among a group of onlookers, their faces etched with worry and fear as they witness the unfolding events. Hwang Biam breaks into a run, his face a mask of determination as he races against time. Hwang Biam points urgently, his expression conveying the direness of the situation. "I'm sorry," continues his search, his silhouette framed against the ominous red backdrop, a sense of urgency permeating the air. He stands with the group in the hallway, the red doorway looming ahead. Tears streamed down her face as she choked out a sob. Her voice trembled as she warned, "You'll get us caught." She whispered, her voice laced with regret, "I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to care about someone else right now." Clutching her hands tightly, she thought, "I hid here in the midst of the chaos, but I'll die as soon as I'm caught." Her gaze fell upon another girl, a sense of dread washing over her. A hand reached out, a silent threat hanging in the air. Her eyes widened in fear, her face a mask of terror, her breath hitched, her expression a mixture of panic and despair. She urges the other person to stay close. A man with a bandage on his head looks up, his expression filled with fear. The man wonders what they should do. Haru asks him what he means, and he replies that they have to run away. The man wonders where they can run to, realizing there's nowhere safe. Haru says it doesn't matter where. The man explains that there are monsters on the surface, and now they've even taken over the one safe haven they had. Haru's expression hardens as she asks if he still thinks they can survive. Her eyes blazing with determination, Haru declares that she can't just sit around waiting for her death. The man, looking shocked, says that he will survive no matter what. Haru stares intently. The man says that no matter what happens, it's her gaze. He speaks, his voice laced with a strange mix of resignation and anticipation. "I see you." Haru's eyes widen in alarm as the man continues, his gaze fixed on her. "You have." Behind them, the grotesque monster looms, its presence a suffocating weight in the air. Panic flares in the man's eyes as he screams, Run." Haru and the other student gasp, fear gripping their hearts as they realize the gravity of the situation. The monster impales the injured man, the sound of tearing flesh echoing in the confined space. "Get a hold of yourself and run." Clutching the monster, the injured man declares, "There's no more reason for me to live." His voice cracking with desperation, the man cries out, "But you." Haru, spurred by the man's sacrifice, grabs the other student and sprints away, a desperate bid for survival. The injured man watches them flee, muttering in disbelief, "Wait, that was so fast. You should have waited to listen to me." Haru's scream pierces the air, a raw expression of terror and despair. The sound of her scream echoes, a haunting reminder of the horrors they face. She continues to flee, the monstrous figure looming behind a man wielding an axe. Haru grits her teeth, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. Blood splatters across the walls, a grim testament to the carnage. She glances back, her expression a mix of fear and determination as the monster advances. A figure collapses to the ground, defeated. A voice echoes, filled with despair, "We can't win." Haru's eyes widen in horror, witnessing the unfolding tragedy. What's with him? Where's he going? A man cries out in agony as dark tendrils pierce his body. The monster towers over another fallen victim, its presence suffocating. A man crawls desperately across the floor, struggling to escape the carnage. Haru's face contorts in a mask of pure terror. Could it be he's going to fight it? He's just asking to be killed. The tendrils converge, the voice of the doomed man echoing. Even the boss couldn't. Tendrils lash out, wrapping around him as he grits his teeth. Kill the monster. He snarls, struggling against the constricting grip. The tendrils tighten, their grip intensifying as they drag him further into the darkness. Pulled and contorted, the tendrils continue to squeeze, threatening to crush the life from him. A sharp crack echoes through the chamber, the sound of something breaking under immense pressure. He plummets downwards, the tendrils still wrapped tightly around him as he falls towards the unknown depths. Bound and helpless, he remains trapped in the monster's grasp, his fate hanging precariously in the balance. With a surge of adrenaline, he manages to free one hand, grasping at the tendrils and tearing them apart. Ripping and tearing, he continues to fight against the monster's hold, desperately trying to break free. A massive impact reverberates through the area, signaling a turning point in the battle. He stands tall, his gaze fixed downwards, the aftermath of the struggle laid bare before him. Standing over the defeated monster, he is a figure of grim determination, the victor of a desperate fight. Hwang Biam and Haru stare in disbelief. He stopped the monster. Hwang Biam whispers, his eyes wide with shock. Haru states that nothing has changed. She adds that the boss stopped the monster, too. The monster roars. I'm sorry stands over the defeated monsters. The monster moves. I'm sorry runs towards the monster. The monster roars. I'm sorry fights the monster. The monster roars as I'm sorry continues to fight it. The monster throws I'm sorry into the air. I'm sorry looks surprised. I'm sorry continues to fight the monster. A surge of raw power erupts, the air crackling with unseen energy. Haru and Hwang Biam react in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. A figure is engulfed in the swirling energy, seemingly at the epicenter of the blast. Haru gasps, barely able to believe what she's seeing. He's alive? From another vantage point, a man whispers in disbelief, no way. Another wonders, how did he survive that? The group stares in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. Overwhelming strength emanates from the figure. A constantly regenerating body defies all expectations. It was an act of suicide to fight such monsters. In front of their very eyes, one boy. He stood up and fought it alone. The boy grits his teeth, pain etched on his face, but his resolve remains unbroken. There is no being in this world that doesn't die. Boars roam a desolate landscape, indifferent to the plight of any being. A single flower stands defiant, a beacon of hope. There must be the source. A single petal falls, drifting through the air like a lost soul. Fear grips the faces of onlookers, their eyes wide with terror. A warrior stands battered and bruised, his body a testament to the brutal conflict. A voice commands, go after that. A flurry of motion, a chaotic dance of violence and desperation. A voice echoes through the carnage. If it's you, you'll know. A body crashes to the ground, defeated but not broken. Where their lives begin. A weapon is raised, poised to strike a final blow. The flower blooms anew, a symbol of resilience. The eyes of I'm sorry reflect a steely resolve. And, from the depths, a radiant energy begins to bloom. The question hangs in the air, how to destroy it. Their power coalesces, a looming presence against the light. The seeds of destruction are sown. A figure stands silhouetted against a crimson backdrop, a sword held ready. The blade plunges into the heart of the glowing crystal, a blinding flash erupting at the point of contact. Tendrils of darkness writhe around the figure, the sword now radiating a malevolent energy. The energy source pulsates, now intertwined with the encroaching darkness. The light struggles against the encroaching shadows, a desperate battle for dominance. Unsu stares, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. A man's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape. A bare foot stands near a dark, tangled mass. Had he killed the monster? A desperate hand reaches out, seeking salvation. Haru's eyes widen in terror. A grotesque monster looms. Her eyes glow with an eerie light, a desperate power surging within Haru. Driven by fear, Haru sprints away from the monstrous figure. The monster closes in, its grotesque features inches from her face, but Haru's eyes burn with an unnatural light. She crashes to the ground, defeated. She is immediately set upon by the monster, its grotesque form lunging with terrifying speed. Scrambling backward, Haru desperately tries to escape the creature's grasp. The world spins as the monster closes in, its fetid breath washing over her. Claws scrape against the floor, each sound a hammer blow against her dwindling hope. The monster's shadow looms, promising a swift and brutal end. Hwang Biam helps Haru to her feet, pulling her away from the immediate danger. He exclaims in relief. Her vision swims, the image of the monster burned into her mind. Hwang Biam, his face etched with concern, stammers, why you're alive. Haru's eyes widen, the adrenaline slowly receding. It doesn't look like you're hurt anywhere. It's truly a relief. Another man, standing beside Hwang Biam, interjects, wait a minute. The man's expression turns grave. What about the child that went with you? She looks around, her eyes wide with fear. Where is she? 3 people scream in terror. A close-up of a person's mouth, open in a silent scream. A figure sits on the ground, asking where Yuni went. Footsteps echo in the distance as a man's face contorts in fear. Haru stands frozen before a grotesque monster, its red eye burning into her soul. The scene cuts between the terrified Haru and a man above, his expression mirroring her fear. Razor-sharp claws emerge from the darkness, ready to strike. A man with a mohawk screams, his eyes glowing with an unearthly light. The mohawked man attacks the monster, his rage unleashed. Two men scream in unison, their faces etched with horror. A man clutches a girl protectively, shielding her from the unseen terror. The injured man faces a grotesque monster, its single red eye glowing menacingly. The injured man screams, looking at Emma, rip your eye out. He wonders if he scared it off. Huang Biam states, unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. Didn't you see while you were coming this way? The injured man engages the monster in a brutal fight. The text bubble reads, the reason why we're safe. A dark, ominous presence looms. The injured man continues his desperate struggle against the creature. A girl says, the second one. But the monster delivers a devastating blow to the injured man. The injured man lies defeated on the ground as the monster towers over him. In that short span of time, two more monsters appeared. If there were only a few monsters attacking him, the plan would have been to deal with all of them and restore this place to safety. However, the number of animals he's up against right now is 3. From earlier, these guys don't have a blind spot. If his attack is even slightly off the mark, it could be fatal. More importantly, more monsters might appear. If he takes the state of his stamina into consideration, unlike the 2 monsters, his chances of survival will greatly decrease if he prolongs this fight. Should he just run away? It's not that hard to just run away instead of fighting. He probably will be able to find a base to hide from them relatively easily. But if he's not here, the humans in the room probably won't live for very long. But what do they have to do with him? He thinks to himself that there's no reason for him to fight for the humans, since they are the enemy. A woman smiles serenely. The monster looms over him. The monster says that's right. The monster attacks, and I'm sorry thinks he let his guard down. I'm sorry lies on the ground, injured. The monster stands over him, ready to strike again. I'm sorry looks up, fear etched on his face. I'm sorry's expression is filled with terror. A boot steps forward, crushing something beneath it. A man with a mohawk stands with a baseball bat, another man cowering behind him. The boot steps on something, leaving a bloody footprint. The man with the mohawk asks if he knows a way to kill these monsters. I'm sorry looks up, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Then, the man with the red mohawk grins, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. You say? The man with the mohawk states that he understands the situation. A sinister grin spreads across his face. The mohawked man asks how he can help. Another man offers his assistance as well. He looks up, surprised by the sudden offers of aid. He wonders why they would help him, considering humans are the enemy. The mohawked man responds, stating it's to survive. He is taken aback by the response. The man with glasses agrees, warning that if the monsters get them, they're all as good as dead. He clenches his fist, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. He looks up, a flicker of concern crossing his face. His hand clenches into a fist, knuckles white with suppressed tension. The thought echoes in his mind. He can't trust humans, since they will do anything in order to survive. In order to survive. His gaze hardens, a steely resolve settling in his eyes. But then distract them. As long as they have the common goal to survive, then there's no reason for them to betray him. It's coming. He steels himself, ready for whatever is about to come. He grapples with the monstrous creature, muscles straining as he tries to gain the upper hand. The monster swings a crude, club-like weapon, the air whistling as it descends. The monster taunts, sticking its tongue out and flashing a mocking gesture. What you looking at? I'm your opponent. The monster roars, a guttural sound that vibrates through the air, bearing rows of jagged teeth. He sprints forward, closing the distance between himself and the beast. That one. The monster's eye glows with menacing energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. A beam of searing energy erupts from the monster's eye, cutting through the air with blinding speed. He narrowly avoids the blast, sweat flying from his brow as the heat washes over him. The monster unleashes a barrage of energy beams, each one leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Dodging and weaving through the onslaught, he prepares to counterattack, his eyes narrowed with determination. He leaps into the air, a primal scream tearing from his throat as he closes in on the monster. With his weapon raised high, he prepares to strike a decisive blow against the monstrous foe. He is struck by a beam of energy. There. I missed. Oh damn. Another beam of energy hurtles toward him. A shield is raised to protect someone from the blast. The shield cracks under the force of the attack. I'm sorry. S eyes widen in shock. The monster lunges forward with a clawing attack. I want to help, but I'll only become a burden if I get involved. And me too. Huh. The monster looms. The sound of footsteps echoes through the room. I'm sorry stands ready, a strange weapon held firmly in his hands. Huang Biam asks, are you hurt anywhere? Meanwhile, a figure with a mohawk exclaims, oh, so that's what a monster looks like when you kill it. I'm sorry replies, how did you do that? I don't want to keep running away anymore. The left-hand man states, they have a weakness. You just have to target that. A figure with a mohawk says, you find their weaknesses? You can see it if you focus. The figure with the mohawk continues, it's their heads. Another voice interjects. No, it's not. Returning to the previous scene, Hwang Biam says, I don't really know what you're talking about, but if you're the only one who can find their weaknesses. The left-hand man replies, how do? Then there's only one thing we can do. Hwang Biam adds, we'll attack them so that you. The mohawked figure shouts, can target their weak spots. He continues, no, I'm gonna. Hwang Biam exclaims, oh dear, he has no fear. The monster lunges, its jaws snapping shut. He thinks to himself that fighting the monsters has gotten much easier, wondering if he should expect any help from humans. A man with a buzz cut taunts. That's right. Why don't you try me? However, a wooden object is broken. A figure is sent flying backward from a powerful blow. A man states that humans are too weak, adding that they're different from him. The monster attacks again, and a man thinks they might actually die if he doesn't finish this fight now. Someone defends against the monster's attack. He thinks to himself that there's only one left, and he needs to get rid of it. He thinks to himself that now that he thinks about it, he's pretty sure there was another monster. A woman lies on the ground, tied up. A woman is surrounded by others, looking scared. A bloodied hand lies limp on the ground. The fingers twitch slightly, stained crimson. A grotesque creature, its form a mass of writhing limbs and jagged teeth, looms into view. Its maw opens wide, revealing rows upon rows of razor-sharp fangs. A figure lies prone, unmoving amidst the dust and debris. A young woman with blonde hair stands defiantly before the monstrous entity, her expression unreadable. The creature roars, a guttural sound that vibrates through the very air. The blonde-haired girl is surrounded by a web of glowing lines. Below, the blonde-haired girl looks down at the prone figure. The prone figure looks up, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. She looks down at the body lying on the ground, a dark pool spreading beneath him. The scene reveals the aftermath of a brutal fight, bodies strewn across the ground. He stares intently at the dark stone before him, his expression unreadable. The darkness seems to stretch on forever, a suffocating void. A hand reaches out towards the stone, as if drawn by an unseen force. The swirling patterns seem to writhe and twist, a chaotic dance of shadows. The darkness continues to spread, consuming everything in its path. Hey, get a hold of yourself. Immediate treatment. He's in a terrible state. To think he kept fighting like this? I'll help too. Then can you lift here? His face is etched with pain and exhaustion, but a flicker of determination remains in his eyes. The injured man struggles to sit up, his body battered and bruised. His injuries are too severe. He yawns, the exhaustion of the recent battle still clinging to him. Beside him, Haru sits quietly, her expression unreadable. Hwang Biam approaches, concern etched on his face. Oh, it's a miracle. To think you get up already. Are you feeling all right? He glances down at the bandages wrapped around his torso. This bandage, did that doctor do this? With a sudden surge of strength, I'm sorry, tears apart the remnants of his tattered shirt, revealing the bandages underneath. Hwang Biam's eyes widen in shock at the display of raw power. Hwang Biam speaks, huh? Everything's healed. It's only been 2 days. Hwang Biam continues. I've never seen a miraculous recovery like this before. He is startled as I'm sorry suddenly rises to his feet. You're awake. Hwang Biam exclaims, relieved. I was worried that you wouldn't. Hwang Biam expresses his gratitude. Thank goodness. I can finally thank you. Thank you so much for saving us. I'm sorry waves off the thanks. Forget the thank yous. Since I fought for myself, too. I'm sorry's expression darkens as he considers something. Now that I think about it, the human whom I fought with, is he dead? Another man, sporting a mohawk, sits nearby. Don't go killing off someone who's alive and well. The mohawked man continues, giving a thumbs up. I may not look like it, but I'm confident in my string. Cough. One of the soldiers asks what the other means by why, stating he did it because he wanted to. He then trails off, questioning the other's identity. The man with the mohawk stares intensely, his expression unreadable. The mohawked man is asked if he is a bad person. A man with glasses reflects on the impression he gives off, realizing it's because he's being followed by gangster-like people. The mohawked man declares he has nothing to do with those guys. The black-haired man is told that no matter how he looks at it, he looks dangerous. The blonde-haired girl insists not to judge a book by its cover, stating it's just his style. Someone asks if he is awake already, and if he is okay. The blonde-haired girl asks why he was sleeping here, more importantly. The blonde-haired girl notes that he doesn't look like he's injured like the other humans. She is told that this is what she gets for worrying about him, and he replies that he's here because he wanted to be. The blonde-haired girl, Haru, is told that the young boy should thank her. It's revealed that she stayed by his side and helped treat him. He stands shirtless, a troubled expression on his face. He thinks to himself, there's no way he'd do that for some guy who can't even remember. Support Haru exclaims that she was just there to help the old gramps out. Antagonist EUNSU, sporting a red mohawk, points at her, declaring that he remembers her. A close-up shows antagonist EUNSU's mouth agape, while in the background, Support Haru looks on with concern. Support Haru recalls that she happened to see him that day, and he was incredible. Meanwhile, Support Haru runs away, thinking that someone runs away that quickly in her entire life. She really thought he was. She recalls that he was possessed by a ghost or something by the way he kept dodging that monster. Support Haru stands alone, her expression unreadable. A close-up shows Support Haru's hands. Back in the past, antagonist EUNSU stands with another student. Antagonist EUNSU and the student stand side by side. Returning to the present, protagonist I am sorry and support Haru look on with concern. Support Haru looks off into the distance, lost in thought. A piercing gaze, the eye narrowed with suspicion. Unsu states that he doesn't care if he is suspected, as a scene unfolds below of people lying in beds. A figure lies in bed, as a question lingers in the air. Why not make up with Haru? The name echoes, Haru. A face of concern, the eyes wide with worry. Unsu asks if that was her name. Haru confirms, simply stating, yeah. Fluorescent lights hum above, casting a sterile glow. A man with glasses holds a book, the words in the end. Visible. The number of people who survived that commotion are the 12 people standing here. Over the past 2 days, they have identified a total of 43 recovered bodies. That would mean their numbers have reduced by 80%. How terrible. A man with a bandaged face and a woman stand together, as they discovered something strange while they were gathering the bodies. The bodies were almost a colorless gray, drained of life and vibrancy. Unsu asks if other people saw this too. A man exclaims that a monster stuck to the corpses and sucked something out of them, wondering if that's the reason. Unsu wonders what in the world those monsters are. Haru mentions there was talk that they were created by the government as experiments. Hwang Biam says he's heard that as well, but he doesn't know if it's true. He adds that he heard they suddenly appeared from the sky. Haru wonders if that would make them aliens or something. A man stares intensely, his expression unreadable. A figure states that more importantly, there's something else they have to address, that boy's identity. A group of people look on with shock, remembering what they saw. A man states that they know how he knew the method to kill the monsters. Haru looks on with a worried expression. A shirtless man sits on a chair, stating that for all his life, he's been receiving training to prepare for the apocalypse. The man holds up a picture. Haru asks if that's the only thing he brought. She adds, to be honest. He replies that the picture alone isn't enough for her to trust him. Haru says that's something he could have easily forged. He continues, adding the fact that he said he was trained in a basement his entire life. He thinks that he knew it. She's not going to believe him. He recalls that the apocalypse was coming. Haru interrupts with a but. A flashback shows him working. After, the group says they won't believe what he said. He says, seeing what you've done. He stands close to Haru, both seemingly having just dodged something. Haru's eyes widen. Oh, you actually dodged it. Haru's expression softens. I'll believe you. I'll believe that you were trained. I get it. I'm sorry. The scene shifts to a flashback. Hwang Biam stands with a woman, both looking concerned. Hwang Biam says, when I was treating him, his body. A close-up of Hwang Biam's face shows his worry. The flashback continues, showing a silhouetted figure covered in countless scars. A narration box reads, for someone of that age, those were an unthinkable amount of scars, even for an ordinary person. I can't even imagine how much pain he went through. Back in the present, Haru looks at I'm sorry, asking, get so many scars. Are you talking about these scars? Haru continues, I slowly got more scars as I tried to repeatedly escape the basement. It must have been hard on you. Haru's expression hardens. No. I'm sorry stands silently, looking down. Haru's eyes narrow, her face filled with disbelief. I don't believe. Haru explodes, her voice rising in anger. You knew that the apocalypse was coming? Then why didn't you let other people know? The man's face contorted in anger. He exclaimed, they could have prepared for it if you told them. The shirtless man, lost in thought, recalled his father's words. Dad said that humans are the enemy, so he probably didn't consider cooperating with them. He admitted to himself, I don't trust them either, but... Elsewhere, a man cradled another who was injured, his face a mask of concern. The shirtless man's internal conflict raged. They helped me, he thought, juxtaposed against a vision of faceless figures. I don't know why Dad taught me that humans are evil. Looking at the group around him, the shirtless man conceded. But at the very least, I don't think these people are that bad. The man with glasses spoke with earnestness. Whatever the case, you're important to us. A voice echoed, since you're the only one here. The focus shifted to a box filled with strange, swirling spheres. The question hung in the air, who can defeat the monsters? A man with a mohawk, gripping a crude club, muttered, it'd be nice if you could feel where they're weak. 2 men with mohawks charged forward, swinging their clubs with savage intent. Then whack. And go SHKK. The man with glasses turned to the shirtless man, saying, perhaps you'll be able to gain important information about the monsters. Imsari asks for information, but Unsu retorts that they don't even know if they'll be alive tomorrow. The camera pans up to show the dilapidated state of the city, with ruined buildings reaching towards the sky. Unsu states that the place remained relatively undetectable to the monsters. He continues, saying that they'd have to go deep within the broken building where there's barely any light. The perspective shifts to a view looking down into a dark, debris-filled passage. A narration box states that they need to pass all the debris blocking their path to finally find the entrance. Unsu, looking agitated, exclaims that that's all. Below, a monster stands amidst the rubble. The monster looms closer, and a narration box states that it's not unlikely for the monsters to come in and attack them again like this time, adding that they were fortunate. Unsu, looking exasperated, tells someone not to be so pessimistic, adding that at least they still have enough rations. The perspective shifts to a view looking down into a dark room filled with debris. Imsari says, "Oh," and Unsu replies that this is the ration storage, right? The camera focuses on the ground, where a broken ration can lies amidst the dirt and debris. A narration box states that it isn't anymore. Someone digs through the rubble. Dust and debris fly through the air. Hwang Biam holds a clipboard, stating that they need people to go up to the surface to get food. He asks if there are any volunteers. A man with a mohawk volunteers, saying that staying underground for over a week is suffocating. Hwang Biam tells him that his wounds still haven't healed, but the man insists he'll go instead. A man winces in pain. Hwang Biam suggests that someone who isn't hurt should go. A character with 3 heads stares blankly. 2 people stand in the foreground, talking. A cloaked figure stands with their arms crossed. Hwang Biam states that they only have enough rations to last about a week. Hwang Biam watches as Imsari declares, "I'll go." Hwang Biam, visibly relieved, responds, "Oh, I'd be absolutely reassured if you go." Hwang Biam explains, "Since I have to go to the surface and meet other people to find out more about the picture." Hwang Biam reiterates his need to investigate, to find out more about the picture. Imsari begins his ascent, riding an escalator upwards. He thinks to himself, but more importantly, a heavy metal door looms ahead. The escalator continues its climb towards the surface. Imsari admits, "I really don't like basements." Another voice reassures him, "We'll go with you." A massive, rusted piece of machinery dominates the scene. Imsari, now accompanied by 2 others, confesses, "I was thinking about doing something, but my feet wouldn't budge because I was so scared." One of the companions says, "We're not too different in age, but seeing you face the monsters, you're truly incredible." One of the students states that even if they are trained, they still put their life on the line to protect them. Hwang Biam asks if there is anyone else. Hwang Biam calls out to Haru. Haru trembles. Hwang Biam states that he knew it was too hard for her. A hand holds a weapon. The group is on the escalator. Imsari is asked what is wrong. Someone tells Imsari that he should probably wear something. A woman offers Imsari some clothes that she stitched while he was sleeping. The woman says that he should know that it's an honor, and that she might not look like it, but she's a first-rate designer. The woman states that there was a time when people used to line up to wear her clothes, although that doesn't matter anymore since her clients disappeared. He stares ahead, a pile of folded clothes in his hands. Hwang Biam stands behind him, remarking that he heard people on the surface wear all types of clothes. He then asks why Imsari keeps bringing dirty clothes no matter how many times they rip, questioning if they don't have anything else. A rack of clothes stands tall. Hwang Biam tells Imsari not to be so disappointed, stating that he is the same as him. Haru stands with Imsari, thinking to herself that he is wearing new clothes. Imsari says that wearing new clothes was one of the things he's always wanted to do if he ever got to the surface, thanking the human. Haru's expression shifts, a slight frown forming. Haru thinks to herself that his first piece of clothing is a work of hers. Haru tells Imsari that he won't ever be satisfied with the clothes he'll wear for the rest of his life, then pauses. Haru says she has something to ask him. Imsari stands in front of an escalator, holding a jacket and shirt, asking what. Haru stands in front of a shirtless man. 2 sets of characters look shocked. Haru stares blankly ahead. Haru continues to stare blankly. Haru's expression shifts to fear. A shirtless man yells, "You pervert!" Haru is on the ground, screaming. A man with glasses looks down at Haru, thinking, "A scar." The sound of footsteps echoes through the hallway. Haru kneels on the ground, defeated. The shirtless man looks down at Haru. Haru demands to know why he isn't standing and insists that he put on his clothes. The man states that he truly doesn't understand humans. Imsari walks barefoot. One of the men wonders how the monsters knew to attack this place. A person observes the debris, noting that those guys were cooking. Someone found a lighter. A man holds up the lighter. The men realize that monsters are attracted to fire. A man walks away, thinking they had such a characteristic, so don't even light it up by accident. The man warns that otherwise, monsters will come again like last time. Haru looks down at the lighter. The man offers the lighter to Haru as a present. She remembers now. Unsu, the track athlete from Gasong Middle School, stands before her. Haru wonders how he knew that. Unsu declares that he knew it. He knew he'd seen her somewhere. Haru looks down, lost in thought. Unsu smiles, recalling that she always looked really cool when she was running. Haru is running. Unsu's fist clenches. Haru stares at Unsu. A close-up reveals a scar on Haru's face. Unsu's hand is shown with a bracelet. It's not cool. Because of this scar. She stands, her blonde hair obscuring her eyes, a stark contrast to the polished floor beneath her feet. The light catches the edge of her jacket, highlighting the red tie beneath. Her eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing her face as she clutches the straps of her backpack. The students around her murmur, their expressions a mix of concern and confusion. The sound of a car horn blares in the background, a jarring intrusion on the scene. Inside the car, a woman leans forward, her face etched with worry. "Hang in there. You know Mom loves you, right?" A young boy, trapped in a confined space, raises his arms in a desperate plea. A voice calls out, desperate, "Haru, can you hear us?" The students surrounding her exchange worried glances. "Who's Haru?" one asks. The voices grow louder, more insistent. Ha ha, come on out. Why aren't you saying hi to us? Inside the car, one of the occupants wonders if she'll fit in well at school. Someone reflects on how Haru used to be such an energetic child, but ever since that incident, things have changed. The speaker continues, noting that she's become so scared that it's hard for her to go about her daily life. A shadowy figure looms behind Haru, who is holding a knife and crying. A crowd of onlookers watches in horror. A close-up reveals a menacing mouth and a glinting blade. Haru flees, desperation etched on her face as she tries to escape the shadowy figure. She collapses to the ground, defeated. Her eyes widen in terror. The shadowy figure looms, the knife held high. Her expression is one of pure, unadulterated fear. Haru lies on the ground, blood trickling from a wound on her head, her eyes wide with shock. She is seized from behind, a dark figure looming over her as blood splatters around them. A vortex of darkness swirls, mirroring the chaos of the moment. Screaming, Haru's eyes are wide with terror, a bandage wrapped around her head. Meanwhile, two figures stand in a room, their expressions mirroring shock and concern. A voice whispers, "Thank goodness." Nuna. A man embraces Haru, trying to calm her. "It's okay, Haru, we caught the guy, so you can calm down." Her eyes dart back and forth, reliving the horror. The image of her attacker flashes before her, followed by the sight of her own bloodied bandage. A curtain of blonde hair obscures her face. Back in the present, Haru sits at her desk, her face hidden behind her long bangs, surrounded by other students. A classmate speaks to her. "You're right. That was really scary too." Her eye peeks out from behind her hair, filled with a lingering fear. A ghostly figure flickers in the background, a haunting reminder of her trauma. Her heart pounds in her chest, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the classroom. A classmate's question cuts through her thoughts. "What about you?" She stutters, the word catching in her throat. That is. Another classmate chimes in. "I'm scared of dying the most." The conversation continues, drifting towards scary movies. We were talking about scary movies." A sharp click echoes as a hand starts a stopwatch. The sound sends a jolt through her, her breath catching in her throat as the memories begin to surface. A voice booms, "Ready dash." Meanwhile, ever since she got the scar, it felt as if something dangerous was always lurking around her. And whenever that feeling got strong, her eyes widened in fear. Everything in front of her went white. That's why Haru didn't like running. She ran with the others, a pack of athletes pounding the track in unison. Because whenever she ran, it would remind her of when she was running away. Each footfall echoed the frantic rhythm of escape. The runners pressed on, their bodies a blur of motion. Sweat beaded on a brow, a silent testament to the effort. The group surged forward, a wave of determination washing over them. They ran as one, a unified force against the clock. That's right. Dust billowed around her feet as she pushed onward, the finish line drawing near. It's a new record. That was awesome. She's so fast. She is asked by her peers if she was ever a track athlete. A coach tells Haru that she has potential as a runner, and that if she starts training with him, she can become the best. Haru thinks to herself that if she runs, the memory is obscured. Clenching her fist, she resolves to do it. Trophies line a shelf. A newspaper article highlights the new athlete who started track about 2 years ago and broke a bunch of records. Someone tells another that that's what they're telling them. Haru, in her track uniform, greets someone. People ask Haru if they can take pictures with her, calling her the athlete of the hour. Haru is told she may go. Haru takes a picture with a fan, who tells her that this is quite the honor and that he's a fan of hers. Haru thanks him. She is told to come closer so she can be seen on camera. A hand grabs her shoulder, the grip tightening. Tears well in her eyes as a man asks what the problem is. She is grabbed by the arm, her face contorted in fear. A hand holds a cigarette, a voice saying that made him feel bad. A man explains that she's a little bit strange, so he asks for understanding, adding that she's a coward who runs away from the littlest thing, and to think that the famous newbie's got something wrong with her. Meanwhile, a man wonders why his internet isn't working. He is told to stop using his phone while they eat, and he apologizes. The man asks if everything went well with that reporter yesterday. The girl says she had no idea he had such. The memory begins with a younger version of her being praised for her running talent. Her father watches her eat, commenting that they can now watch their daughter appear on TV. The father states that it's because of that incident. She reflects that the reason she became good at running was because of that incident. A close-up shows her face, a mix of determination and sadness in her eyes. She thinks that when she runs, she always thinks of that incident, and it makes her run faster. She thinks that it's ironically how she started running. She thought that if she kept running, she'd get used to it and get rid of it. She grips her chopsticks tightly, her knuckles white with tension. Back in the present, Haru sits at a table, thinking to herself that she is still a coward. She adjusts the cuff of her sleeve, pulling it down over her wrist. Haru clutches at her uniform, a look of distress on her face. Unsu tells her that it's okay to be a coward. She insists that it's not okay at all, her voice strained with suppressed emotion. Haru reflects on her personality, believing she's destined to be seen as strange. Unsu stands beside her, listening intently as 2 other girls whisper behind them. A flashback shows a younger Haru running, a voice echoing her fear of being hated for running away from every little thing. Another voice comments on the famous newbie having something wrong with her. Haru stands alone, head bowed, acknowledging that something is obviously wrong with her, just as someone had said. She insists that she is fine, though her expression betrays her true feelings. Unsu tells Haru that she doesn't have to force herself to make him feel better, stating that it doesn't really bother him. He walks away, leaving Haru standing alone. A close-up shows Haru and Unsu embracing, a moment of comfort amidst the turmoil. Unsu clarifies that he wasn't trying to make her feel better, but simply telling her the truth. They remain in their embrace, a complex mix of emotions between them. Unsu asks Haru what if she's a coward, stating that nothing's changed. They stand together in a hallway, the future uncertain. A flashback shows a shadow of a figure, with the words, "Are still our daughter, whom we love the most in the world." Unsu touches Haru's face, a gesture of comfort and understanding. A man tells her that she doesn't have to hide it anymore. Tears stream down Haru's face. A reminder echoes, a testament to her valiant fight. More tears fall. The words hang in the air, people didn't like. Haru reflects on her past self, admitting that she was a coward. A memory surfaces of Haru with her parents. But Haru embraces another girl, her father watching over them. Haru's father scolds a boy, telling him to stop teasing his sister and that he has to go to school. Haru remembers her dad telling her that there wasn't anything wrong with her. And Haru is seen with her brother. A voice echoes, stating it was okay to be a coward. A hand extends a pinky, requesting a promise. Tears well in the eyes of a young girl in a school uniform. A voice declares that the next time she thinks she's a coward. The girl, though tear-streaked, manages a smile. She responds, "Okay." A hand turns a doorknob. The girl stands beside a man, presumably her father. Amidst a scene of devastation, a woman and a young boy stand together, surveying the rubble. A man's face is etched with shock and disbelief. The girl lies amidst debris, blood staining her blonde hair. Legs move purposefully through the shattered remains of a world. A city lies in ruins, bathed in the harsh light of a setting sun. The destruction is absolute. A colossal statue looms over a landscape of shattered buildings, a silent sentinel amidst the ruins. A pained gasp echoes through the desolate scene. The injured man stumbles, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. His eyes widen in agony, a silent scream etched on his face. Haru stares at him, her face a mask of worry. "Dad?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. The man, ignoring her, limps away, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. What just happened? Haru wonders, her voice laced with fear. "Mom," and "Soil." Tears well in Haru's eyes, her expression a mixture of fear and desperation. The camera focuses on the man's leg, now visibly wounded and bleeding profusely. "Your leg," a voice cries out. The man's face contorts in a scream of anguish. "No, don't come," he shouts, his voice cracking with pain. Haru's face is filled with terror, her eyes wide with disbelief. She is overcome with grief, tears streaming down her face as she clutches her hands to her chest. The air is thick with the metallic tang of blood and the bitter scent of despair. A sharp crack echoes through the room, like bones snapping under immense pressure. The sound reverberates in her ears, a prelude to the horrors unfolding. Fragmented images flash before her eyes, faces contorted in pain, bodies writhing in agony. A kaleidoscope of suffering, each shard cutting deeper than the last. Her vision tunnels, focusing on a single, dilated eye. Within its depths, a swirling vortex of fear and desperation threatens to consume her entirely. A disembodied voice whispers her name, a desperate plea carried on the wind. "Haru, you can escape." The injured man, his voice strained with pain, vows to stay behind. "I'll stay here with Mom and Soil." "So?" Haru's face contorts in anguish. "No, don't say that. How am I supposed to leave you behind?" she screams, her voice cracking with despair. "One," she thinks, tears blurring her vision. "I have left." The realization crashes down on her, heavy and suffocating. Her father's voice, laced with urgency, cuts through her despair. "Run away. If I run away now." A single tear traces a path down her cheek, a silent testament to the impossible choice before her. Elsewhere, stone figures stand sentinel against the desolate horizon, their silent vigil a haunting reminder of what has been lost. The crowd surges forward, a cacophony of screams filling the air. People desperately try to move. A leg pumps, driving forward with desperate speed. Haru thinks, "So I." A voice echoes, "Won't ever." The cry rings out, "Run away." Haru glances back, her expression a mask of terror. A figure stands bathed in an eerie light, its presence radiating an unnatural stillness. Below, Haru's eyes widen in horror. Another figure looms, its face obscured by shadow, yet radiating an unsettling power. A close-up reveals a face contorted in silent agony, light pouring from its eyes and mouth. Haru's face is etched with fear as she continues to flee. She runs through a desolate landscape, the shadows of the stone figures stretching long and menacing around her. The worn soles of shoes tread a path already walked. A swirling vortex of doubt and regret. "Dad once told me that it's okay for me to be a coward, and that there's nothing wrong with me. He was wrong." Running, she flees from the truth she cannot face. "I ended up abandoning Dad." After telling him that I would stay, and after that. And again, the memory replays, a broken record of regret. A montage of moments, each a testament to her failure. Alone, hunched in the shadows, she bears the weight of her choices. A figure stands on a street, their destination unknown. Huddled in the shadows, a figure crouches low, their face obscured by the darkness. A close-up reveals a face etched with worry, the brow furrowed in thought. The figure remains hunched, their posture conveying a sense of defeat. A voice echoes, barely audible, but a group of figures walks together, their expressions unreadable. Looking up, a figure's eyes widen, a flicker of determination igniting within them. The figure declares, "I'm not gonna run away." With newfound resolve, the blonde-haired girl exclaims, "I'll go with you." Her eyes shine with determination. Her eyes burn with an unwavering intensity, the word anymore hanging in the air. The group continues their journey, their footsteps echoing in the distance. The group kneels, their faces grim as they contemplate their next move. They walk through the ruined city, the air thick with the smell of decay. A grotesque monster lurks in the shadows, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The monster's gaze falls upon Haru, a silent threat hanging in the air. Unsu assures her that they can talk now, that it's safe here. Haru exclaims that she thought her heart was going to explode. Another member of the group agrees, saying they thought they'd get caught. Now that Unsu thinks about it, he asks how the map is coming along. Haru replies that it's the map. Unsu asks what's with the paper. Haru replies that they have to make a map. Unsu thinks to himself that a map is as important as it is to find food. They will be able to plan ahead if they figure out where the resources are. Haru declares that she'll do it, since she knows this neighborhood well. Haru states that she said she'd do it pretty confidently, but the city's turned into such a wasteland that everything she knows is pretty much useless. The roads that used to be super easy to walk on are now way harder because the ground is. A variety of packaged foods and bottled water sit on a table, all different. Hwang Bium, Unsu, and Haru look at the supplies. Hwang Bium states that this is all they've gathered so far. He admits that he feels like they've walked around a lot, but they didn't gather as much as he expected. A view of the ruined city is shown. A voice says that it's not only because it's summer, but also because the city has been without power for 9 days. In that case, Hwang Bium says that they have no choice but to eat the food that will go bad first. Unsu says that they should take it to the base first and then think about it. Hwang Bium tells her to think about it. He says that they won't be able to eat the food that's already gone bad, and there's no chance that they'll be able to make it here again when there are monsters over the place. Hwang Bium adds that they risked their lives to walk all the way here. Hwang Bium asks if Unsu doesn't think it'd be unfair if they didn't get a reward. Haru says that she's against it. Unsu says that she feels bad for the people waiting for them back at the base. Haru agrees. I'm sorry, Unsu and Haru are eating. It's good. I'm sorry, Unsu and Haru continue to eat. Haru and Unsu are then shown speaking to each other. Haru and Unsu are speaking to each other. It's yummy, he thinks as he eats. The food he had back in the basement was just for nutritional purposes. Just eating it makes him happy. Now that I think about it, Haru says, we ate that bread together, too. I'm talking about when we first met. I thought you were a complete idiot. For not being able to recognize what bread is. Here. Now I don't owe you anything, right? What? What are you talking about? You have to pay me back fourfold though, okay? You can't forget. For her to forget what she said. No. Maybe she had no intention of getting paid back in the first place. I guess she's the type to deal with the losses. Stupid. She retorts, questioning why he's the one making such a statement. The city lies in ruins, buildings shattered and crumbling under a pallid sky. The group walks in silence, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Imsari's expression is grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He remembers the warning, never be discovered by the monsters. Haru states that if they are discovered, they'll have to fight. She adds that even if she is capable of getting rid of them, they must avoid conflict. The noise from the battle would inevitably attract nearby monsters. If that happens, they'd be swarmed by an endless horde. From above, the group appears small and vulnerable against the backdrop of the ruined city. They continue down the street, unaware of the monstrous presence lurking nearby. So, a grotesque face emerges from the shadows, its eyes gleaming with predatory hunger. Imsari looks up, his face contorted in terror as he sees something above. A monstrous creature plummets from above, claws extended, ready to strike. The chilling thought echoed, to be caught by them. You must not ever. A group walks down a narrow path, unaware of the danger that lurks ahead. Get caught by them. If you do, split up and run. It will increase the chances of at least one of us surviving. A bandaged hand reaches out into the dim light. Haru's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. A voice cuts through the silence. Wait. The creature remains still, unresponsive to the sound. A figure with round glasses trembles, fear etched on their face. How come? The crab-like monster reacts to the sound, scuttling forward. Haru screams, her eyes wide with terror. The other figure grabs Haru, pulling her back. The figure crouches low, a grim determination hardening their features. Things will become uncontrollable if this fight ends up attracting all the monsters in the vicinity. They brace themselves, preparing to strike. I have to take care of this in one strike. The figure grips a cylindrical weapon tightly. Take this before you go. Another man speaks, his expression resolute. I have absolutely no intention of going up to the surface with you. Haru states that just because they are exhausted of their rations, it doesn't mean she's going to do nothing. Hwang Biam reveals that he made a weapon by watching the way the protagonist fights. The protagonist stands ready, facing the monster. I'm sorry charges forward, ready to strike. He delivers a powerful punch. Leaping into the air, I'm sorry stabs the monster with a makeshift weapon. The weapon pierces deep into the monster's flesh. The monster explodes in a burst of gore. Meanwhile, inside a cavernous space, several figures sit around a glowing orb. I'm sorry stares off into the distance, lost in thought. A hand grips a simple staff, knuckles white with tension. The man with glasses speaks. You must not depend on weapons. I'm sorry replies, by them. You mean the humans on the surface, right? The man with glasses confirms, that's right. Weapons don't suit people like us. A figure looms over him, their words hanging heavy in the air. You will soon come to understand what I'm talking about. He said he'd understand. But there's no way he could fight the monsters without a weapon. His dad never talked about monsters when they were in the basement. Maybe he thought he'd never believe him, since he never believed that the apocalypse was coming either. But he thinks he gets it now. The inexplicable training his dad put him through. He went through all that in order to survive the monsters. But there is something that he doesn't understand. His dad definitely said that he had no plans to release him from the basement. There was no need for him to train him for the possibility of going to the surface. Then, was all that a lie? Did he never actually want to send him to the surface? A wave of realization crashes over him, contorting his features into a mask of rage and despair. The father's face looms, a sinister glint in his eye. He couldn't believe that his father's actions were all an act. Now that he thought about it, his dad rarely lied, aside from telling him that his mom died. Then was the training all a part of his dad's thoroughness? The day the apocalypse began, a younger I'm sorry ran through the halls. Dad was the one who unlocked all the doors, who opened the basement doors all at once. I'm sure that wasn't a part of his original plan. He would have died, having been attacked by the monsters that were targeting it. Monsters swarmed the area. But why were the monsters targeting the basement? The monsters were relentless. Wait, more importantly, how did you know that the apocalypse was coming? He stares at the orb in his hand, a look of utter bewilderment etched on his face. What in the world is this? Unsu offers the strange orb to the other man. Want to touch it too? The orb pulses faintly in Unsu's palm, its surface strangely textured. I'm sorry recoils, pushing himself away from the offered orb with a shout. His eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he stares at the orb. Unsu holds out the orb, his expression shifting to concern. The orb's surface seems to writhe, its texture resembling twisted flesh. A beam of light shoots forth from the orb, tendrils of energy snaking through the air. The orb floats in the air, suspended by an unseen force. I'm sorry asks, what's wrong? His eyes are wide with alarm, his face pale with fear. He stares at the orb, a sense of dread washing over him. He sits on the floor, a blanket beneath him. We've got a long way to go tomorrow. Imsari's eyes widen, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. A stone heart cracks. He looks down, a shadow of regret in his eyes. When I go back, I'll apologize to her first. Haru lies in bed, her eyes closed. She remembers, I tried to run away on my own. Haru recalls a memory of herself as a child. But I promised myself I wouldn't. I promised that I wouldn't run away anymore. Haru's eyes are closed, a peaceful expression on her face. A memory flickers. Hwang Biam is seen reading a book. What is this memory? The memory continues. That's right. There was a time when things were like this. Hwang Biam smiles. A time when dad was normal. A young boy smiles brightly. It's been so long. Hwang Biam, wearing glasses, reflects on something he had almost forgotten. He asks if someone wants to read this book. The book is said to be from his hometown. Hwang Biam says it's a story about a hero. His name is. Yes, this. A man with black hair looks up, confused. Huh. A woman tends to a man lying down. Haru is lying on top of I'm sorry, both on a mat. I'm sorry's eyes widen in surprise. A hand covers I'm sorry's mouth, while Haru looks down, startled. Haru is startled, while still on top of I'm sorry. Haru's expression is one of fear. A rat scurries across the ground. Haru, looking down, thinks, it was just a rat. And here I thought. Haru remains on top of I'm sorry. I'm sorry says, you're kinda heavy, so can you get off? Haru looks down, startled. Haru screams. Haru says I'm not heavy. A voice from above says, quiet, you scaredy cat. Scanning the horizon through her binoculars, Haru surveys the ruined cityscape. Through the lenses, a grotesque figure looms over the skeletal remains of a skyscraper. Elsewhere, other figures leap across the rooftops. A hand sketches furiously on a map, marking points of interest and potential escape routes. Human, the cartographer thinks. I'm planning to have us leave soon. Haru asks, how's the map coming? Haru replies, it's going great, so don't worry. Also, I keep telling you. The man replies, that's not my name. Your name. Now that I think about it, what did you say your name was? He pauses, then admits, I don't have one. He continues, I was never called by a name since I was a kid. Then what should we call you? We can't just keep saying you, Haru suggests. Then let's come up with a name for you now. What would you like? The man looks surprised. You're going to name me? He thinks. It seems easy enough to remember they suddenly asked me to come up with a name. He hadn't considered it before. Bubbles float in the air. A man with glasses smiles. A book lies open. He speaks, his expression serious. One of the students says, Blue. Haru remarks that it's a weird name. She wonders if there's some meaning behind it. He replies that there isn't, it's just. He explains that it was just a name he saw in a book when he was little. One of the students suggests that they take this chance to introduce themselves. A woman introduces herself as Eugene, adding that she doesn't think they ever did it properly. A man introduces himself as Ji-hyun, saying that they can just call him Hyun. Haru introduces herself, adding that she's sure a certain idiot won't remember it again. He begins to introduce himself, saying, I'm. Three figures stand together, their expressions unreadable. Imsari sits alone in a prison cell, hunched over a desk as he begins to write. A close-up reveals a mouth, its expression neutral. The young man with black hair and blue eyes states his name. Blue. Blue continues, it's nice. The letter reads, Hi, my name. It's nice to meet you. Blue finishes, to meet you. Haru smiles gently. Two figures stand side by side, their expressions calm. The two figures smile warmly. Blue repeats his name. Blue. A hand reaches out, bathed in light. He stared, his eyes wide with a longing he couldn't quite place. He suddenly remembered. Bare feet touched the cool grass, a memory of freedom. If I were to ever go to the surface, I wanted to exchange greetings with other people. And he always wanted to have a conversation with them. A memory of connection, of shared smiles. Because I could possibly. A wisp of hair, a fleeting moment of peace. The realization struck him, a sudden, sharp pang. Become friends with them. We're friends. He stares ahead, his green eyes wide. Two figures stand facing each other, engaged in conversation. A figure walks away, their back turned. A fist clenches tightly. The world fades to black. A figure lies on the ground, surrounded by debris. A figure with glasses looks on, a worried expression on their face. A bandaged arm is shown, the word no written nearby. Two figures stand side by side, their expressions unreadable. A ruined city stretches out before them, a testament to destruction. Two figures walk through the ruined city, their destination unknown. A figure looks off to the side, a contemplative expression on their face. A scene of devastation unfolds, bodies strewn across the ground. A haunting thought echoes, if it weren't for the apocalypse. A memory surfaces, a vision of a man and woman standing peacefully against a backdrop of lush greenery. A wistful sentiment lingers, I could have been friends with them. A lone figure walks away, their back turned to an unseen future. A looming monster casts a shadow over a figure, a stark reminder that it's not the time to make dreams come true. Two figures stand amidst the ruins, the weight of their surroundings heavy on their shoulders. A sudden attack. A monstrous creature descends upon an unsuspecting victim. A desperate cry pierces the air, G, get off. The group stands together, a silent understanding passing between them amidst the desolation. Ji-hyun is asked, what are you thinking? She stammers, but we should go help him. Fear grips them as they realize, he might die if we don't go now. A close-up reveals a face etched with determination and worry. Ji-hyun's expression hardens. The fact that we heard him means that other monsters are on their way here. But we can just save him and hide before that. A memory surfaces. Don't you remember what I told you before we left? The woman with the dark hair is reminded. You promised to do as I said. That's why, she thinks, as a scream escapes her. Elsewhere, figures scramble across rooftops, fleeing an unseen threat. That idiot. Ji-hyun grips her weapon, preparing to strike. A creature lunges at her. She swings her weapon, striking the spider-like beast. The weapon connects with a sickening thud. There are other people? Don't worry, we'll take you someplace safe. So please quietly. Haru shouts a warning, her voice laced with panic. Wait, she cries, behind you. A monstrous maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth snaps shut, the air itself seeming to crackle with the force of its bite. Ji-hyun leaps into action, a glowing weapon materializing in her hands. She prepares to strike the monstrous creature. Hwang Biem stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he witnesses the unfolding horror. What the? How did you? He stammers. A tense exchange unfolds between two figures. One pleads, don't. The gravity of the situation sinks in. What you just did, one says, has put all of us in danger. A group of survivors watches with apprehension, the weight of their precarious situation heavy on their faces. The man's condition is worsening. His leg seems to be broken. The man, desperate, thinks one of them has to help him. He knew this would happen. A close-up of an eye reveals a sense of unease. The monsters must have come from hearing the sound. The man refuses, stating they can't help him. The two people look shocked. Eugene states they are in enough danger by saving him from that monster. The person states if they really want to help that human out. But in that case, the person tells them not to follow them anymore. Eugene states she told them. A promise hangs in the air, the terms of a deal made clear, obedience in exchange for passage to the surface. Eugene's name is called out, as Blue insists that he is right. They don't have the time for this, he argues. A desperate plea echoes, a reminder that others are waiting, their fates hanging in the balance. Fear etches itself onto a face, a silent scream trapped behind wide, anxious eyes. A hand clenches, knuckles white with tension, a silent struggle against unseen forces. Eugene relents, agreeing to listen, though the urgency of the situation weighs heavily on her. A profile reveals a face etched with worry, the weight of responsibility pressing down. Blue and another look on in disbelief, as someone dares to question their authority. Panic rises as a man begs not to be left behind, fearing death if abandoned. A desperate cry of "this is murder" pierces the air, a raw accusation born of fear. A man's voice cracks as he screams that they are killing him, his cries deemed too loud by an unseen observer. A sharp command cuts through the chaos. Quiet, human. Footsteps echo, a threat underscored by the heavy tread. A burst of energy crackles through the air. A man gasps, his eyes wide with terror. The group flees, desperation etched on their faces. Fear contorts his features. Blue speaks, her voice trembling. What do we do now? A voice whispers, laced with panic. They're coming in from all directions. We haven't seen the worst yet. Another voice urges. We should escape as quickly as we can since we haven't been caught yet. We confirmed that there weren't monsters in the direction we came from. So as long as we go back the way we came. A man flicks a lighter, the flame illuminating his worried face as he lights a cigarette. The group stares at something in disbelief. A voice asks, what are you doing? A hand holds a lit cigarette, smoke curling into the air. A smoking area sign stands prominently. A student exclaims, wait. That's not what we're talking about right now. I don't think. He is aware that if you light a fire, the monsters will be drawn to it. The man knows. A thought echoes. He accidentally destroyed the place he was hiding in. Then why? The lighter clicks open, a small flame igniting. The flame flickers, casting a dim light. From a low angle, the monsters begin to descend. The monsters close in, their forms becoming clearer. The creatures are nearly upon them, their shadows looming large. Blue looks up, his eyes wide with a dawning horror. Doesn't he think? He thinks, I'm allowed at least one cigarette before I die. The monsters descend from above, their claws outstretched. A voice screams, run. The force of the unseen blow sends a man flying backwards, his expression one of shock and pain. Another figure, backpack bouncing, sprints away from the unseen threat. A man with bandages wrapped around his arms grits his teeth, brandishing a knife, ready to stand his ground. Feet pound the ground as someone else flees, the urgency palpable. Hwang Byum's eyes widen in terror, his face contorted in fear. Hwang Byum stares at Haru, his expression a mix of fear and concern. Haru's eyes are wide with horror, her mouth agape in a silent scream. A hand grips a weapon tightly, ready to strike. A fierce battle rages, humans fighting desperately against monstrous creatures. Haru's face is a mask of terror as she whispers, why? A man shouts, aren't you running away? The man with the knife crouches low, ready to strike, his eyes burning with determination. The figure grits his teeth, eyes wide with determination as he prepares to strike. He faces the hulking stone monster, its glowing eyes burning into him. The monster's glowing eye focuses, a golden light emanating from within its stony form. I'm sorry lunges forward, blade flashing as he slashes at the monster. The blade cuts deep, golden sparks flying as it tears through the monster's rocky hide. The monster's body shatters, pieces flying in all directions. He continues his charge, undeterred by the monster's fragmentation. The monster, though damaged, prepares to retaliate, its glowing eyes fixed on its attacker. A projectile launches from the monster, streaking towards I'm sorry. His eyes widen in alarm as he sees the attack coming. Elsewhere, the students watch in terror, their faces etched with fear. He shouts in desperation, why? I told you to run. The figure's eye glows with an unnatural light. The man with the bowl cut demands, then what about you? You said you'd run too. The protagonist asks, why aren't you running? The protagonist thinks, am I not running? He grits his teeth, explaining, that's because I thought you guys would die if I ran. The man with the bowl cut continues to run, thinking, if I ran. The man with the bowl cut smiles. The man with the bowl cut looks shocked, while the girl behind him smiles. A monster attacks Eugene. Eugene looks terrified. The ground is littered with debris. I'm sorry yells, run away, I'm telling you. He glances back, his eyes wide with terror. Beside him, Eugene's expression mirrors his own. The silhouette of the monster looms in the darkness, its form grotesque and menacing. The creature stands revealed, its body a twisted mass of flesh and bone, adorned with grotesque appendages. Its footfalls echo ominously. Imsari's face is etched with fear as he stares at the approaching horror, Eugene beside him. His eyes widen, pupils dilating as the full scope of the threat becomes clear. A burst of raw energy crackles in the air, the scent of ozone sharp and stinging. The monster's hand, a grotesque mass of muscle and sinew, reaches out. The hand descends, blotting out the light as it closes in. The world fades to black as the monster's hand covers someone's face, silencing their screams. Eugene's voice trembles with fear. What's wrong? Eugene's expression is filled with concern as he looks at I'm sorry. The monster hunches over, its form a grotesque parody of life. A grotesque monster, its skin a mottled gray, crawls forward on multiple limbs. 3 glowing orbs serve as its eyes, piercing the gloom. From above, the monster is revealed to be surrounded by strange, ritualistic objects. Its form is even more disturbing from this vantage point. His eyes wide with terror, the character with glasses stares into the darkness, sweat beading on his brow. He shouts a desperate warning, "Run." His face contorted in fear, he continues to stare, transfixed by something unseen. Clutching a bloody heart in his hand, the character with glasses can only utter, "What dash?" The heart drips crimson onto his gloved hand as he grips a baseball bat, knuckles white with tension. His face is now smeared with blood, his glasses askew, a look of shock and pain etched onto his features. A gaping hole tears through his chest, the fabric of his uniform shredded and soaked in blood. The chapter opens with the title, "Someone Precious," as a figure lies prone amidst debris. A closer view reveals the extent of the injuries, blood staining the ground around her. Someone collapses to their knees, the sound of their impact echoing in the silence. Tears stream down a face, a silent scream trapped in her throat. N. Another voice pierces the air, raw with panic. Hyun. 2 figures stand silhouetted against the light, their expressions unreadable. Eyes widen in disbelief, the shock palpable. A hand clenches, knuckles white with suppressed emotion. The world seems to fracture, reality itself tearing apart. Driven by grief and rage, someone surges forward, ready to confront whatever caused this devastation. A massive hand descends, crushing a grotesque, insectoid monster beneath its grip. The figure, wrapped in bandages, is crouched low, bracing for an unseen impact. Falling, the bandaged figure plummets downwards, suspended by unseen restraints. A viscous, white fluid hangs suspended in the air, defying gravity. His eyes wide with terror, the bandaged man struggles against his bonds, a silent scream etched on his face. A raw, guttural scream tears from his throat, a desperate plea against the inevitable. His bones, exposed and fractured, are clutched by a trembling hand. "In my bones." A severed arm, slick with blood, hangs limp, a testament to the brutal dismemberment. A pool of crimson spreads across the floor, a macabre stain on the cold stone. The body is torn asunder, limbs ripped from their sockets in a horrifying display of power. Another limb, grotesquely twisted, is all that remains of the once whole form. A grotesque parody of a human form stands silhouetted against the light, a monument to agony. Glowing energy emanates from a figure's torso, as they are stalked from behind by 3 menacing silhouettes. A dark-haired girl glances back, her face etched with worry, while below, a blonde girl's tears stream down her face in abject fear. The blonde girl and a black-haired boy scream in unison, their faces contorted with terror as they shout, "Run!" Bare feet pound against a wooden floor, a desperate sprint for freedom, before the runner stumbles, falling forward. The blonde girl's heart feels as if it's about to explode, the pressure building with each passing moment. Her hand clenches into a fist, a surge of resolve battling against the overwhelming fear. "But I can't run away," she thinks. "If I run now." A brown-haired girl cries, a blinding light engulfing her as she falls, a victim of the encroaching darkness. "Then I'll end up abandoning those precious to me again." The blonde girl runs, her body propelled forward by a desperate need to escape, but her heart remains tethered to those she cannot leave behind. A hand reaches out, grasping for something, anything, to hold on to, before finding purchase on a solid surface. The blonde girl runs, her face a mask of determination, a silent vow etched into her features. A weapon is held aloft, a symbol of defiance, while a black-haired boy looks down, his face a canvas of sorrow and resignation. His eye reflects a deep sorrow, a silent acknowledgement of the weight he carries. Elsewhere, 2 figures stand in the dim light, their expressions unreadable from this distance. Terror grips his face, a silent scream trapped in his throat. Tears stream down her face, her body trembling as she's bound, a prisoner of unseen forces. A voice cracks with remorse, the words barely a whisper. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Unsu's father cries, the weight of his actions crushing him. "I put everyone in danger." His hands, stained with blood, clutch at something unseen, a desperate grip on a fading hope. The object trembles in his grasp, slick with blood, a testament to a terrible sacrifice. The words are choked with pain, a final plea for redemption. "Please, at least you guys should." A bloody hand reaches out, a desperate attempt to hold on, to change the inevitable. He stands defiant, surrounded by monstrous figures, a final stand against the encroaching darkness. "You guys should live." His back is turned, a solitary figure facing an unknown fate, the weight of sacrifice heavy on his shoulders. Crimson droplets scatter across a stark white canvas, painting a gruesome tableau of unseen violence. Strands of raven hair, marred by splatters of red, twist and writhe in an unseen current, hinting at a struggle. A wide, fearful eye peers from the shadows, while below, 2 figures watch with concern etched on their faces. Bandages constrict a monstrous form, hinting at a creature bound and restrained, yet still menacing. The bandaged figure stands amidst jagged rocks, a silent sentinel in a desolate landscape. From the depths of a cavern, a figure emerges, bathed in an ominous red glow, its purpose unknown. With hands ablaze, a figure conjures tendrils of light, wielding power that crackles with raw energy. Trapped within a web of fleshy tendrils, the bandaged figure is now a prisoner, its fate hanging in the balance. Terror grips the man's face, his eyes wide with a dawning horror he cannot comprehend. Hands grip the hilt of a sword, knuckles white with tension, a desperate defense against the encroaching darkness. A scream frozen on her lips, the girl takes a hesitant step back, her eyes fixed on an unseen horror. Run! Back turned, a figure stands before a looming presence, the word echoing in the air, run. Tears well in Haru's eyes, her expression a mix of fear and confusion. A monstrous figure looms, its grotesque form a horrifying spectacle. This is your last chance. The creature stands amidst a scene of carnage, its presence radiating an aura of dread. Haru's voice trembles as she speaks, her words laced with uncertainty. What are you talking about? Then, what about you? A man stands with his back turned, his expression unreadable. A single foot steps forward, the weight of a decision pressing down. Haru's face is contorted in disbelief and anger. Are you out of your mind? The man remains stoic, his words echoing with a hint of accusation. You were like this earlier too. The memory surfaces, a stark reminder of a past plan. You were the one who planned to run away. A voice whispers, you're right. That was the right call. A close-up of a mouth, the raw emotion of a scream barely contained. The man's silhouette stands against a bright light, his words carrying a weight of finality. It was fun. Haru's expression softens, a flicker of understanding replacing the initial shock. He stands with his back turned, a messenger bag slung over his shoulder, the world a muted gray around him. A blonde girl, eyes wide with shock, clutches a dark object. Eating with you guys, she exclaims, her voice tight with fear. A dark-haired man offers a skewer to a woman with a gentle smile. Introducing ourselves. Again, the figure stands with his back turned, the same bag over his shoulder, the scene washed in a pale light. Two figures stand side by side, a man with glasses and a woman with a soft smile. Introducing ourselves. His gaze is distant, lost in thought, as he looks out at an unseen horizon. The group reflects on their growing understanding. Whenever we found ourselves understanding each other even more, it made me think about. The blonde girl, her face etched with sadness, remembers how truly enjoyable the things I had once dreamed about in the basement were. A bare foot rests on a cold, hard surface, the silence heavy with unspoken words. His face is shadowed, his expression one of utter despair. But it's all over if we die. A woman smiles gently, her eyes filled with a quiet understanding. A bare foot touches a bloodied hand, a stark reminder of mortality. If we die, we can no longer talk to each other. She extends a hand, her expression a mixture of concern and understanding. A voice echoes from a scene of carnage, a stark declaration. We can no longer call each other by our names. A figure lies bloodied and broken, their face etched with pain. The disembodied voice continues, a painful admission. We can no longer be friends. A memory surfaces. One time, one of the humans at the base asked me. The memory continues, a somber reflection. If I'd ever been sad because I lost someone precious to me. But, turning away, a figure stands with their back to the viewer, their shoulders slumped with a heavy burden. A realization dawns. I think I might know now. The figure pleads, their voice filled with urgency. So please run away. Haru's face is streaked with tears, her blue eyes wide with anguish. A close-up reveals the depth of her despair, each tear a tiny reflection of her pain. Tears welling in his eyes, I'm sorry says, to see you guys die anymore. A man's face is etched with sorrow, a single tear tracing a path down his cheek. His expression is one of profound grief. A young girl stares in wide-eyed horror. Below, a body lies amidst a pool of blood, limbs askew, a scene of brutal violence. A man lies prone, his body bearing the marks of a fierce struggle. Blood stains his clothes, a testament to the violence he has endured. A stark image of blood splatters, a visceral reminder of the carnage that has unfolded. A broken stick lies discarded, next to a Korean character. The girl's eyes widen in terror, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. A close-up of an eye, reflecting a vortex of swirling emotions. A stark declaration of denial, no. A Korean character, resembling a stylized explosion or burst of energy. Tears well in the man's eyes, his expression a mixture of anguish and despair. A shadow looms behind him. Eun-soo stands amidst a dense forest, the trees blurring into a disorienting maze around him. A cold wind whispers through the leaves, carrying with it a sense of foreboding. The memory surfaces, sharp and unwelcome. A voice echoes in his mind. It's the same as last time. He turns away, his back to the source of the haunting words. Shadowy figures loom behind him, their forms indistinct and menacing. Elsewhere, Haru's face is contorted in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks. A raw, visceral pain radiates from her expression. The forest closes in around Eun-soo, the trees like grasping claws. The air grows heavy, thick with unspoken dread. Another voice, laced with desperation, echoes in his memory. Run away. Haru's eyes widen, her voice a choked whisper. Why? Are they saying the same thing? Her voice rising in defiance, Haru screams, no, I've made up my mind. Unsu clenches his fist, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. I won't run away on my own anymore. Her eyes reflecting a swirling vortex of emotion, Haru whispers, I don't want to remember that. She remembers a moment. Unsu's father is bathed in a bright light. Haru's eyes widen, filled with a deep-seated fear. She is scared to remember how he looked at her. The light intensifies around Unsu's father. Haru recalls that her dad understood her. Unsu's father told him that it's okay that he's a coward, and that it wasn't his fault. But she just abandoned her dad. She is scared. Unsu's father is seen in his last moments. To think she's not going to run away on her own. She knew it. The sunlight catches in her hair, a golden halo around her head as Haru reflects on her past. Unsu, a smirk playing on his lips, hears a voice. You're the type to take your losses. Haru's eyes widen, a mix of shock and fear etched on her face. Tears well up, reflecting the harsh light. She sees two figures standing before a blinding light, their forms indistinct. Bathed in a radiant glow, Unsu's expression remains unreadable. Her eyes dart around, searching for an escape from the overwhelming emotions. The weight of her choices presses down on her. Her face is partially obscured by her hair, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. A subtle smile graces Unsu's face, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. She walks away, her silhouette fading into the darkness. Looking up at the sky, Haru finds a sense of peace. It's a relief. The memory flickers to life, a shadowy figure looming over a young girl. Even in his last moments, a blinding light fills the space. Dad loved me. A stark white line divides the memory. A warm voice, tinged with fading strength, pleaded, promise me. The voice continued, promise me that you won't cry. Tears welled in young Haru's eyes as her father's voice echoed, the next time you think you're a coward. Her father smiled gently, his hand outstretched. Young Haru, tears still clinging to her lashes, responded, okay. A pinky promise sealed their bond. The memory faded, leaving Haru and her father in a monochrome embrace. She stood amidst the oppressive darkness, the weight of her past pressing down on her. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of decay and regret. Her jaw tightened, a flicker of defiance igniting in her eyes. A voice echoed in the darkness, taunting, didn't I tell you? Another voice, laced with despair, whispered, but it's all over if we die. She pressed on, the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty. Her gaze hardened, focusing on a distant point. Each step resonated with a newfound resolve. A desperate plea echoed, don't look down on me. Her fist clenched, a silent promise of retribution. Who's gonna die? Haru declared, I don't want to see, no matter what. Then it won't be all over. The words were a vow, a shield against the encroaching darkness. A foot comes down hard, crushing something beneath it with a sickening squelch. A voice speaks, resolving to share even more conversations if they live. The same voice continues, insisting that they call each other by their names. A figure's eyes widen in shock, pupils shrinking as if staring into an abyss. Haru, smiling through tear-streaked cheeks, offers a thumbs up, asking to become friends. A hand flicks a lighter to life, the small flame a beacon in the gloom. A figure is overwhelmed by a horde of grotesque monsters. Eyes wide with terror, the figure from before stammers, questioning what is happening. Haru's voice echoes, urging someone not to give up, promising that they will. The hand still holds the lighter, the flame unwavering. A lighter sits alone, a single word hovering above it. Always. A lighter falls, its fuel spilling out. But from this moment on, the lighter strikes the ground, igniting. Flames erupt. She stands amidst the flames, determination etched on her face. I'll run for the sake of others. The fire burns around her feet. A monstrous figure looms. Haru prepares to run. Well then. Blue states, I'll see you at the base, Blue. The monster's form becomes clearer. The monster looms, its features grotesque. A monstrous figure looms, casting a long shadow over the path ahead. She sprints forward, the ground blurring beneath her feet as she tries to put distance between herself and the looming threat. The wind whips past her face as she continues her desperate flight, the monster's presence a palpable weight on her back. Flames erupt from the ground, a fiery obstacle in her path. Her legs pump, driving her forward as she navigates the treacherous terrain. Glancing back, Yujin's eyes widen with fear as she sees the monster gaining ground. She leaps over a patch of fire, the heat searing her skin as she pushes onward. With a burst of agility, she executes a cartwheel, narrowly avoiding the flames that lick at her heels. She lands gracefully, her momentum carrying her forward as she continues her escape. Scrambling over a rocky outcrop, Eugene grits her teeth, determined to survive. The monster remains in pursuit, its shadow stretching long and menacing across the landscape. The ground continues to erupt in flames, a constant reminder of the danger that surrounds her. She stands amidst the fiery landscape, a strange energy coalescing beneath her feet. A monstrous claw descends, shattering the ground. Eugene is no more. A grotesque creature of flesh and bone stands in her place. The monster looks down, a flicker of recognition in its eyes. Where do you think you're going? The creature takes a step forward, its massive form casting a long shadow. Your opponent. It is me. His eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as he stares into the abyss. A grotesque figure stands before him, a nightmarish fusion of flesh and bone. Flames erupt from his feet, a desperate attempt to gain ground against the encroaching darkness. The creature's massive feet stomp forward, each step a thunderous echo of impending doom. A voice cuts through the tension, laced with a chilling curiosity. Where do you think you're going? The monster looms closer, its form a twisted mockery of life. His breath hitches, a silent gasp escaping his lips as fear grips his heart. His eyes ignite with an eerie blue glow, a surge of power coursing through his veins. The red-haired figure stands before him, a silent challenge in the face of the unknown. It's strong. It doesn't compare to any of the monsters I've fought until now. This thing seethes. And I can feel it. The life force overflowing within it. I don't know. I have no idea how to defeat this thing. His eyes widen with a mix of fear and determination. The monster charges, its armored form a blur of motion. Reaching out, he grabs for a discarded blade, his fingers wrapping around the hilt. The monster's kick hurtles towards him, a devastating blow aimed true. With a grunt of effort, he raises his arms, bracing for the impact. The force of the kick shatters the ground beneath them, a testament to the monster's raw power. Struggling to maintain his footing, steam rises from his body as he endures the onslaught. He realizes that the bastard is aiming for his weapon. Unsu thinks that he is aware that his weapon is dangerous. Damn it, he is without his weapon. He has no way of aiming for its weak spot. Huang Biam tells him that he must not depend on weapons. Huang Biam states that weapons don't suit people like them. Unsu says that he will soon come to understand what he is talking about. He asks what he is supposed to do. Huang Biam smiles. Huang Biam says that even without such weapons. Huang Biam says that they are still. Huang Biam states that they are the strongest. Now that he thinks about it, a voice echoes, stating that his dad never used a weapon. He adopts a specific stance. The voice continues, declaring that the stance is the strongest among any other. Huang Biam emphasizes the human stance. Huang Biam urges him to remember this. The voice explains that this stance is simply to set him up. Huang Biam states that every organism carries a life force. The voice mentions the humans on the surface. The voice includes beasts and plants. Huang Biam adds, even me. He looks troubled. He continues, telling him to use this. Huang Biam's face is shown as he instructs. The narration explains that the hand is the path through which life force flows. Huang Biam tells him to focus on the ends of his fingers. The teacher demonstrates, extending his hand. Huang Biam instructs him to pull his life force there. And the teacher's hand glows with blue energy. Huang Biam tells him to manipulate that power. The student and Huang Biam walk down a hallway. The student says he doesn't feel anything either. The student asks if Huang Biam is lying about this life force thing, and that he might not know this now. He stands barefoot on the floor, feeling the energy within him. Extending his hand, he reaches out to grasp the power. The world warps around him as the life force surges. A voice echoes, when you finally feel your life force. The energy swirls around him, a vibrant blue. His eye glows with the same blue energy, a spark of power igniting within. The life force manifests as a network of crackling energy. That power will become yours. He feels the immense heat, the raw potential coursing through him. What's this? It's so hot, he thinks. His body feels like it's on fire. He wonders, then what changes if I use it? Meanwhile, a man with round glasses and a chain smiles, anticipating the changes to come. He stands firm, the demonic figure looming behind him, a silent sentinel to the change about to come. The ground beneath him cracks and splinters, a violent birth of power. A tiny spark ignites within his eye, a flare of electric blue. Tiny, but growing, the energy surges around him, a visible manifestation of the life force. Very tiny, yet the power intensifies, drawing him into a vortex of raw energy. A voice echoes from the shadows, a promise and a threat. The man with the round glasses grins, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Bit more. The voice continues, dripping with sinister intent. Like me. His hand contorts, the flesh reshaping itself into something monstrous. The transformation consumes him, twisting his features into a grotesque parody of his former self. A fist blurred forward, a testament to building speed. The punch connected, sending the monster reeling. The monster staggered back from the blow. A clawed foot lashed out. The monster growled, its form grotesque. Its face, a mask of bandages and rage. Sweat beaded on I'm sorry. S brow, his eyes wide with focus. He realized, I can see it now. His body was finally fast enough to react. It was as if the world was slowing, the falling rocks suspended in midair as he planted his foot. Everything besides the two of them had slowed down. A surge of energy coursed through him. His entire body felt as if it was on fire, his blood vessels burning. Right now, I'm sorry. Was certain that he could fight against it neck and neck. The monster's clawed feet scraped against the stone floor. The towering figure of the monster loomed before him, a grotesque tapestry of flesh and bone. The monster lunged, its attack a blur of motion. His eyes narrowed, a fierce determination burning within them. The monster's attack pressed closer, a whirlwind of claws and teeth. He grit his teeth, bracing himself for the impact. "I'm sorry," stood ready, his fist clenched, prepared to meet the monster head-on. He cries out in pain as he's struck by an unseen force. The monster sends "I'm sorry," flying through the air. He continues to hurtle through the air, unable to stop his momentum. The monster kicks him again, sending him spinning further away. "I'm sorry," slams into the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Before he can recover, the monster attacks again with its multiple arms. A fist slams into his face, the force of the blow snapping his head back. The monster's fist connects with brutal force. He reels from the impact, sweat flying from his brow. The monster's foot crashes down upon him. His face contorts in agony as the monster continues its relentless assault. Another blow lands, each strike a hammer blow against his resolve. The ground trembles as the monster brings its foot down with crushing force. The impact sends tremors through the very stone beneath their feet. "I'm sorry," glances up at the towering figure looming over him. He stares, sweat beading on his brow. Did that even work? The monster's feet remain planted, unmoved. Its grotesque form remains unscathed, a mockery of his efforts. The creature's chest, a mass of interwoven flesh and bone, seems impervious. A wave of frustration washes over. "I'm sorry. Shit, it's protecting its weak spot. This isn't enough. I need more power in order to damage its weak spot." His hand clenches into a fist, energy coalescing around it. "Well, I know the answer now." He clenches his fist, blue electricity crackling around his knuckles as he focuses his energy. The electricity intensifies, arcing between his fingers as he mutters, "More." Sweat beads on his brow as he strains to contain the surging power within him. The electricity crackles even louder, the air thick with ozone as he repeats, "More." He grits his teeth, the memory of his injuries fueling his resolve. "I need even more power." He faces the looming monster, its presence a stark reminder of his current weakness. His gaze sweeps over the horde of grotesque creatures, each one a challenge he must overcome. His eyes blaze with an electric blue intensity, focused solely on the power he craves. A swirling blue aura begins to emanate from him, a visible manifestation of his growing strength. He stares at his hand, the source of his power, as the electricity dances across his skin. He clenches his teeth, the electricity surging through him. "I should have had in the first place." The electricity engulfs him completely, a raw and untamed force coursing through his veins. He begins to surge with power, blue energy crackling around him like a living storm. The energy intensifies, sweat beading on his brow as the power threatens to overwhelm him. His eyes burn with an electric blue light, the raw energy threatening to burst forth. He rises to his feet, the energy now a visible aura surrounding his body. The hunter's eyes blaze as he challenges, "Come at me." A grotesque figure emerges from the shadows, its form a horrifying collection of limbs and sinew. The monster's limbs writhe and twist, a nightmarish display of unnatural anatomy. The full horror of the creature is revealed, a towering mass of flesh and bone against a crimson sky. "I'm sorry," stares up at the monstrous figure, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. The monster looms over him, a terrifying predator ready to strike. A voice echoes in his mind, lamenting his weakness. If only he had been stronger. His fist clenches, a surge of power coursing through his veins. The grip tightens, knuckles white against the worn bandages. A gaping hole in the wall looms, a silent testament to the battle that raged. The voice continues, laced with regret. "No one would have gotten hurt." Unsu's face contorts in anguish, tears welling in his eyes. He trembles, overwhelmed by the weight of his failure. A shadow looms behind him, unnoticed in his despair. He drops to his knees, the weight of his guilt crushing him. A monstrous form looms, its chest bearing a glowing wound. There's one left. A massive, tree-like arm slams into Unsu, the sound of impact echoing through the chamber. Blood splatters as the blow connects, sending him reeling. He writhes on the ground, a desperate plea escaping his lips. "Stop," he begs, his voice cracking with fear. "Ugh, let them go this instant." Behind two figures, a grotesque monster looms, its form a nightmarish tapestry of flesh and tendrils. The air crackles with an unseen energy, a silent promise of pain. The monster's maw opens, a silent scream of jagged teeth and pulsating flesh. A wet, guttural sound echoes, a promise of violation. Unsu strains against unseen bonds, his knuckles white as he grips a dark, cylindrical object. Sweat beads on his brow, each drop a testament to his desperate struggle. A hand slides across a rough, textured surface, the sound a grating rasp in the oppressive silence. The air hangs heavy, thick with dread. Unsu stands, a haunted look in his eyes, as the monster looms behind him, its presence a suffocating weight. The air smells of decay and ozone. The monster's form fills the frame, a grotesque parody of life. Its tendrils writhe, hungry and eager. A horrifying grin stretches across the monster's face, a silent promise of torment. The sound of tearing flesh echoes in the mind. Unsu gazes upward, a flicker of resignation in his eyes. The monster's shadow falls over him, a suffocating darkness. Two figures lie broken on the ground, their bodies stained crimson. The air is thick with the metallic tang of blood. A voice whispers from the void, a chilling admission of defeat. I don't know. A single tear traces a path down his cheek, reflecting the shattered remnants of hope. Anymore. His eye, bloodshot and inflamed, reflects a growing inner turmoil. Unsu's mind begins to fray. I'm getting disoriented. The world spins around him, a vortex of encroaching darkness. There's only one thought consuming him. A single, burning obsession left in his mind. A grotesque figure emerges from the depths, a manifestation of his inner demons. Unsu is trapped, ensnared by the tendrils of his own despair. The descent continues, spiraling further into the abyss. Darkness consumes him. A primal urge surfaces. I want to kill it. The monster looms, a horrifying embodiment of his murderous intent. Unsu's eyes burn with a crimson light, mirroring the monster's malevolence. A figure with dark hair and glowing red eyes stares intently forward, a dark scarf obscuring the lower half of his face. Hands wrapped in bandages grip a dark, cylindrical object. A grotesque face, wrapped in what appears to be bandages, reveals rows of sharp teeth. Tendrils of dark energy writhe and pulse. The bandaged monster stares with glowing red eyes, its form radiating an unsettling aura. The bandaged hands strain against the wrapped object, a guttural sound escaping. The sound of tearing echoes. The bandaged monster stands tall, its form imposing. The figure clutches the wrapped object, his expression unreadable. The bandaged hands break the object, sending fragments scattering. A low growl emanates from the bandaged monster. The bandaged figure stares forward, his red eyes burning with intensity. He is surrounded by a vortex of swirling red energy. The vortex intensifies, the red energy blurring into a chaotic swirl. The figure is almost completely consumed by the swirling red energy. A monstrous face emerges from the darkness, its teeth bared in a silent snarl. Abstract lines fill the panel, conveying a sense of distortion and chaos. Elsewhere, the sun sets over a ruined cityscape, casting long shadows across the broken buildings. Heavy boots crunch on the rubble-strewn ground. A man holds a tattered map, his brow furrowed in concentration. There, he should be around here according to the map. Another man looks up, concern etched on his face. Are you sure this is the right place? The sun is going to go down at this rate. I came out here for no reason. A third man, wearing glasses, calls out, everyone? The man with glasses looks down at a prone figure. I think I found him. Carrying Haru on his back, Huang Bium sighs in relief. Thank goodness, he's alive. Coughing, I'm sorry struggles to regain his senses. He doesn't seem to be conscious. What in the world happened here? Huang Bium's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as he stares ahead. The ruined city stretches before them, buildings reduced to rubble under a hazy sky. What? Huang Bium continues to carry Haru as they navigate the devastated landscape. I'm sorry following close behind. The skeletal remains of skyscrapers claw at the sky, monuments to a forgotten era. I'm sorry barks at Haru, who lags behind. Hey you keep falling behind. That's why I told you to leave a couple bags. I told you that over half of the rations we're taking with us are mine. Haru's eyes gleam with anticipation, saliva practically dripping from his mouth. I'm gonna eat so much when we go back, Huang Bium hands I'm sorry several bags. Oh, thanks. I'm sorry slides down a slope, a bag clutched in his hand. Huang Bium glares at I'm sorry. What are you doing? I'm sorry waves his hand dismissively. There's no need for thanks. Haru's brother, carrying I'm sorry on his back, taunts. Try catching me if you're mad, I'm gonna pluck out your chicken comb. We'll get caught at this rate. Quiet down, someone says. Huang Bium asks, are you coming to your senses? I'm sorry wonders why he is. A close-up shows I'm sorry's mouth. I'm sorry realizes so she's alive. Huang Bium looks on with a slight smile. In a flashback, I'm sorry asks, what happened? Haru's brother replies, we found you in the middle of a complete mess. The monster caught me. I don't remember anything. A close-up shows I'm sorry's eye. Haru's brother is attacked by a monster, crying out in pain. Haru's brother prepares to fight the monster, thinking, I was just about to get bored anyway. The man with the mohawk watches the fight. Huang Bium shouts, wait, you don't even have a weapon. The monster roars. He dodges the monster's attack. He continues to evade the monster's attacks. Huang Bium looks on in shock. Huang Bium is terrified. The monster looms. He prepares to attack the monster, energy swirling around his hands. He is injured. The man with the mohawk catches him. The man with the mohawk looks concerned. Even now, beads of sweat trickle down a man's brow. An exit sign hangs above a deserted escalator. Huang Bium, holding a box, asks, did you get a signal from the radio? A radio sits atop a stack of crates. A voice crackles from the speaker. It's a complete, come back. A man sits on a crate, wrench in hand. Let's just wait for now, just in case the government or the military makes an announcement. A small, white creature scurries past a closed door. Huang Bium says, anyway, it should be about time they. Bare feet, bound at the ankles, rest on a dirty floor. Haru sits hunched over, her ankles bound. Haru. Ever since she came back, she's been sleeplessly waiting for the boy. A fist clenches tightly. The man looks up, surprised. Huh. The man says, they're finally back. Haru's eyes widen. A close-up reveals a face, eyes closed, a sense of exhaustion etched into every line. Hwang Biam carries Eun-soo on his back, ascending the stairs, his face a mask of weary determination. Hwang Biam, his voice strained, announces, all right, we're back. A face, etched with relief, is seen in close-up. Eun-soo embraces Hwang Biam, a silent expression of gratitude and relief passing between them. The scene focuses on Eun-soo's legs. A voice whispers, thank goodness, you're alive. Tears well in her eyes as she whispers, I ran away. A man's voice, filled with emotion, responds, but you're still alive. The focus shifts to the ground, where a bag lies discarded. From a distance, the group stands together, a sense of shared relief washing over them. The expedition returned to the ruined city. The group made their way back, weary from their journey. One of the men wiped sweat from his brow, the exertion evident. A silent observer watched the others. The expedition brought back rations enough for 7 days, and some medicine. It wasn't very meaningful of a result for having sacrificed 2 people. I'm sorry's face was partially visible. The others were nearby. I'm sorry, muttered Ya. I had a dream. A dream that someone hugged me. A girl with wide eyes felt something warm. I'm sorry, said. Taich, that was probably a silly dream. Just a dream. I'm sorry, sighs widened. His feet are hurt. He sits cross-legged, observing Haru. The girl admits that he's in worse shape than she is. He assures her that he'll be back in shape if he sleeps for a couple of days. Haru retorts that he's not even a monster. She accuses her companion of being mean, explaining that she just has a really fast recovery rate. Haru's hand rests on her lap, a blue bracelet adorning her wrist. I'm sorry stares into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. Haru's words echo in his mind. You're the exact opposite of me. Meanwhile, a memory surfaces. Haru flees from a horde of grotesque monsters, thinking to herself, I always run away. But then, she chooses to fight, standing her ground against the monstrous onslaught. Even until this moment, she wants to deny and hide the fact that she's a coward. But she's going to accept it now. She is a coward, but she's going to fight like I'm sorry. She knows that she can't do that right away, but still. Back in the present, I'm sorry resolves to try his best in his own way. Elsewhere, Haru stands before a young girl. The girl, named Yu, stares back. Haru apologizes to Yu for leaving her behind that day, admitting that she should have told her earlier. A hand extends, offering a small, teal hair clip. She stares at the offered clip, a question forming on her lips. Huh, what's this? A younger version of herself smiles warmly. It's your hair clip. The younger Haru holds up the clip, her expression bright. It's a present. You won't be able to see very well because of your hair if you don't have this. The memory stings. Haru's face falls, regret etched in her features. I even abandoned you. The younger version of her smiles reassuringly. Yeah, it's okay. I have another one. Haru's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. A wave of realization washes over her. The younger Haru's expression shifts to concern. Your forehead. She looks down at her own hands, a memory surfacing. This is... The camera focuses on the hair clip, now adorning her forehead. Haru's eyes harden with resolve. Evidence that I fought. She stares ahead, her expression unreadable. A girl asks if the outfit looks good on her. Another girl responds with an enthusiastic yeah. A dimly lit room contains a wooden bench and various containers. Even in the midst of sudden loss, a man stands with his arms crossed, observing the scene. And seemingly overwhelming guilt. We find the tiniest ember of hope. A hand holds a thin, golden thread. And take a small step forward. Also, a sharp, crackling sound fills the air. Choking, she asks if anyone can hear her. A voice counts down, preparing for a broadcast. 1, 2, 3. If you're still out there, I'll give you a moment to lower the volume. The camera focuses on an old radio, sitting on a surface. The voice continues. All right, 3, 2. A disembodied thought wonders. I wonder if this is enough? Everyone, are you listening to the radio? A man with glasses reacts, his eyes widening slightly. The sound, he mutters. The broadcast gets straight to the point. The radio sits on a dusty floor. A voice declares, I was already prepared, having known that the apocalypse was coming. A man with a determined look states, I'll get straight. The radio is shown again, the broadcast continuing. Whether you believe it or not. Someone holds a radio close, listening intently. A voice says, is up to you. For the time being, a voice echoes over the airwaves, offering words of encouragement to the survivors listening to the message. More importantly, the voice proposes something to those listening. Monsters. Who are they? Let's disclose our locations. To each other. Monsters, we humans must come together. In order to do that, we have to know each other's locations. But how do we figure that out? If we are to survive those? Light. Of course, I hope there aren't any idiots who will light a fire and gather monsters. Eun-soo explains that they should use a flashlight or something similar, as the monsters aren't sensitive to artificial light. And he checks his watch. The text says to turn on your flashlights for 10 seconds at midnight. I'm sorry counts down, 2, 1 now. A bright light shines. Haru's eyes widen as the light flares. The group stands together, flashlights illuminating their faces. Huang Biam looks surprised, muttering, "So many." I'm sorry looks equally shocked, thinking, "We weren't the only ones." Still, the city is dotted with numerous lights. The group discusses the situation. One wonders if he was telling the truth about knowing about the apocalypse. Another says if it's the truth, he might be connected to your father in some way. Another says it's probably really likely that he was telling the truth. The group continues their discussion. One says it hasn't even been a month since the apocalypse. Another says he's sure he must have modified the radio from military-grade equipment, considering it's capable of that level of output. Another says that's not something he could have constructed in such a short period of time. Another says even for someone skilled, it would have taken at least a month and a half to make. There wasn't anyone other than Dad who knew about the apocalypse. In that case, he might know about Mom's whereabouts. And our location is where the light is brightest. Well then, survive. Unsu adjusts his scarf, a determined glint in his eyes. What the? Were you going to go alone without telling anyone? The blonde mohawked man asks. Let's go together. I was going to go quietly. Don't follow me. I'm fine on my own. But I don't care. No. If you follow me, then what happened last time will. He flinches as a hand pats him on the head. The hand continues to pat him. Unsu's face contorts in anger. What are you doing? He demands. Blue says, Blue, don't look down on me. Those guys went because they wanted to. Unsu looks up, surprised by the statement. Two figures stand in front of a vehicle. One says, they probably were prepared to die from the moment they left with you, so don't shoulder the burden on. A voice continues, if you think like that, then you'd be. Blue asks, why do you look as if you've been through everything? Blue continues, you're so much younger than me. At times like this, you can depend on me. Blue stands next to Unsu, arms crossed. We're colleagues, he states. Blue pauses, then says, no, wait, actually. Blue grins, giving a thumbs up. Call me Hyung. The man with the backpack says he won't stop you if you're going to follow him. Someone refers to another as chicken comb. The man with the mohawk shouts that it's not a chicken comb, it's a mohawk. Someone says they were wondering where you went. The blonde-haired girl says she wants to go too, and that you're going to need someone to read the map if you want to make it to your destination. The woman with blonde hair says she wasn't asking for your information. The man with black hair looks on. The woman with blonde hair says she won't stop you. The man with the mustache wonders what's going on at this hour. One of the men asks if the other is awake too, and the other says he's on. The man with the mustache is confused. Someone almost left without his weapon, and that they went through such great lengths to make it again. Huang Biam states that he doesn't think the individual in question needs something. The blonde-haired man listens intently as Huang Biam speaks. The scientist's expression is serious. Huang Biam expresses his amazement at the boy's abilities. The scientist continues, recalling how the boy was easily able to knock out an adult much bigger than him when they first met. Huang Biam recalls the boy getting rid of a monster he thought he wouldn't be able to kill. Huang Biam says that he heard the boy recently moved in a way a human should never be able to move. The blonde-haired man asks what Huang Biam is trying to say. The blonde-haired man wonders who in the world that boy is. Meanwhile, a punk with a mohawk stands in a ruined city, preparing to strike. The punk draws back his fist, ready to unleash a blow. He yells, asking if doing this will allow him to become as strong as the boy they were discussing. The punk is shocked, yelling that it didn't make any difference and accusing the others of playing a joke on him. Huang Biam states that he doesn't have anything to say, but Haru insists that he has to feel his life force. Haru questions what life force is, and Huang Biam explains that it's the energy within one's body. She admits she doesn't really understand. Huang Biam pauses, reflecting on the moment he was able to clearly feel his life force. Huang Biam stops, sensing something nearby. Haru, startled, wonders if it's a monster and if they have to run away. Huang Biam assures her that it's not a monster. Elsewhere, a woman is seen in a dark corridor. She pleads for help, explaining that her family was running away from monsters when she was crushed by debris. The plea echoes in the minds of Huang Biam and Haru. A woman's voice promises to grant one wish. She repeats that she will grant anything they wish. Haru stands with two others, observing something out of view. The woman asks, anything? A figure stands amidst crackling lightning. The man with the mohawk asks, Blue, what are you waiting for? Let's help her out. A voice echoes, questioning, your mind? What kind of wish are you going to ask for? The woman responds, of course. That's why I'm asking you. The man thinks, that's weird. The man looks up at a towering structure, observing, so many people around us though. A close-up reveals the woman's distressed expression. The woman smiles, surrounded by others. Impressive. You're pretty quick to catch on, aren't you? I'm sorry. Was going to take them to their base and take care of them there. But it's become a bit of a headache now. With this many people who can help you. I was going to ask you for 10 more wishes. Now's not the time for that. She tricked us. You're so stupid, hee hee. Eugene demands, give me everything you have. Haru exclaims, what? Do you think we comply with that? What are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes? Including what you're wearing, of course. You should strip too. Unless you want to die. Haru is shocked. A trio of figures watches with anticipation. The mohawked man hands over a bag and weapon, stating, the bag and weapon on the. The recipient of the items looks down, confused. Huh. The bag lands heavily on the ground. One of the onlookers taunts. I guess you lost strength in your hands because you're scared. The man who received the bag and weapon expresses his gratitude. Oh, thanks for the clothes. The blonde woman asks, what do you think, Blue? Does it look good on me? Someone shouts, quickly, before the monsters come. I'll take care of you first, kid. A hand grips a knife, preparing to strike. The knife is thrust forward, but the attack is met with resistance. The knife continues its trajectory. The knife finds its mark. She glances upward, a question etched on her face as a strange sound echoes around her. Whatever it is, it strikes the ground nearby, sending up a spray of dust and debris. Haru shouts, urging her companions to fight back. She points out that there are only two of them. A voice barks out, ordering the others to eliminate the brainless kid first. More impacts shake the ground, each one closer than the last. The group flees, a desperate scramble for safety. Haru glances back, her eyes wide with terror. The unseen projectiles continue to rain down, each strike a deafening reminder of their pursuers. A blow strikes her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Fear contorts her face as she looks up at her companions. A voice, trembling with fear, cries out, identifying the attackers as monsters and urging everyone to hide. Another voice, laced with desperation, commands them to run. The group of survivors cautiously enters the dilapidated building. The building's exterior shows signs of decay and neglect. A figure peers through a grimy window, flashlight in hand, surveying the surroundings. The protagonist gazes out of a window, his back to the viewer. He gasps, his breath visible in the cold air. The protagonist, flanked by his companions, suggests, let's stay here for a bit. The man with the mohawk exclaims, whoa, this place is a total dump. He adds, dang, it looks like it's fully looted. The man with the mohawk states, I don't think there's anyone here. Haru replies, you're probably right. A view of the ruined city is shown. A voice narrates, back when everyone flashed their lights, there was no one here. The narrator continues, all this clutter. The narrator concludes, seems artificial. The man with the mohawk and Haru look surprised. A pair of white sneakers with red laces steps onto a surface, the sound echoing in the empty space. The man with spiky black hair shouts, wait, you guys. His expression is one of alarm. Two figures hang upside down, suspended by their feet. One has long blonde hair, the other short white hair. One of the hanging figures exclaims, ugh, what the? You don't look this way. A figure reacts with shock, exclaiming, ack, what's going on? A close-up reveals a character's torso, bound with rope and some kind of strange fur. The two hanging figures are surrounded by others, their faces obscured by shadow. A figure with green eyes and short black hair wonders, I was wondering who it was. A figure holds a knife, the blade glinting in the dim light. The figure with the knife asks, you're the idiots who escaped earlier, aren't you? A man holds a knife to a blonde woman's throat. He warns, it's best if they don't come any closer. The woman screams in terror. Another man, face contorted with rage, threatens to kill her as well. The hostage taker asks why they are here, the blade still pressed against the woman's throat. He adds, if you lie to me. The hostage taker explains that they were on their way to find the source of the radio broadcast. He adds, oh, that broadcast. The angry man's expression hardens. He demands to know why they didn't shine a light here. The angry man asks if they seriously believed that broadcast. The hostage taker smirks. Unsu scoffs, calling someone naive. He asks how they know the guy isn't a looter. Two figures hang upside down, suspended from the ceiling. A voice declares that lighting up their location is no different from asking to be robbed. A figure walks away down a dilapidated hallway. A voice states that he predicted the apocalypse, and that there's a real possibility he's telling the truth. A voice says that if that were the case, then they would have tried harder to act like they believed it. It's the truth, the voice insists. Imsari looks shocked, uttering a quiet what. Unsu states that he would know, because he was also preparing for it. The figure continues to walk away. A figure holds a knife to another's throat. Imsari says, I told you. The figure holding the knife declares, I'm gonna kill her if you lie. The knife presses closer to the hostage's throat. He lunges forward, the knife aimed at his target. The blade finds its mark, a flash of pain reflected in Imsari's widening eyes. The figure with the knife exclaims, I got him. He looms behind Imsari, the threat still imminent. Imsari's eyes widen in disbelief. What dash, he gasps. The figure brandishes the knife, ready for another strike. Again, the knife plunges, a brutal and desperate attack. Imsari reels, shock etched across his face. He faces his attacker, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The figure with the knife prepares for another assault. The knife is raised high, poised to strike. Imsari retaliates, a swift punch connecting with his opponent's face. He grits his teeth, frustrated. The left-hand man dodged again. The left-hand man observes, a little different from the other looters. Imsari grits his teeth. I'm telling you. A voice calls out, we're not looters. Imsari narrows his eyes, thinking, this guy, something about his movements is unnatural. The left-hand man prepares to block. The left-hand man dodges, thinking, his attacks are definitely not quick. The left-hand man continues to evade. The left-hand man smirks, his eyes glinting. The left-hand man thinks. He's already anticipated my every movement. The left-hand man prepares to strike, thinking, in that case. I'm sorry resolves. I just have to attack him quick enough so he can't react. He winds up a punch, his knuckles white as he prepares to strike. His eye reflects a fierce determination, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Elsewhere, Eun-soo delivers a swift kick to an unseen opponent in a flashback. Eun-soo's internal monologue reveals his strategy. I'm slowly getting closer. A close-up of eyes, reflecting a growing intensity. Eun-soo stands over two kneeling figures, a sense of dominance radiating from him. A fist blurs forward, a red afterimage marking its path. The punch connects, a brutal impact. Eun-soo's eyes widen in shock, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Suddenly, the left-hand man appears, holding a knife to I'm Sorry's neck. A tense standoff, the eyes of I'm Sorry and Eun-soo locked in a silent battle of wills. A doorway stands slightly ajar, the interior shrouded in shadow. Outside a cracked window, a monstrous figure looms, its silhouette framed by the pale light. The creature's grotesque features are now visible, its form a nightmarish blend of bone and sinew. Sweat beads on the brow of the man, his grip tightening on the knife in his hand. The blade gleams faintly in the dim light, a silent promise of violence. His eyes widen, a flicker of fear battling with grim determination. The man is determined to see this through. Damn it. The bandages on his arms are a stark reminder of his limitations. If he moves too much and makes noise, he'll get caught by the monster. But he can't approach him. With smaller movements, he tells himself. He wonders if he can do this, moving with painstaking care. No, he has to do this. The left-hand man steals his resolve. He moved with unnatural speed, a blur against the dim surroundings. The left-hand man's expression was one of grim determination, his red eyes narrowed in focus. Explosively, a hand reached out, as if to grasp something with delicate precision. The white-haired man wonders aloud. Energy crackles at the tips of a bandaged hand. A blood-red pupil contracts. 3 orbs of blue energy drift in the darkness. The energy explodes outward in a blinding flash. A hand clutches a shard of glowing crystal. A blade flashes, too fast to follow. The white-haired man looks on in shock as the blue-eyed man stares intently. His face contorted in pain, the man grits his teeth. A bandaged finger rises, signaling silence. The white-haired man looks on in shock as the blue-eyed man stares intently. One of the figures says that they feel so dizzy and that their shoulders hurt. A figure looks up, a small humph escaping their lips. Someone asks what the other is going to do now, a smirk playing on their lips. The figure asks if they are going to be killed. 2 figures smile. Someone asks what's with the expressions. A figure is tied up and spinning. One of the figures says to spin him around 20 more times. The tied-up figure calls the others petty bastards and asks what in the world they want. Someone says nothing. Eun-soo, still bound, looks up with a bewildered expression. Haru stands beside a companion, explaining, we were just trying to look for where the radio broadcast came from. The group had also gathered some rations and medicine. A figure addresses Eun-soo, their tone serious. You were serious? We'll rest here for a bit longer, then we'll untie you when we leave. Eun-soo's expression darkens. I don't want to go through that again by untying you sooner. Someone asks, you, how did you do that earlier? For a moment, I couldn't see your movements at all. The figure's eyes widen slightly. That's... The figure looks upward, a question forming on their lips. Wait, what in the world is on the floor above you? Haru and her companion stare upwards, their faces etched with shock. Eun-soo remains tied, his expression unreadable. Massive claws protrude from above, tearing through the floor. A figure lies on the floor, seemingly crushed beneath a monstrous form. The group recoils in horror, one of them exclaiming about a monster. A voice warns that living with a monster is dangerous, but another voice replies that it's okay. Eun-soo stands beside the others, stating that she is not a monster. A close-up reveals a bloodshot eye, filled with an unknown emotion. A man with white hair kneels beside the girl, claiming that she is his little sister. Haru, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief, asks if she is his younger sister. Eun-soo stares forward, his expression unreadable. The monster's grotesque form is revealed, a pulsating wound visible on its side. Someone observes that the girl is still ever so slightly alive, wondering how this is possible. A voice states that with those injuries, she should already be dead. The group stands around the monster and the girl as someone explains that the monster is extending her lifespan, and it survives by feeding on his sister's body. Haru looks on in disbelief, unable to accept that she's actually living at this point. Instead, she looks miserable. Why are you leaving it alone? You can just take it off. Then, but it's rooted so deeply in her body that it's impossible. You can just kill it, can't you? Huh, kill the monster. And how do you do that? All monsters have a core. Well, yeah, huh, a core? You have got to be kidding me. I've tried everything. You guys couldn't even imagine the lengths I've gone to. That monster doesn't have the core you guys are talking about. He stands beside a man with a mohawk. A close-up reveals the monster's corpse. The man with the mohawk agrees. He states that the monster doesn't have a core in its body. The injured man, tied up, demands to be left alone. Haru asks if they want to be spun around some more. The injured man is surprised. Haru tells him to let's go. The group walks away. A man is seen in a window. Meanwhile, the room is filled with boxes. The man is preparing for the apocalypse. He says that another person said there's a way to kill the monster that's stuck on him. The man says it's not even funny. He lies on the floor, looking up and asking, "You heard it all, too, right?" The man is in a room with another person sleeping on a bed. The man stares intently. A stuffed animal sits on the floor. The man looks down. He holds a stuffed animal. The man stares intently at the stuffed animal. Clinking sounds echo. A rope trap is triggered. Was that the trap? He wonders. The man looks surprised. What the? In the distance, two figures appear. Are you guys back? He stared down at the woman lying still on the makeshift bed, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, the man stood on a blood-stained floor, surrounded by the bodies of his enemies. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them. A monstrous form writhed in agony, its flesh contorting. The man cursed under his breath, a grim realization dawning on him. Shit. Clutching his head, he groaned, the pain intense. Used my head too much earlier. His arm pulsed with an unnatural energy, the veins glowing faintly. He gasped, his eyes widening in alarm. I can feel something leaving my body. His gaze drifted to a worn, stuffed animal, a promise echoing in his mind. I promised. A hand reaches out, offering a worn doll. A man walks down a city street, clutching a stuffed rabbit. Another figure trails behind him. The man on the phone is asked when he's coming back. He replies that it's going to start at 11 o'clock sharp. He assures the person on the other end of the line that he won't be late. A girl, also on the phone, asks about the chances. The man on the phone responds that there's zero. A close-up of an eye, blood vessels visible. A man in a suit, surrounded by a crowd, declares that he has something others don't. A man sits at a chessboard, contemplating his next move. The ability. The man's face is strained as he focuses, determined to see. Multiple hands manipulate chess pieces, representing the many possibilities and outcomes. Gu Jin wins again, taking yet another victory. A man plays chess, his brow furrowed in concentration. Someone asks him why he isn't happy. Gu Jin stands with the man from the chess game, who simply says, well. Gu Jin thinks to himself that he anticipated it. On the TV screen, he is told to hurry up. Gu Jin is on the phone, being reminded that his interview is coming up and that he promised to watch it together. He replies that he got it. Gu Jin thinks to himself that it wasn't hard, and that he just had to combine every factor he sensed and put them into a simulation within his head. The temperature of the air, what he could see in front of him, the sounds around him, with just that information. A man on a motorcycle yells that his brakes aren't working and to move out of the way. He could guess what would happen next. Gu Jin is shown. However, a man with a bloody nose is asked if he is okay. Gu Jin thinks to himself that if he repeated this too often, he would end up with a severe headache. Pigeons perch atop a weathered building. They're cooing a familiar sound in the urban landscape. A voice echoes, wondering what the protagonist went out to buy. A calendar page is marked, the numbers blurred with age. A phone vibrates intensely. He pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. What the? I just heard a really loud sound. Startled, the pigeons take flight, their wings beating a frantic rhythm against the sky. The flock ascends, a swirling mass of feathers against the backdrop of the city. He glances around, a sense of unease settling over him. His eyes dart to the sky, searching for the source of the disturbance. He stares up at the sky, a strange orb hanging in the distance. That was the first time he saw it. He'd seen something he never could have anticipated. What in the world are those mysterious creatures? This was the only place on the internet, people thought as they looked at their phones, that was experiencing this phenomenon. The signal was lost. The internet isn't working. A colossal figure looms over the city streets, dwarfing the cars below. Eyes glow with an eerie light, a sign of something unnatural. With arms crossed, a figure stands defiant, bracing for what's to come. The eyes narrow, a storm brewing behind them. Panic sets in as people flee from monstrous creatures descending upon the city. A scream pierces the air as someone is caught in the chaos, attacked by an unseen assailant. A man walks past a bloodstained taxi. What could their motive be? Is it to kill humans? No, they're not just attacking humans. Then what's their goal? Is it to kill all living things? Or is that just a means to an end? A monster roars. The man watches the monster. He thinks, I'll be able to confirm that my sister's safe first. The man continues walking. The man looks surprised. A staircase descends into darkness. He could feel the temperature of the air, a chilling premonition settling over him. What he could see in front of him was a scene of utter desolation, the remnants of a struggle etched into the very walls. The sounds around him were a symphony of decay, each creak and groan a testament to the horrors that had transpired. He could anticipate what might happen, the possibilities swirling in his mind like a dark vortex. A flicker of grim determination crossed Gu Jin's face, his eyes narrowed against the encroaching darkness. A mangled body lay sprawled on the floor, a grotesque tableau of violence and despair. Gu Jin's expression remained stoic, a mask of resolve concealing the turmoil within. He wasn't surprised, since he'd anticipated it, the grim reality unfolding exactly as he'd foreseen. The scene pulsed with a sickening energy, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay. A hand gripped a bloodied knife, the weapon a silent testament to the brutality that had occurred. A mangled stuffed animal lay amidst the carnage, a haunting reminder of innocence lost. Gu Jin's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of something akin to sorrow crossing his features as he surveyed the carnage. The ruined city stretched towards the sky, a silent testament to a forgotten war. The next day, a figure stood silhouetted against the light, his expression unreadable. All of a sudden, a hand reached out, as if grasping for something just out of reach. All traces of the mysterious planet from which they came had disappeared. The monsters continued to roam the surface, so he fortified their home first so that they wouldn't get caught. If there was anything unusual about the situation, it was that his sister's heart was still beating. She should have died from that sort of injury. A close-up of a face, etched with pain and determination. A bloody arm twitched, a sign of lingering life. The memory of his sister's heart beating echoed in his mind. Tried to take it off, but he failed. Tendrils of blood spread like a macabre tapestry. He had only tried one possible method. He thought he had to take it off her. Its regenerative ability was the greatest obstacle preventing him from killing it. The monsters were all alike in that they had regenerative abilities, but the speed at which they regenerated varied. Gu Jin, gazing out the window, wondered what their limit was, and how did they get the energy they needed to regenerate. A foot stepped forward, crossing a stark red line. All organisms require energy to survive. Then, perhaps they consumed other organisms? No, there were monsters that didn't eat humans, but they all repeated their actions. A monster's hand, stained with blood. And that might explain their behavior. Again, a foot stepped forward, crossing the red line. If he could get them to repeatedly regenerate and consume their energy, he might be able to kill them. A monster perched atop a crumbling building. He thought he had stayed up for 5 days. He observed the monster, but it didn't show any signs of slowing down its regeneration. The protagonist thought he might be able to see some changes if he continued, but only if he did continue. Gu Jin muttered that he just needed to wait a bit, and he'd get him off of him soon. A more definite possibility. He wondered if there was any way to suppress its ability to regenerate. What if he repeatedly injured it? They're attracted to fire, even through walls, and are capable of recognizing it. They can't accurately discern its exact location, but they're capable of sensing it from 300 meters away. Gu Jin was sure there was another way. Surrounding his surroundings with his binoculars, he saw something unique. He found hydrochloric acid in a metal processing plant nearby, and discovered that it could significantly hinder the monster's regenerative abilities. But that didn't completely kill it. Some looters came by. The trap he installed worked. He had used the acid, dissecting the creature in a desperate search for its weakness. He had even tried to freeze it to death with liquid nitrogen, but he failed. It didn't have one. But he failed. He failed. He didn't know. He wanted to free you from your pain. But no matter what, he would. A solitary figure stood in the darkness, a thin line of red stretching before him. The red line continued, a path through the void. Gu Jin wondered, can you hear me? If you can, send me a sign. 2 figures hang upside down, suspended in an unknown space. A grotesque, reptilian creature looms nearby, its presence a silent threat. The monstrous figure stands tall, its form a twisted mockery of life. Its presence exudes an aura of dread. Gu Jin, restrained and tormented, struggles with an impossible choice. I can't kill it, he thinks, the words heavy with despair. I can't free my sister from her suffering. Standing in a desolate space, the red lines pulsing around him, Gu Jin steels himself. Yeah, now. The eye, a window to his soul, reflects the turmoil within. I can't. The unspoken words hang in the air, heavy with regret. The eye, bloodshot and strained, continues to reflect the internal struggle. A single red line descends, a visual representation of the agonizing decision. A disembodied voice echoes in the darkness, a chilling question hanging in the air. See any more possibilities? The grotesque creature looms over the 2 suspended figures, its presence a constant reminder of the protagonist's impossible choice. Gu Jin's face, etched with determination and sorrow, reflects the weight of his decision. His eyes, though filled with pain, hold a glimmer of resolve. He focuses, drawing power into his hand. Blue energy crackles around his fingers, like miniature lightning dancing across his skin. A figure in a black jacket and light hair holds another figure upside down by the ankles. Energy crackles around the figure being held upside down. Bare feet stand on a metallic surface. Energy surges. A figure with dark hair and blue eyes holds a glowing orb in their hand. A close-up of an eye with red veins. A figure walks away. Red and yellow energy flows. A close-up of a figure with red energy flowing around them. A figure with glasses stands next to another figure. A drop of blood trickles down Unsu's cheek. Unsu's eyes burn with intensity. How did you do that, he asks. A backpack sits forgotten in a dimly lit room. Haru's eyes widen in disbelief. But to think there'd be a monster, she says. Gu Jin states, I told you before, all you have to do is go for their core. Gu Jin says, I don't think you can see it though. He pauses, then adds, I can. The other person responds with a simple, what? Unsu stares intently, his expression unreadable. A monster core glows with an eerie light, though its purpose remains unclear. A strange light emanates from the character's body. Now I can see, she says. A strange light coming from my sister's body that I wasn't able to see before. Gujin says, that's probably the monster core you're talking about. Another character exclaims, I can't see it no matter what I do. Unsu looks away, a storm of conflicting emotions brewing within him. He struggles to find the right words. Haru lies still, the monstrous core pulsating within her body. A grim question hangs in the air. Why is it inside her? In other words, the situation is dire. The implications weigh heavily on everyone present. Unsu stares at Haru, a terrible thought forming in his mind. To get the monster off her, does he have to kill her? Gu Jin's expression hardens, a silent vow forming on his lips. Yeah. Unsu's internal struggle intensifies. As long as Haru's heart keeps beating, that monster won't die. It's living off of her heart. Unsu's face is partially obscured, but his jaw is clenched tight. The weight of the decision is crushing him. A flicker of resolve hardens his gaze. He will do it. Gu Jin declares that he will take matters into his own hands. A desolate room is revealed, a ladder leading upwards. A body lies prone on the floor, a grim testament to the horrors within. A hand, slick with blood, reaches out. The implications are chilling. A bloodied stuffed rabbit lies discarded, a haunting symbol of lost innocence. He lies in bed, muttering that it's really late, but he's happy. Haru lies still, clutching a stuffed rabbit, wishing him a happy birthday. Gu Jin stands over Haru's body, his back to the viewer. A bloodied hand grips a knife, the blade stained crimson. Long black hair fans out around a figure, the scene blurred with motion. A bloody shirt is shown, a dark stain blooming around a central point. Haru lies lifeless, blood staining her clothes and the stuffed rabbit beside her. Bloody hands clutch the handle of a knife, the knuckles white with strain. A flashback shows Gu Jin and Haru together, smiling and sharing a meal. Another memory surfaces, Gu Jin carrying Haru on his shoulders, both bathed in golden light. A figure laughs, the sound devoid of warmth or joy. He stands over Haru's body, a chilling laughter escaping his lips. The laughter continues, echoing in the dimly lit room. His grip tightens on the bloodied knife. The blade reflects the faint light, stained crimson. Gu Jin whispers, thanks. His eyes are wide, a strange mix of relief and madness swirling within. A disturbing calm settles over his face. Haru lies still, a bloodied stuffed rabbit clutched in her arms. The blood drips from his hand, staining the floor. A voice calls out from behind him. Been listening this whole time? Haru's face is pale, streaked with crimson. The voice continues, you don't have to act like you're okay anymore. A tear streaks down his face, reflecting the weight of his actions. His expression contorts with anguish, tears mingling with the blood staining his cheek. Haru lies still, her body pale against the worn mattress, a bloodied stuffed rabbit clutched in her hand. A voice echoes in the silence, filled with despair. Don't know what I'm supposed to do anymore. A rusted ladder leads up into the darkness of a dilapidated room, the air thick with the scent of decay. A collective gasp escapes the group as they witness the aftermath of the tragedy. Two figures stand amidst the ruins, their faces etched with grim determination. Gu Jin's eyes harden, a flicker of resolve igniting within their depths. The lifeless eyes of Haru stare blankly ahead, a stark reminder of the irreversible act. A single tear escapes his eye, a testament to the turmoil raging within. A question hangs in the air, heavy with uncertainty. What I want to do? The group stands together, their faces a mixture of fear, confusion, and a desperate hope for guidance. He stands in quiet contemplation, the weight of recent events etched on his face. The aftermath of violence is stark and brutal, a life extinguished too soon. Elsewhere, the threat looms large, a monstrous figure casting a shadow over the survivors. Worry creases their faces as they gaze upon the looming danger, the reality of their situation sinking in. A fire ignites within him, a burning desire for retribution. He grits his teeth, the pain of loss fueling his resolve. I wanna. His gaze falls, heavy with grief and regret. A surge of anger threatens to consume him, painting the world in shades of red. His face contorts in rage, a promise of vengeance etched in every line. A silent vow passes between them, a shared understanding in the face of despair. They cling to each other, finding solace in shared grief. I want to rip apart all those monsters that made you like this. The bloody knife lies as a grim reminder of the violence they have endured and the vengeance they seek. A close-up of a face, tears streaming down the cheek. The crying face rests against a stained stuffed animal. A speech bubble reads, okay. A close-up of a man's face, his expression determined. A man with a mohawk stands holding a baseball bat, his posture aggressive. A close-up of the mohawked man, his eyes narrowed. A large, monstrous figure looms, its form obscured by motion lines. A close-up of the monster's head, revealing a grotesque and bulbous form. The man from panel 3 is surrounded by glowing lines, his expression intense. A sword pierces through someone, blood splattering. Two men stand in a dimly lit room. One says, my name is Gu Jin. Gu Jin's face fills the frame, his eyes determined. He says, take me. Gu Jin's expression is resolute as he says, with you. The chapter title reads, Chapter 35, Revenge. The man stands in a dimly lit room, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. A figure blows a bubble with their gum, the pop echoing in the silence. The bubble pops, and the figure reacts with a start. He ascends the escalator, the mechanical hum a constant drone in the background. Two figures stand together, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. A voice calls out, "Oh, you're here. You're all here. Wait, there's another guy with you." A man states, "My name is Gujin." Gujin says, "You can call me Jean." The ceiling is a network of pipes and wires, the air thick with dust. A girl says, "We found." Inside the room, the group takes stock of their supplies. They have about 1 week's worth of rations and the medicine the old man was looking for. They were just about to run out of antibiotics, so they needed to find more. The map has been completed a great deal. It won't be easy to pass through it. He examines the book. It's interesting and has some pretty good qualifications. It's really weird that none of the other survivor groups have attacked them yet. They made it about halfway to the radio station. A man asks, "Survivor groups?" He replies, "Yeah," holding up a trap. Based on what? A flashback shows a group of people. One of them set up traps and ransacked the others. "Oh, for your information, it's the same group you guys ran into." Haru exclaims, "Oh, the Wish." Someone says, "Ugh, I remember. They were disturbing and dangerous people." The group says, "I don't want to bump into them again, just to let you know." He says, "We're going to have to pass by them if we want to get through that cliff you were talking about." Haru's eyes widen in shock as Unsu sticks his tongue out, making a face and flashing a peace sign. He exclaims that it's his wish. Unsu asks if there isn't a way to avoid them, like just going around. Haru replies that it would take them 3 times as long to go around. Huang Biam says that they can't guarantee that it won't be dangerous either. Wai Yu wonders what they should do about it then. Huang Biam states that it sounds good to him, as long as he's not the one who goes. Wai Yu tells him not to worry. Unsu declares that they're just a bunch of misfits, adding that he's got. Gujin sits on a desk and says, "And blue." Gujin states that there's no need to show them that they were prepared for the apocalypse, nor that they lived in a basement. Unsu tells someone to try not to talk while they're out. Gujin says that he guesses that doesn't matter. Wai Yu yells, "Wait." Another voice demands, "Who made you the boss?" Unsu says, "Well." Wai Yu declares that he's the smartest one here. The group looks on with varying expressions of surprise and concern. A woman with long brown hair states, "Oh, I like you." Pipes run along the ceiling. Water splashes. A man does push-ups with a container on his back. A man stands in a doorway. A man with white hair asks, "Did you get a body like that?" The man thinks, "That doesn't explain it. You already exceed other people as far as your other skills go." A close-up of a man's face shows him sweating. The man asks, "Exactly what kind of training did you receive? And what was your day-to-day like?" A close-up of a man's face shows him sweating and looking distressed. He thinks, "Can you stop talking to me? How did you figure out what to eat?" A close-up of a man's face shows him gritting his teeth. The man says, "I intentionally came to this corner so no one would bother me. How'd you find me here?" He followed the light, a guiding beacon in the darkness. "My light?" Gujin wondered. The man with the mole near his mouth reflected, "I've been able to see it since that day." The man continued, "I can see it coming from monsters and humans." The figure holding the light said, "I was able to find you right away because I can see yours too." Gujin recalled his father's words, life energy. Gujin remembered drinking something. "But, about your dad, there were times." The man with the mole near his mouth said, "It's not just a few things I don't understand about him." Gujin remembered his father calling it that. "I guess I can't rationally understand him." Gujin thought, he wasn't like that in the beginning. When he felt like a father. A close-up of a smiling mouth. "He kept telling me to wait, since he'd let me out soon. He made me dream about the surface. But at some point he changed." A figure stands with his back turned, the dim light casting long shadows. He recalls being told he wouldn't be sent to the surface, that he had to prepare for the apocalypse. Unsu reflects that this was when he started to rebel against him. The man wonders if his father knew about the apocalypse and the monster's weak spots, then his dad might have known something about the nature of the apocalypse. Unsu's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of realization crossing his face. The man thinks to himself that he can't ask him anymore. A close-up shows Unsu's somber expression. The man is asked if his dad is dead. Unsu's expression is one of shock and grief. Unsu's lips are slightly parted, as if he's about to speak. It is recalled that he fell off a cliff that couldn't be seen the end of, and countless monsters followed him off the cliff. A man looks up at a horde of monsters. A man with glasses looks up at the monsters, fear evident in his eyes. He looks down, a question hanging in the air. 3 glowing blue orbs drift in the darkness. A man with a headlamp points his finger, a surge of electricity crackling around his hand. The title card proclaims, Chapter 36, Dead or Alive. A voice whispers, he could still be alive. He sits on the floor, head bowed, as the other man stands over him. He could still be alive, the man on the floor thinks. Gujin's eyes are filled with a desperate hope. The other man's expression is unreadable. A grimace twists Gujin's lips. Gujin rises to his feet. If he was alive, he would have already done everything to find and protect me, Gujin thinks. The silver-haired man says, you might be right. Gujin replies, I came to find you for a reason. The silver-haired man asks, how did you move like that back then? Gujin asks. This movement. He concentrates, focusing his will on the very tips of his fingers, seeking to draw forth the power within. The disembodied voice echoes in his mind, urging him to drag his life force to his fingertips. It might be difficult to do at first. He grits his teeth, pushing through the initial resistance. He can feel it, a faint stirring deep within. A flicker of confusion crosses his face. What is this sensation? The energy intensifies, crackling around his hands like static electricity. He felt it so clearly, so he knows. The energy coalesces, taking on a dark, almost viscous form, shot through with veins of crimson light. A surge of understanding washes over him. So this is his life force. The energy crackles with raw power, a tangible manifestation of his inner strength. Haru asks if he is okay. The man grits his teeth, declaring he can do this. Gujin stands behind the man, who declares he needs power. Red lightning crackles. The man's eye twitches as he states he needs it. Gujin looks on, his eyes glowing blue. A close-up of the man's eyes, followed by a close-up of an eye with red lightning. Red lightning surges. Red lightning crackles around the man's shoulder. The man states he needs the power. Gujin looks up at him, stating he wants to create that possibility like him. Red lightning crackles. A foot steps forward. The panel fades to black. He lies on his back, sweat beading on his brow. Haru looks on with concern. A man with a mohawk lies on a bed. Gujin raises a hand to his head, looking dazed. He thinks to himself, such a high fever. Why? The man with the mohawk asks, are you here? He continues, why you ask? This is my personal bed. Chicken comb. How many times do I have to tell you that it's a patient bed? Haru exclaims, I'm not chicken comb. He adds, I guess. Haru says, you're awake. Are you alright? You had. He continues, you were gone for 3 hours. Gujin looks on, concerned. A hand clenches a chain. The person thinks, I guess I can't use it. Meanwhile, an escalator descends. The silver-haired man stands in a metallic room with another man, who states that he finished the weapon as requested. The blonde man explains that before him, Blue asked him to make a wedge-shaped weapon. He said that he could efficiently aim at the monster's weak spots with it. The blonde man pauses, considering something. The weapon he was asked to make isn't made to efficiently kill monsters. The silver-haired man holds the weapon, its blade gleaming in the dim light. It's shaped to kill people. The silver-haired man grips the weapon tightly. The blonde man warns him not to attack monsters with that weapon. The blonde man explains that it's got a thin blade, so it'll wear down quickly. The silver-haired man says not to worry, he'll use this. Gujin, you're coming, the silver-haired man says. Gujin replies, of course, he's the one who made the plan. And I stares intently. To think he's capable of killing monsters with any weapon. Unless he becomes as strong as him, he won't be able to avenge his sister. He states that he's not helping him, it's for himself. If he helps him, he might be able to discover the monster's true nature. Why is he going so far to find his mother, who he's never seen before? She's his mom. Hey, Blue, Gujin. Were they waiting for them? Hi. Are they guys coming along this time too? The blonde-haired girl exclaims that it will be fun, though she looks scared. The man with the mohawk laughs, seemingly enjoying the situation. The white-haired man thinks to himself that they need 4 people. The girl with the glasses stands still, looking surprised. The same girl yells that she doesn't want to go. An older man prays that they all come back safely. Bare feet step onto an escalator. The narration states that the monsters have appeared on the surface, and everyone has their own reasons for living on. Haru looks determined, stating that she will not run away from her past. The mohawked man grins, stating that he is doing it for fun. The white-haired man states that he is doing it to avenge his siblings. And a dark-haired man states that he is doing it to find someone precious to him. And thus, someone walks barefoot on the ruined stone, their boots nearby. Those who remain must move on in order to live. The ruins of a once great city stretch towards the sky. Bare feet tread carefully across a concrete ledge, the only sign of life amidst the devastation. The skeletal remains of skyscrapers claw at the sky, monuments to a forgotten era. The ruined city stretches out like a graveyard of giants, a testament to a cataclysmic event. The path ahead winds through the rubble, a precarious climb through the bones of civilization. So much has been lost, the silence whispers. A voice echoes, laced with bitterness. Not only did you lose them. The voice continues, the speaker's distress palpable, but you left my boys there to die? The blonde woman speaks, her expression a mix of shock and anger. They were different from the idiots who normally fall into our. A disembodied voice narrates. There was one who realized it was a trap. The voice continues, dripping with sarcasm. Some other child who was good at dodging attacks, and some chicken comb moron. The brown-haired man exclaims, his face contorted with rage. That's right. That crazy chicken comb stole my clothes. A voice echoes with frustration, expressing serious annoyance. A man's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he mutters a confused huh? A woman screams in terror, scrambling backward on the ground. A woman, her expression grim, admits she briefly mistook him for livestock. She hesitates, then asks what he thinks. A man with short brown hair, his face etched with worry, exclaims that they might return and attack. A woman with spiky gray hair scoffs, declaring that there's no way, unless they aren't in their right minds. A hand reaches down, firmly grasping a large piece of cooked meat. A hand holds the meat, fingers stained with blood, as a voice wonders what will happen if they do end up coming back. A voice simply states, well. The title card for Apocalypse appears, with the tagline, Art Story, Song. A voice declares, I'll just eat them. The woman with spiky gray hair holds a piece of meat, her tongue flicking out in anticipation. Gujin begins to explain the plan. He holds up a map, ready to elaborate. He presents the map, drawn by his own hand. The map details their destination, just past the looter group's territory. They'll need to sneak past them to avoid conflict. To reach their destination, they'll have to cross through each zone. There are a total of 3 zones marked on the map, leading from their starting point. A blonde-haired man with a mohawk exclaims that they are in for some infiltration action. Haru looks on with concern. A voice warns them to be quiet, lest they get caught by the monsters. Haru wonders if it's possible to cross such a large zone without getting caught, admitting she could probably do it alone. Gujin assures her that he has a plan. The blonde-haired man suggests that they need to get caught by someone like Gujin to see the monster's weak spots. Haru seems to agree. A voice notes that they are able to somewhat feel their life force even before encountering them. The voice continues, recalling being able to sense the humans above while living in the basement. He walked alongside Haru, a nagging feeling tugging at his mind. Don't you feel like we're missing something? A hand gesture is made. Haru's eyes widen in surprise. Where do you think you're going? The hand signal indicates that the looter group's territory starts there. A voice explains that they will communicate using signals, since there's a risk of getting caught. Gujin states that he knows this place really well, so they should follow his lead. The hand signal means attack. The text explains that the attack signal means that if they ever encounter the enemy, they should hide and keep going. The hand signal means attack if they can avoid fighting them. The hand signal means retreat. The text explains that the retreat signal means that if they feel like they might get really hurt, they should have to fight. Gujin touches his chin. When I touch my chin. Haru explains that it means he's lying. She asks when he would use that signal. Lying? Gujin responds that it's just in case, although they probably won't use it. He gives the signal to move out. The group prepares to venture further into the ruined city, hoping everything will be all right. The city stretches before them, a desolate landscape of shattered buildings and debris-strewn streets. The silence is broken only by the whisper of the wind. They move cautiously through the wreckage, the towering skeletons of buildings looming overhead. The air hangs heavy with the scent of dust and decay. The group presses on, their faces grim with determination. Each step is measured, each sense alert for any sign of danger. They reach a doorway, the entrance to another ruined building. The air grows colder, a chill seeping from the shadows within. One of the group members exclaims that he just found a box someone hid behind the building. The group notes that it looks like it's been a while since it's been opened. They realize that they're distracted, and they can pass by them without any problems. He points in a direction, a silent signal to the others. One of the group members runs forward, his movements swift and silent. He loses his footing, stumbling and falling to the ground with a muffled cry. Another member steps forward, his expression a mix of concern and determination. A shout pierces the silence, a cry of alarm or defiance. The man's eyes widen in shock. Gujin lunges forward, declaring, I'm gonna. He continues his charge, screaming, kill you. A partial view of a character is shown against a backdrop of sky and mountains. A figure is bound with rope. He said that signal meant to pass them quietly. Why, you almost got us in big trouble. You're lucky we managed to tie them up. Haha, is that so? Since he pointed his finger in their direction, I thought he was telling us to attack them. Fortunately, there weren't any other enemies nearby, so we're still good. A close-up of a character's face reveals a pensive expression. We gotta get rid of these two. What? Wait. Are you saying that you're gonna kill them? The sound of footsteps echoes. Yeah. A hand clenches tightly around the handle of a knife, the metal gleaming ominously in the dim light. The man's expression is grim, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He mutters, blue. Gujin watches the other man, his expression unreadable. Bandages wrap around his arms, a silent testament to recent battles. The left-hand man's voice cuts through the silence. Are you doing? Gujin replies, his voice firm. Don't have to kill them. The left-hand man's red eye twitches slightly, a flicker of something unsettling. That's strange. The left-hand man presses, his tone laced with suspicion. Do you feel guilty about killing them, or something? The left-hand man continues, his voice hardening. They're looters. They'll kill, without hesitation to steal. Gujin's hand tightens into a fist. But, I don't want to kill them. The left-hand man's voice drops, a chilling undercurrent present. Every time, I feel death around me. This bad feeling that I can't explain, fills up my... The left-hand man finishes, his gaze intense. Blue. The left-hand man's red eye narrows, a dangerous glint in its depths. Do you want to ruin our mission for something so trivial? If they tell everyone that they've infiltrated their territory, it might become even. The left-hand man pauses, then states that there's a way without killing them, making it more difficult to find Gujin's mom. He says they'll just quickly go before they wake up. Two figures discuss the situation. One says they wouldn't have to kill them, and the other says they don't want to kill them either, as they've already won, so there's no reason to. Gujin looks on, concerned. Gujin remains silent, his expression thoughtful. The left-hand man says fine, and tells Gu-jin to let's go. The left-hand man thinks this is how little Gu-jin is committed to achieving their goal. Meanwhile, a group of people are looting. One of the figures from panel 4 says there are more people the deeper they go, and they might get caught at this rate. Bare feet walk stealthily. The group from panel 9 continues their looting. He peers forward, suspicion tightening his features. I've never seen your faces before. The group stares ahead, a mix of shock and apprehension etched on their faces. One of them mutters, I've never seen your faces before. A man with spiky white hair states, we're right in the middle of their turf. The spiky-haired man questions, why? Are you all ducking? Two students react with wide-eyed fear. A man with a red mohawk grins, exclaiming, that's right. A man with glasses stammers, huh? We're on a very important mission right now. A mission? Who are you? The mohawked man asks, you can't tell by this mohawk? Unsu's father smiles sinisterly, The mohawked man declares, I might have an idea. One of the men suggests, yeah, how about we have a talk, just the two of us? To think chicken comb would be helpful. What if we never see? He recalls their agreement to meet at the base if they ever got separated. He is sure they'll figure out how to get back. Haru wonders where they are right now. She stammers, unsure of their location. The figure states that they need to get to the center of Zone 1, and that they are about a quarter of the way there. The sound of metal scraping against stone echoes through the dilapidated structure. Haru questions what this place is. The figure observes the many iron bars, noting that it looks like a prison that was in use right up until the apocalypse. A desperate plea for help echoes from the depths of the building. One of the figures whispers that if they save them, they'll do anything they want. Another figure cautions them to be quiet, lest they get caught. A man confronts them, questioning what they are all doing here and accusing them of not being with the others. The group reacts with surprise and fear. One of the figures expresses relief at the thought of leaving this place and pleads for help. The man with the short, gray hair thinks to himself that they'll be eaten if they don't get out of here. He wonders if they'll eat him. Someone asks if they are talking about the monsters. Another voice says no, there's a crazy woman. The woman with the black hair calls herself the Predator. A tall building stands against a clear sky. Someone asks how they can help them. Another voice says that there are sentries all over the place, so it won't be easy. Someone says they don't have time to help them. Another person asks what they are talking about, and the first person says they were obviously lying. They add that they might have caused a ruckus if they told them they wouldn't. If that's the case, then they'll keep waiting for them. To be honest, she is scared because it might be too dangerous to help them. The man with the curly brown hair says he is against saving them too. He adds that it's already hard enough for him to survive as it is, and he doesn't have time to worry about others. The man with the short, gray hair is asked what he thinks. He is referred to as Blue. Haru looks surprised. She admits that she is against it, too. The voice of an unknown character states that it's too risky. Another character asks if they weren't against killing people earlier. Haru states that it was different, and that she was simply against killing them at that moment. Haru continues, saying that she feels like she starts to lose herself when thinking about killing anyone. Blue is shocked by something. Blue exclaims that something is gross, and asks what Haru is doing. Haru says that she doesn't know, and that it's always been a habit of hers. She asks if it's weird, and Blue confirms that it is. Another character asks if she didn't have a lot to eat when she was in the basement. Haru responds that it wasn't like that, stating that it was just out of instinct. Suddenly, a bandaged hand clamps over Blue's mouth from behind. Blue struggles against her attacker, her muffled cries lost in the sudden chaos. The man with white hair raises his hand, signaling the group forward. A gust of wind blows through the ruined landscape. Two people yell for everyone to retreat. The man with white hair looks on with a grim expression. A woman, standing among the group, sniffs the air. I smell. Someone comments that something yummy is coming from somewhere. The group descends into the ruined farm. The sound of footsteps echoes as someone states that the farm they've been managing in Zone B3 has been. A man yells that the farm is destroyed. Another man simply says, heh. Someone asks what's with all the noise. Another replies that the monsters suddenly attacked and the iron bars around the farm were destroyed during the fight. Someone exclaims that the livestock ran off. The man with white hair stares intently. A voice commands, bring eyes. Boots march forward, the group advancing through the desolate landscape. The bespectacled man wonders where they're going, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. Bound to a chair, a blindfolded figure sits in silent captivity. The captive trembles, fear radiating from his restrained form. A pair of eyes narrows, a silent intensity burning within. The white-haired man grips his captive, demanding, where is it? Distant and blurred, the group continues its march, unaware of the interrogation taking place. A desperate battle unfolds as the group clashes with a monstrous foe. A mouth opens in a silent scream, the sound lost to the wind. The monster's leg is marked, the location of its tail pinpointed, around 3/7 of the way up its left leg. A sinister smile spreads across the white-haired man's face, a hint of triumph in his eyes. The man with the bloodied face and shirt is measured, the distance around his neck calculated to be approximately 14 centimeters. Eugene, hands behind her head, smirks. She dismisses the measurement as only an approximation. A close-up reveals sharp teeth. Eugene licks her lips, promising to eat the man's other arm. Eugene leads the group away. He states that if they leave now, They'll probably be able to get through this area. Footsteps echo. A young man and Haru react in surprise. The young man expresses relief, recognizing them as the guys from earlier. He explains that he was able to escape because a monster appeared and took down the iron bars. He adds that they were waiting for them. Haru and another person look on, surprised. Haru wonders if that's how they disappeared. Someone thinks that a monster appearing is good for them. They believe the monsters probably don't know how to kill them, so it'll buy them a lot of time. Another person questions how to kill them, saying they're saying some strange things. The young man points, saying they should escape for now, indicating they should go over there. The young man expresses surprise. He turned, his eyes widening at something behind Unsu. The younger man's face mirrored his own shock. High above, a dark, swirling mass hung in the sky, dwarfing the ruined buildings below. A figure with spiky gray hair stared intently at a small, dark object in their hands, a deep furrow etched between their brows. The figure's grip tightened on the object, their expression a mask of grim determination. Behind the gray-haired figure, a group of students looked up in terror. What the? One of them whispered. Haru and Eugene stand with others in a dilapidated area. A man is seen from the torso up, followed by a profile shot of another man. A hand holds a tightly wound ball of string. That's a monster's core. No way. A man with spiky white hair says, "You guys." The man holds a thin, sharp object between his fingers. A man asks, "Why didn't you do anything when you saw the livestock running away?" Another man replies, "I'm pretty sure. I ordered you to capture them alive, or..." Haru and Eugene look on with wide eyes as something approaches. A man lies on the ground, injured. Livestock. The man with spiky white hair says, "We were asking if any of the other livestock had run away too." The man smiles, saying, "We were just pretending to help him." The man concludes, "Though, it's a shame." Haru pauses, considering the situation. Eugene exclaims, "We could have figured out where the others were had we talked to him a little longer." She reaches out, grabbing Haru's arm. But Ryutaki dash. Yao. Haru looks away, her expression unreadable. Haru's gaze remains distant. A memory surfaces. Haru, in the memory, sighs. All right, I got it." A voice echoes, "I thought you guys were helping it." The same voice continues, "Find the other livestock." Haru questions, "Me before? I don't remember anyone like you." A voice responds, "You don't have a forgettable face." Footsteps approach. Haru concludes, "In that case, don't forget it." Her eye widens in shock, the world blurring around her as a wave of disorientation washes over her. Haru and Eugene stand side by side, their expressions a mix of concern and apprehension. A voice echoes in the darkness, a chilling declaration, "I didn't forget." A crimson beam pierces through flesh, the impact spraying blood in a gruesome display. An eye, now burning with a crimson pupil, stares with intense focus, a transformation taking hold. Clutching his chest, a figure cries out in pain, the unseen attack leaving him reeling. A scream pierces the air as a blade finds its mark, impaling its victim with brutal force. Eugene's brow furrows in confusion. Huh? Gu Jin's eyes narrow, his grip tightening on the makeshift weapons as he prepares for battle. A voice stutters in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. WH Watts. Haru and Eugene exchange a worried glance, their faces etched with concern. Going on? What do? A figure, silhouetted against the rain, pauses, nostrils flaring. That smell. The figure with dark, spiky hair accuses someone, their expression twisted in a grotesque sneer. That was you. The other figure, with lighter, spiky hair, questions the attack, a mix of confusion and anger etched on their face. Why'd you attack us? We told you we're going to find the livestock. A close-up reveals the first figure's face, saliva dripping from their open mouth, a predatory hunger in their eyes. The sound of tapping feet echoes, a rhythmic beat that adds to the unsettling atmosphere. What is that? The figure with dark hair lunges forward, a manic grin spreading across their face. Just one bite. The figure with lighter hair stands their ground, bracing for the attack. A hand reaches out, fingers twitching with anticipation. A small, wicked blade glints in the dim light, held in a steady grip. Bound and helpless, a figure struggles against their restraints, fear evident in their wide eyes. The figure with lighter hair recoils, a look of dawning horror on their face. What dash? The blade is brought close, the cold steel a hair's breadth from their face. A chilling laugh echoes through the air, the sound of madness and malice. Hee dash. Driven by the increasingly potent aroma, she thinks it won't work, it won't work. Her eyes widen, pupils dilating. The white-haired figure stands ready as Gu Jin approaches. Gu Jin prepares to strike. The blonde girl and the boy with glasses look on in shock. What the? Uft. What's with that weird pose? The gray-haired figure grins, baring his teeth. The white-haired figure shouts, "Take this," as he rushes forward. Multiple objects fly through the air. Gu Jin continues his advance. The gray-haired figure's eye widens as he thinks, "I got him." The blonde girl watches as Gu Jin moves past her. A hand grips a sharp blade. A hand grips a series of scalpels, the metal glinting ominously in the dim light. The scalpels fly, each one finding its mark with chilling precision. A strangled cry escapes as the blades find purchase. The cold steel hovers inches from the skin, a promise of pain etched in its edge. Terror floods the eyes, a silent scream trapped within. The hand tightens its grip, the scalpel's a deadly bouquet. More blades sink in, each strike a brutal punctuation mark. A gasp of shock, a desperate plea lost in the onslaught. The figure is surrounded, a prisoner in a cage of steel. A tense confrontation, the air thick with unspoken threats. A hand clamps down, a brutal assertion of control. The city looms, indifferent to the violence unfolding in its shadow. The unseen figure groans as hands tighten around them, the pain intensifying. The restrained figure is surrounded by their captors, their face contorted in pain. Fear widens the restrained figure's eye, reflecting the terror of their situation. Unsu's eyes widen. Haru says, "Wait, I smell something burning." A hand holds a lit lighter close to the restrained figure, the flame casting a sinister glow. The sound of something striking echoes. A foot comes down hard, crushing something beneath it. A figure with short gray hair grimly states, "We're too late." The restrained figure continues to struggle against their bonds. A group of figures stands silhouetted against a bright light, their forms indistinct. His eyes widen in terror, a gasp escaping his lips. Behind him, Haru's face contorts in a silent scream, her eyes wide with horror. The hunt begins. Predators stalk their prey through the tall grass. And those that are hunted do the hunting. The cycle continues, predator and prey locked in a deadly dance. The food chain, a brutal hierarchy of survival. A swift and decisive end. Humans dominated the top of the food chain. That is, until one day, monsters fell from the sky. They became the apex of the ecosystem, destroying the structure of the food chain in an instant. A flashback shows a group of people, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Skyscrapers loom, their peaks lost in the haze. One of the figures states, "You guys are different from the game I've met so far." A close-up focuses on a single, intense eye. The character's face is filled with the desperation to survive. The figure challenges, "So show me." A blurred image of feet moving rapidly. The character grins, demanding, "Show me what you'll do." A towering figure looms over the group, its presence a palpable threat. The command echoes, a desperate plea. To survive. Two figures stand ready, the tension etched on their faces. One grips a knife, prepared for the coming battle. Energy crackles as one of them unleashes a supernatural ability, a surge of power against the encroaching darkness. The energy explodes outward, a blinding flash of light against the oppressive gloom. Bathed in the radiant energy, the two figures stand defiant, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. A wave of shock washes over one of them, the realization of the situation dawning in their eyes. Standing over a fallen figure, the pair survey the scene, the aftermath of the battle heavy in the air. "I thought I heard something over here." Boss, why are you on the ground?" The impact reverberates, a shockwave of force that leaves a crater in its wake. Cornered and questioned, the two figures face their interrogators, the tension thick with uncertainty. "Who are you guys?" Their eyes widen in fear, the gravity of their situation becoming painfully clear. The demand rings out, a cold and calculated threat. "Put your weapons down and surrender. Otherwise, I'll kill your friend." Hands raised in surrender, tears streaming down their faces, they plead for mercy. "Eek, why yes ma'am. Please spare us." Unsu orders Blue to attack Eugene, stating that he can't reach her from his current distance. Eugene trembles, fear etched on her face. Blue hesitates, a conflict brewing within him. Unsu taunts Eugene, remarking that he thought she was their friend. Unsu stands firm, his expression unreadable. A hand grips a knife tightly, the knuckles white with tension. Blue warns Eugene not to use whatever power she possesses. A blade presses against Eugene's throat, a single drop of blood welling up. Unsu declares that he will take her life away. Unsu stares down Eugene, questioning if he's going to surrender now. Unsu urges Eugene to attack her before she reacts, just like he did to him. Unsu threatens to kill Eugene if she isn't on the floor by the time he counts down from 3. Gujin's face is etched with worry, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. What if he fails? A silent group watches, their expressions unreadable as tension fills the air. A foot steps forward, the sound echoing in the silence, a decision made. A voice whispers, a chilling justification for the unthinkable. A small sacrifice can't be helped. We have a greater goal in mind, after all. Gujin's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face as the gravity of the situation sinks in. 3. The silent observers remain, their faces a mixture of apprehension and grim determination. 2. Gujin's expression twists in anguish, his resolve wavering as the countdown continues. Her hand trembles, the cold steel of the blade a stark contrast to her clammy skin. Tears well in her eyes as she steels herself for the inevitable. The blade pierces her skin, a sharp intake of breath the only sound as pain explodes through her. 1. A twisted smile spreads across a face, a horrifying mix of triumph and madness. A hand lunges forward, fingers outstretched as if grasping for something just out of reach. The cold glint of steel reflects the dim light, revealing the sharp edge of a blade. The knife hovers, a silent promise of violence hanging in the air. A single drop falls, splattering against the cold stone floor with a soft, sickening thud. Sweat beads on his brow as his mouth hangs open in a silent scream, the whites of his eyes wide with terror. Hands raised in surrender, the figures stand in stark contrast to their captors, their faces etched with fear. "You!" one of them shouts. A sinister grin spreads across his face, the man's eyes glinting with cruel amusement. "Get him," he commands. Her eyes widen, a gasp escaping her lips as she witnesses the unfolding horror. Rough rope bites into flesh as his hands are bound tightly behind his back, the coarse fibers digging into his skin. He sits alone in the cold, damp cell, the weight of despair pressing down on him like the stone walls that surround him. Frustration mounts as he struggles against his restraints. "Damn it, I can't move my hands." He wonders if the others were imprisoned in separate cells. A figure stands silhouetted in the doorway, their features obscured by the shadows, a silent observer of his captivity. He mutters a single word, a desperate plea for survival. The left-hand man's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "What?" Gu Jin's expression hardens, his gaze unwavering. Gu Jin's voice cracks as he continues. "They said you'd understand." The left-hand man's brow furrows, confusion clouding his features. Where are the others?" Gu Jin raises a finger to his lips, a chilling silence filling the air. The left-hand man stares at Gu Jin, who is now sitting with his back turned. A confession hangs heavy in the air. "I killed them." A figure stands silhouetted in a doorway, a chilling declaration echoing from their lips. "I killed them." The man's eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. "What?" A mocking laugh fills the air as the figure admits. "I'm just kidding." Gu Jin's expression hardens, his voice laced with suppressed fury as he spits out. "You." The figure grins, taunting. "I guess they're precious to you." The figure continues, their voice dripping with malice. "You didn't attack me earlier because of that girl, right?" A flashback reveals a moment of decision. "If I had attacked her back then, we could have stopped her, like Gu Jin said. The chances were 50-50, a gamble with life and death. Yeah, it wasn't a low chance, a risk taken with open eyes. But the consequences linger. Someone could have died if he'd failed. The gun was in his hand, a weight of responsibility. He couldn't protect, the failure echoing in his mind. But now, the past casts a long shadow. A vortex of regret, swirling with what-ifs. Silhouettes of choices, forever etched in memory. Damn it, he doesn't know. Dad used to tell him not to get close to humans, a warning unheeded. He thinks he finally understands what his father meant. If he'd never gotten close to them, then he wouldn't have gotten caught like an idiot. To be honest, he was scared. He's never seen anyone move like that before. What was that? How did you do it? A confrontation looms, the past catching up to the present. He stands face to face with Eun-soo, the air thick with unspoken tension. The white-haired figure asks, "How do you know the monster's weak points?" The white-haired figure continues, "Are you like those people?" Eun-soo retorts, "Are you talking about?" The white-haired figure says, "It didn't seem like you knew about it anyway." Eun-soo takes a step forward, the sound echoing in the tense silence. The white-haired figure presses, "How do you know about their weak points?" Eun-soo asks, his voice laced with suspicion, "When you asked if someone told me, does that mean someone told you?" Eun-soo's eyes narrow, a thought crossing his mind. In that case, he might be similar to Dad. A wave of pain washes over Eun-soo's face. A thin line of blood trickles down Eun-soo's cheek. The white-haired figure asks, his expression unreadable, "How do you know about them?" Injured and defiant, he spits out, "Screw off." The white-haired man smirks. "We have lots of it anyway." More importantly, the man with white hair leans in, his eyes glinting. "Where did you guys come from?" He continues, scrutinizing Eun-soo. "Your clothes are in great shape, and your skin looks great from eating well." Eun-soo, despite his restraints, retorts, "Where's your base?" The white-haired man pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Huh." Chains bind Eun-soo's wrists and ankles, the metal cold against his skin. The white-haired man leans in close, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Wow, did you want to eat me that much?" He continues, his voice dripping with condescension. "It seems you don't understand what's going on yet." Sweat beads on Eun-soo's brow, his expression a mixture of pain and defiance. The only sound is the steady drip of water in the oppressive darkness. Coughing up blood, Eun-soo glares at his captor. "Are you even human?" He is completely healed in a matter of minutes. "What do you think?" One of the captors states that he was told they can see a light coming from humans. The man tied up confirms that's right. Every person has some trace of light within them. The captor continues. "Monsters, too. He can see a light coming from his body as well." The captor asks what about him. A close-up of an eye. The light is blinding. "Anyone would be able to see that from afar," one of the captors exclaims. "The light intensifies. He's shining brilliantly. That's called life force." As expected, Gu Jin is interesting. No wonder he smelled so yummy. The man with slicked back hair states that they are running low on rations. The white-haired man beside him looks surprised. The white-haired man is warned that they might hear some complaints from their captives. The man with slicked back hair adds that there have been complaints regarding the large amount of victims from the recent disturbance, as well as the fact that they haven't executed those who started the disturbance. The man with slicked back hair says that they must find their base. The man with slick back hair slams his fist down and says that he's got it. The man with slick back hair asks Unsu's father if he heard that, too, and demands that he tell him where he and his friends came from. Unsu's father remains silent, his expression unreadable. The man with slick back hair says fine, and thinks that he thought of a good idea. The man with slick back hair tells Unsu's father that it doesn't matter whether he answers him, and that he can just entertain him instead. Unsu's father looks up, a flicker of something in his eyes. He thinks, entertain. Unsu's father is shown injured and bleeding, groaning in pain. The white-haired man says that he's really curious about the extent of Unsu's father's regenerative abilities and tells him to try to withstand. Unsu's father looks up, his expression a mix of pain and defiance. He is told that he can be played with for a long time. The cold, hard bars of the prison cell cast long shadows across the floor. His face bruised and bloodied, Unsu winces in pain. He coughs, blood flecking his lips. The bars of the cell glow with an eerie blue light. The pain is excruciating, each breath a struggle. Unsu lies prone on the cold stone floor, his body bound. Footsteps echo in the distance. A voice calls out, "Hey, you there?" He thinks to himself, "You're the human from last time? Weren't you her henchman or something?" He replies, "I'm not. That crazy lady just captured me." The voice continues, "They initially caught me and kept me here as livestock. But one day, I was assigned to be their eyes, and they started experimenting on me." The figure is hunched over, bound by strange devices. Unsu recalls, "From that day on, I started being able to see this strange light." He looks up, muttering that he can see someone's life force. A man stands over Unsu, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He asks what he just said, questioning the mention of life. The man's face is now visible, his expression serious. He declares that he will help Unsu escape. The man continues, stating that he has someone helping him and that they are trying to figure out how to get everyone out soon. Unsu says he'll leave for now, fearing he might be caught if he stays any longer. The man asks if Unsu has seen a girl with blonde hair or any other new people. Meanwhile, two men are shown, their faces etched with shock and fear. A woman stands over a body, declaring that it's okay because they can gain a new set of eyes if they experiment on someone. The woman continues, asking if their little game wasn't fun for him. Unsu retorts that he went through worse in the basement. The woman, now that she thinks about it, asks if Unsu isn't curious about his friend's whereabouts. The woman's legs are shown, the scene ending abruptly. He also has quite the tight lips. The blonde-haired girl stands beside Unsu, both bearing marks of recent struggle. A close-up reveals the cold, calculating gaze of the interrogator. "So, I thought of a good idea. If your friend here doesn't tell me the location of your base, we haven't even given her a drop of water these past few days. I'm going to break your fingers, one at a time." "Ugh," the blonde-haired girl gasps, pleading, "Stop." The interrogator's eyes widen, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "No, don't even think about saying anything." The interrogator's hand tightens around a device. Unsu and the blonde-haired girl stare in horror. It has been several days of this horrible sound. The torture went on for several days. "Heard, you got your finger back? You're incredible. We can do even more things with you. I want to free myself from these shackles and get rid of her, but they've been so meticulously installed that it's strange. They were made to restrain my fingers, so that I can't use my life force. It's as if these restraints were made just for me. Honestly, I was scared. I'd never seen anyone move like that before. What was that power? How'd he do it? It's possible that I can be free from all this pain if I just tell her where the base is, like she wants. But now I know what expression they make when they're sad. The memory surfaces, how they smile when they're happy. He reflects, knowing he can't go back to a time when he didn't know what that all looked like. He wonders how he'll recover his fingernails this time. A scream pierces the air. Haru cries out, calling for Blue. A voice echoes from within a prison cell. "Let's stop here today. I'm tired after all." A figure with white hair grins, promising, "I'll see you tomorrow." Gujin stands alone, the weight of his past pressing down on him. Gujin looks on, concerned. Haru, her face contorted in fear, is asked if she's okay and if she can think straight. A voice declares, "You're an idiot. An idiot." A figure with glasses looms over Haru, who is visibly terrified. "I told you," he says. "The more you trust and get closer to humans, the more you'll get hurt." It was then. A lone figure kneels in a vast, empty space. The moment he started to learn more about humans. A hand reaches out, fingers scarred and knuckles bruised. If she hadn't met him, this would have never happened, Haru thinks, her eyes wide with fear. A figure strides forward. "All right, let's begin." The figure looms over Haru. "I pulled out your fingernails last time." The figure continues, "Your toenails this time. Wait." Haru, bound and kneeling, says, "I'll do it." The figure pauses. "What?" Haru's name hangs in the air, a question and a plea. The figure asks, "So how about? Want to see you in pain anymore?" The figure's grin is predatory. The figure's expression twists into a cruel smile. "You actually like him or something?" Haru's eyes are downcast, her expression a mask of sorrow. The figure states, "Well, it doesn't really matter to me. I was getting tired of his reactions anyway." Tears welling in her eyes, Haru whispers, "What are you thinking?" She apologizes. She screams, a sound of pure agony tearing through the air. It's all her fault, she thinks. A hand grips her foot, the cold steel of pliers glinting in the dim light. A voice promises the fun is about to begin. The pliers close, the metal biting into her toe. No, stop, she cries out, but her pleas are ignored. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, states, we'll cooperate. Blue stares ahead, his expression unreadable. A series of fragmented images flash, Blue's face, a pair of terrified eyes, and a figure tied to a chair being questioned. A man promises to reveal the location of the base. Another man, his face etched with worry, asks, what? The foot is shown again, mangled and bloody. A woman smiles cruelly, remarking, you finally changed your mind. A man tied to a chair is asked if he has gone insane and if he is going to betray all those people back at the base. Footsteps approach. A man's face, contorted in pain and shock, is shown. Blue is told, you're no longer useful. He is bound and looks distressed. He thinks that someone should have a clue about the truth behind the monsters. An unknown figure expresses disappointment. Blue's eyes glow with power, but he barely used it. An unknown figure declares someone incompetent and pathetic. Someone states they are going to betray the other person. Blue looks shocked. An unknown figure tells Blue to shut up, stating he has nothing else to offer. An unknown figure asks what made someone change their mind. Two unknown figures discuss that it's more logical to cooperate. An unknown figure states that someone held out longer than their friend and agreed to cooperate as soon as they caught her. One unknown figure admits they never actually read the map, they just followed them. Two unknown figures discuss that it's best if you're as prepared as possible since they have fighters back at the base, too. The figure states that if it's possible, they should take everyone. He continues, saying that they can take it down in one go. The figure is called completely heartless. A group of people walk along a street. Someone calls out to the boss, questioning why they're taking them with them. One of the group states that they're more likely to get caught. The figure responds that it's because it's fun, and they want to see how hopeless they look. The figure thinks that it's a shame. It's noted that he won't say anything, and it's as if he's broken. The group continues to walk. A girl says that it's because of her. The group continues to walk, the girl looking sad. Bound by rope, Haru thinks to herself, apologizing and taking responsibility for the situation. Unsu's father is seen in the top panel, while Haru looks up, confused. Haru continues to look up at Unsu's father, her expression still one of confusion. A man retches. Haru's confusion deepens. Meanwhile, a man with white hair stands with his back to the viewer, confirming that he brought everyone as instructed. The white-haired man turns, stating that everyone is here. The man continues, noting that they left a few to guard the farm. Others in the group complain about the terrain and being too loud. The white-haired man thinks to himself that everything is going according to plan. Another man questions why they stopped, observing that it's a total wasteland. The man agrees, adding that there aren't many buildings to hide behind and that they're surrounded by the city. There's only one way to escape. The white-haired man warns that it would be very dangerous if they were to get attacked by monsters. Gujin asks what he means by that. The white-haired man explains that it means if they ever encounter the enemy, they should hide and keep going. The white-haired man shows a thumbs up, stating that this means retreat. The white-haired man continues, explaining that it means retreat if they feel like they might get really hurt should they have to fight. The white-haired man says that when he touches his chin, it means. The silver-haired man's face is partially obscured by shadow as he lurks. Unsu, his expression grim, declares, I'm gonna betray you. Unsu is surrounded by other men, their expressions unreadable. A man's mouth is open wide, as if screaming. Haru looks shocked, whispering, that's. Gujin, behind her, says firmly, shut up. I have nothing else to say to you. Gujin and Unsu stare intently. A key rests on someone's tongue. Haru's eyes widen in surprise. A key. A hand forms a strange gesture. Unsu raises his hand, shouting, attack. It means attack if we can't avoid fighting them. Unsu looks shocked, asking, huh? Haru looks surprised, exclaiming, I did it. The metallic shriek of a lock being forced open echoes through the stone corridors. She strides forward, her expression unreadable, as Gujin follows close behind, bandages wrapped around his arms. A shout erupts, filled with desperate urgency. Be boss. The boy is free. Two figures react with stunned disbelief. Why, you're right. What? One of the men clenches his fist, a grim determination hardening his features. It's okay, boss. I'll take care of this. Another voice, laced with fury, cuts through the air. You don't know anything. A bare foot slams onto the ground, the sound echoing with ominous intent. A close-up reveals a face contorted in rage, red markings etched across the skin. Panic spreads through the onlookers, their faces a mask of terror. Gujin is enveloped in a vortex of swirling energy, the air crackling with power. A figure is sent flying through the air, propelled by an unseen force. The group stands around a fallen body, the silence heavy with dread. The observers reel in shock. In one hit. One of them stammers. What just happened? The gray-haired man clenches his fist, muttering, damn it. That idiot. He raises his arm, reaching for something unseen. The man peers through binoculars, then grabs a walkie-talkie, his expression grim. He presses the button on the walkie-talkie, his face set with determination. Now, a massive explosion erupts in the distance, engulfing everything in its path. Flames lick the sky, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. The landscape is consumed by a raging inferno, the flames licking at the edges of the crumbling path. One of the figures wonders aloud if someone poured a massive amount of oil on the ground. A desperate voice calls out, "Gu Jin Yu." Below, monstrous figures with glowing orange markings emerge from the shadows. Another voice cries out in alarm, "No, monsters are surrounding us." A figure orders a retreat, but the path behind them has already collapsed. Someone groans in pain and frustration, realizing they are trapped. Shit. Now we're left with no choice. Bring eyes. Another figure commands, "The rest of you, go kill them." The blonde-haired girl's eyes widen in terror as she witnesses the unfolding chaos. Gu Jin clenches his fist, a grim determination hardening his features. "As for you, you'll die by my hand." A close-up reveals a monstrous eye, filled with predatory intent. The eye narrows, focusing on its prey. Gu Jin's expression is a mask of grim resolve as he prepares to face the onslaught. A blinding light fills the frame, obscuring the figure below. Her eyes glow with an eerie green light, a stark contrast to her otherwise youthful appearance. A swordsman lunges forward, blade aimed at the young woman. She grits her teeth, a fierce determination hardening her features. She won't let her guard down like last time. He vows to himself that he won't let himself get caught anymore. He used to let his fear drag him around, but not anymore. She declares that she'll use her fear instead. Someone wonders what's with her movements, and if she was always this nimble. Another thinks that if he'd known, he would have cut all her tendons. The young woman falls to the ground, calling out the name Blue. Gu Jin looks down, a concerned expression on his face. She crawls forward, uttering a soft, "Ah." A monstrous figure looms in the darkness. A monstrous figure looms in the darkness, its jagged teeth and shadowed form promising terror. Bare feet pound against the ground, a desperate flight from an unseen horror. He stands alongside another figure, the dust swirling around them as they face an unknown threat. Shackled feet drag across a rough surface, each step heavy with dread. A man screams, his face contorted in terror as he brandishes a crude weapon. Another man's scream echoes, a desperate cry against the encroaching darkness. Gu Jin stands resolute, his gaze fixed on something unseen, his companion beside him. Fear grips his face, the rapid thumping of his heart a deafening drum in the silence. His eyes widen in horror. What's this? I've never felt this before. A bare foot steps forward, each movement deliberate and filled with trepidation. Yujin's eyes widen in terror. I can hear the sound of monsters all around us. His face is etched with fear, the inferno raging behind him a reflection of the chaos within. She urges that they have to run. Yujin tells Gu Jin to make it quick, his expression unreadable. Gu Jin looks back, confused. A figure delivers a powerful kick. Someone is sent crashing to the ground. A sinister smile spreads across a face. Gu Jin smiles, his expression determined. Yujin clenches her fist, a fierce grin on her face. Something heavy slams into the ground. Yujin shouts that it's one more time, warning about the monsters. A monster roars as it attacks. Yujin screams, telling Gu Jin to run. The words "grave" and "save me" are emblazoned in red across the panel, framing a scene of chaos and despair. A voice booms, demanding eyes be brought forth. A submissive voice responds, fear lacing every syllable. "Why yes, ma'am." Blue's face is shown, his expression a mix of apprehension and resignation. Gu Jin's name is called out in a moment of violence. The sound of rushing wind fills the air as Blue's name is questioned. A figure looms over Blue, demanding to know if it was him. Another voice accuses Blue of being the one who told them. The air crackles with tension as the interrogation continues. Blue, his face marred with cuts, says he told them to restrain their fingers. The accuser's face is etched with pain and betrayal. The accuser demands to know why, because of Blue, they were tortured for the past few days. He explains that the decision was based on actions, stating he simply chose the best strategy given the situation. Eun-soo, bound and looking distressed, asks if Blue was being serious about what he said back then. A close-up shows Eun-soo's worried expression. Blue states plainly that he doesn't like Eun-soo. Eun-soo's expression shifts to one of shock and hurt. Eun-soo accuses Blue of putting holes in their plans more than once due to his unnecessary indecisiveness. Blue retorts that if he had Eun-soo's powers, he would have been able to use them more effectively, adding that the power is too much for him. Eun-soo, looking downcast, responds that if Blue doesn't like him so much. Eun-soo asks why Blue didn't avoid it then. Eun-soo's eyes widen as he says Blue could've. A close-up shows Blue's face, his expression unreadable. Blue declares that he needs Eun-soo. He looks up, sweat beading on his brow as he stares ahead with wide, fearful eyes. Gu Jin exhales, his breath ragged and uneven. Gu Jin grits his teeth, muttering, such a frustrating guy. Eun-soo's voice is soft but firm. No. Eun-soo continues, you're more frustrating. Gu Jin extends a hand to Eun-soo, who remains seated on the ground. Gu Jin urges him, get up. Offering his hand, Gu Jin asks, or are you planning to die here? Eun-soo looks up at Gu Jin, his expression unreadable as he reaches out. A sinister grin spreads across Eun-soo's face. Unsu grasps Gujin's hand, declaring no. I've got a better plan. A large monster stands before a figure with dark hair. A top-down view reveals a battlefield littered with bodies. A man with gray hair shouts, "Get ready for combat." The man continues, yelling, "Getting here? He's here." Two figures walk forward, their destination unknown. A man with his eyes covered exclaims, "I'm so proud. I should give him a prize later." Someone begins to untie a bandage, declaring, "Let's see who he is." A figure plummets downwards. A man with a mohawk grins, stating, "Oh, I can see." A grotesque, bound figure lies prone on the floor, restrained by thick cables. The survival rate for this experiment is ridiculously low. Two figures stand before the bound monster. If you're unable to withstand the monster once it captures you, you'll die on the spot. But you still want to do it? We normally have the livestock do it. Let's get started. The man's face is shown. I can see its weak spot. Eyes, tell me where its weak spot is. What? You talking to me? I don't wanna. A cacophony of laughter echoes through the chamber as a figure leaps and bounds with manic energy. One of the observers expresses his shock, stating that he has never seen anyone like him before. Another man exclaims that the figure is the one who attacked him that day. One of the men apologizes to his boss. A woman states that they really thought he was one of them. Another voice questions if they don't have any more eyes. In that case, the left-hand man steps forward. He declares that he has nothing to lose. The woman is told to be the eyes then. The left-hand man's face is shown in close-up, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. The only thing left for someone who loses a fight is death. Someone states that they told him they chose the best option, while another questions if it really was the best. The group considers their options. One of them suggests they've surrendered. They decide the only way to reach their goal is by convincing the others to leave their camp and killing them. One of them exclaims that it doesn't matter, they could die with them, declaring this was too rash. Another responds, agreeing but hesitating. A sudden jolt of realization hits someone. The group considers the possibility. They discuss the prospect of surviving and escaping this place. A foot crushes something beneath it. Meanwhile, someone gazes up at a towering, monstrous figure. A close-up reveals a bloody wound. The monster looms closer, its massive claws outstretched. A woman flees in terror. A bloody hand clenches, the knuckles white with strain. Gujin watches with wide eyes, Haru standing beside him, while a silver-haired figure looks on. A lone figure stands silhouetted against a bright background, a sense of foreboding emanating from them. A grotesque monster rises from a pool of blood, its form twisted and menacing. The group faces the monster, weapons drawn, ready for battle. The air crackles with anticipation. Feet tread through a ruined landscape, the ground littered with debris and signs of destruction. Gujin, sword in hand, asks, "Are you guys ready?" A close-up shows a sneaker planted firmly on the ground, ready to move. Haru, looking pale and determined, responds, "As ready as I'll ever be." A bandaged arm, stained with blood, is held tightly, a sign of recent injury. Gujin, his eyes glowing with resolve, says, "Of course." The group stands together, ready to face whatever comes next, their faces grim with determination. The team is surrounded by monstrous figures, their silhouettes looming in the shadows, ready to strike. He gathers energy, preparing to strike. A blue aura crackles around Gujin as he focuses his power. A monstrous claw descends with terrifying speed, aiming to crush him. The creature's attack continues, now targeting Haru with relentless ferocity. The monstrous claw descends again, seeking to tear through Gujin. The monster's massive foot slams into the ground, sending tremors through the earth. The creature's assault continues, the claw slashing towards Haru once more. The monster's claw strikes again, a blur of motion and deadly intent. Haru is sent sprawling, crashing to the ground from the force of the blow. Gujin retaliates, launching a counterattack against the monstrous foe. The impact of Gujin's attack explodes outward, shattering the ground beneath. He prepares for another strike, his eyes burning with determination. Gujin charges forward, blades drawn, ready to deliver the final blow. He is struck from above by a hulking figure. The blow lands with a sickening thud. The force sends Gujin reeling backward. He thinks, "I'm able to dodge their attacks without much difficulty. It's all within the possibilities I can see." Gujin grits his teeth, thinking, "If I can just find and destroy their cores." The monster looms over him. The monster's core pulses with dark energy. He reflects, "This feeling, I've felt it before." A memory surfaces, back then. A dark core glows ominously. Gujin's eye widens in shock. A beam of energy erupts from the core. A beam of red energy pierces Unsu's torso, causing him to gasp in pain. Haru stands behind Unsu, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Unsu is struck in the face, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through his body. Unsu's eyes widen in disbelief as the attack lands. Both Unsu and Haru slide across the ground, struggling to regain their footing. Unsu, dazed and injured, asks, "How did you?" Haru shouts, "Because you looked like you were in danger." A monstrous figure attacks Unsu, its claws dripping with malice. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, ready to strike. A voice narrates, "That power, it's the same as Blue's. The power to create possibilities." Power surges, coalescing into a glowing red orb. That goes beyond his expectations, a power he cannot have. But still, he'll do whatever he can to kill it. Gu Jin leaps forward, closing the distance between himself and the monster. He strikes with a powerful blow. The monster is struck. He thinks he doesn't know how much longer he can use this power. If he uses it all up, he might end up losing consciousness like last time. He has to control how much he utilizes it. That's why he has to take care of this as quickly as possible. Gu Jin strikes again with a powerful blow. The monster is struck. The monster's massive fist slams down, the impact shaking the very ground. Dodging the blow, Gu Jin narrowly avoids being crushed. He continues to evade the relentless assault, each dodge a desperate dance with death. Another strike, another near miss. The air crackles with displaced energy. The monster's attack shatters the ground, a testament to its raw power. Eyes narrowed, Gu Jin prepares to counterattack, a spark of determination igniting within him. Energy gathers around him, tendrils of light swirling into a blinding vortex. A crimson blade of pure energy materializes in his hand, humming with lethal intent. Rushing forward, the red energy blade leaves a fiery trail in his wake. He slashes at the monster, the blade a blur of crimson light. Landing on the ground, Gu Jin watches as his attack finds its mark. The monster recoils, the red energy blade searing through its flesh. He launches a powerful kick towards the monster, the force of the blow creating a gust of wind. The kick connects, sending a shockwave through the monster's body. A red, glowing point appears on the monster's hide, where Gu Jin's foot struck. Cracks spiderweb out from the point of impact, the monster's tough exterior beginning to fracture. The monster's face contorts in pain, its eyes widening in shock. A voice echoes, laced with defiance. That wasn't enough. The monster unleashes a blinding burst of white energy. The monster's expression hardens, a fierce determination burning in its eyes as it releases the force. Blue energy crackles around Gu Jin as the monster's attack slams into him. The force of the blast engulfs him, a swirling vortex of power, sending him hurtling backward. An orange glow marks the point of impact, debris flying in all directions. Gu Jin is sent flying through the air, a helpless figure tossed about by the monster's overwhelming power. He lies on the ground, recovering from the monster's attack. The monster's massive feet loom over the scene. Yujin's eyes widen in terror. The monster unleashes a flurry of attacks with its tentacles. The attack lands with a resounding impact. Her eye reflects the horror of the moment. Haru and another figure rush towards the scene. Haru screams for help, then someone helps her up. Hey, come help us. Ugh, thank you. Eugene stares in disbelief. Why you? A figure with a mohawk appears, reminding her of a promise. You promised. You'd grant me a wish if I helped you. The mohawk figure holds Eugene. Eugene screams in anguish. No. Why would you make me do? Rain lashes down on the city streets. A figure grimaces in pain. A white-haired figure declares that they will help, but only in return for being helped out of their current situation, laughing maniacally. The blonde-haired figure cries out in pain. The figure lies prone on the floor, gasping for air. A dark-haired figure's eye narrows as they consider if they are being betrayed, but they can see it now. The blonde-haired figure's eyes glow as they channel the flow. The dark-haired figure realizes that they can understand the boy's movements from back then. Static crackles from a device on a uniform. The blonde-haired figure smiles, stating that the call finally went through. The blonde-haired figure, eyes glowing, declares that they have the eyes now. The blonde-haired figure is on the phone. A disembodied voice echoes the phrase, "How to use my life force," as the camera focuses on a dark, patterned sphere resting on the ground. The camera pans up to reveal Gu Jin, Haru, and another figure. Haru asks if everyone is alright. Gu Jin insists that he is fine, stating that this much is fine. A close-up of Gu Jin's face reveals his pain. In the background, Haru and the other figure walk away. Gu Jin reflects on his perceived lack of usefulness, even if he hadn't been there. Blue thinks that Blue could have defeated all these monsters on his own. A bloodied knife is shown, with the text, "But I made up my mind to get rid of the monsters." Blue thinks to himself, "Still, look at the state of me. I'm no better than baggage." A close-up of Gu Jin's face shows his determination. Blue reflects, "I guess the pathetic one was me all along." Eugene asks where Gu Jin thinks he is going, as she notes that they are surrounded by fire. Gu Jin explains that once they get out of the flames, they have to pass through a canyon to get out of here. Gu Jin is asked when he had the time to prepare all that, as it wouldn't have been easy to do all on his own. He responds that he met a lot of people who were. Someone meant to be livestock while they were locked up agreed to work together, and that person got someone helping him. An unnamed character says that they are trying to figure out how to get everyone out, and that it'll be soon. Gu Jin is told that he was the one helping him. Eugene exclaims that it's incredible, and that Gu Jin planned all this while they were locked up. An unnamed character states that this is the best he could do. Gu Jin and Eugene are seen walking through the canyon with another unnamed character. He continues to lead the group through the narrow canyon passage, the sound of their footsteps echoing against the towering rock walls. Eugene, Haru, and Eyes follow close behind, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. "Wait, take us with you." The group stops as they encounter Unsu and another figure. Unsu asks, "What? You guys are?" He continues, "It's been a while, guys. Like 4 days or something. In any case, it's nice seeing you again." Haru, visibly shocked, exclaims, "Wh? You're the one who tried to kill us last time." Eyes, with a nervous expression, shouts, "Take me with you." Unsu responds, "Whoa, it's nice seeing you too." The man with gray hair thinks to himself, "To think there'd be so many people. How annoying." Eugene, looking frightened, says, "If you ever show even a hint that you're going to betray us, I'll kill you on the spot." She continues, "I got it. I won't get in your way." The group continues to move forward, their footsteps echoing in the canyon. They continue their journey through the canyon, the path winding ahead. Gujin slides down a steep rock face, dust kicking up around him. The group carefully climbs down a narrow crevice, the canyon walls closing in around them. He lands on the ground, the impact jarring his bones. Haru gasps, her eyes widening as she spots something in the distance. Strange figures emerge from the rocks. A hulking monster drops from the canyon wall, claws extended. Haru, eyes wide with terror, shouts, "Keep running." Unsu states that it's easy to get surrounded in a canyon, so prolonging the fight would make things dangerous for them. Unsu continues, saying it's safer to simply pass through it. Unsu urges them not to stop, declaring that he'll take care of it. Gujin delivers a devastating punch to one of the monsters. Gujin stands ready, his eyes glowing with power. Haru gasps, astonished by the speed of the attack. The monster is sent flying backward from the force of Gujin's punch. Another monster lunges forward, its massive jaws snapping shut. A close-up reveals the monster's terrifying teeth. Gujin faces down multiple monsters, ready to fight. Tendrils of dark energy writhe around Gujin as he prepares to unleash his power. He focuses, the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. In the distance, a figure with white hair stands, observing. "Let's go." Gujin steels himself. The white-haired figure watches intently as Gujin pushes himself. "I get better each time I use my life force," he thinks. Gujin considers, "If I use my life force to strengthen my body, I can sustain the buff for a while before my power starts to decrease." Blue energy crackles around his arm as his life force begins to flow. He continues, in other words, "My power is at its strongest just after I strengthen my body. If I charge my life force for a moment before I attack my enemy, The ground cracks beneath his feet as he gathers his energy. The power of his life force increases in proportion, bathing him in a vibrant blue aura. Blue light flares from his eyes as he wonders, to how long I charge it for. He remembers, back then, the longest I was able to last was about 2 minutes. Gujin grits his teeth, "I'm controlling the amount I'm using now, so I still have some leeway." Gujin calls out, urgently seeking direction. He asks what the direction to the base is. Someone responds, pointing out that it's over there. Another character questions if they knew. The edge crumbles beneath someone's feet. A rock falls, plummeting downwards. The group struggles to maintain their footing on the treacherous path. The sun shines brightly above the towering mountains. A hand grips the ground, seeking purchase. He looks concerned. Someone exclaims that they could have been crushed. Haru clutches her leg, injured. Someone asks if she is okay, and if she thinks she can walk. Haru replies that she can try, but then groans in pain. Another character says that they don't want to die. She calls out, her voice strained with panic, as the ground continues to settle around them. The others look on with wide eyes, fear etched on their faces. A desperate hand reaches out from beneath the rubble, fingers scrabbling for purchase in the loose earth. A figure clutches their back, groaning in pain. Another stands beside him, a grim expression on his face. The blonde woman speaks, her voice filled with disbelief. The man beside her looks away, unable to meet her gaze. "Don't tell me. He was crushed to death?" The white-haired man looks up, his face a mask of desperation. "They're alive. I don't want to die." The blonde woman clutches her head, her face contorted in anguish. "Looks like we got separated when the ground collapsed. This is all wrong." The mohawked man places a hand on the blonde woman's shoulder, his expression determined. "Don't worry. I'll protect you." Haru's eyes widen in shock, her face a picture of disbelief. "What?" Haru remembers a promise, her expression softening slightly. The memory of a mohawk flashes in her mind. The blonde woman stands amidst the rubble, a weapon clutched tightly in her hand, her face set with grim resolve. The blonde woman's face is etched with worry, while the mohawked man behind her stares ahead with a steely gaze. The mohawked man shields the blonde woman from an unseen danger, his body tense and ready for a fight. A figure shouts, "Chicken comb." His expression is one of intense focus or perhaps desperation. Blades clash against a monstrous form. Sparks fly as the fighter struggles against the creature's brute strength. A figure with wild, white hair stands amidst the chaos, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding danger. Another figure, this one with crimson hair, appears to be caught in the midst of the collapse. She and another figure trudge through the rocky terrain, monsters looming in the distance. The blonde-haired girl says, "It's going to be impossible to get out of here at this rate." Her voice is laced with worry. Her eyes widen in fear as she witnesses something terrible. Rocks rain down from above, the sound of their impact echoing through the tunnels. The black-haired figure carries the blonde-haired girl, attempting to shield her from the falling debris. Her face contorts in terror as the situation grows increasingly dire. A monster attacks, its claws reaching for the blonde-haired girl. She plummets downwards, the ground rushing up to meet her. She plummets through the air, the ground rushing up to meet her. Her eyes widen in terror as the wind whips around her face. Meanwhile, a grotesque monster looms, its many eyes glinting in the dim light of the cavern. The creature roars, its massive fist crashing down. Two more monsters emerge from the shadows, their guttural snarls echoing through the cavern. The cavern stretches out, revealing the sheer number of monsters that surround them. A blade gleams, ready to strike. Gu Jin grits his teeth, bracing himself for the onslaught. I never expected things to end up like this. He thinks, there are too many monsters. I'll only end up using all my stamina if I keep dodging. A monster lunges, its fangs bared. He thinks, if I had the same power Blue has. He steels himself, thinking, I could have gotten out of this situation on my own. The sword is raised, ready to meet the onslaught. The man with the scarred head stares intently, his expression unreadable. Beside him, a younger companion looks on with concern etched on his face. A hand reaches out tentatively. Used to be our friend, even though it wasn't for long. A voice echoes. What's with him? Something about him has changed. A hooded figure stands silhouetted against the light. It feels as if he's become another person. The voice continues. Gu Jin. The two figures stand apart now, a palpable tension hanging in the air. We're friends, one of them declares. The younger man's eyes widen, a mixture of fear and determination flickering within them. The wind howls through the desolate landscape, carrying with it the scent of ozone and the promise of a coming storm. Gu Jin grips a massive blade, its polished surface reflecting the stormy sky. You're prepared, right? He asks, his voice low and steady. Gu Jin grits his teeth, his arms crossed tightly against his chest, as if trying to contain an unbearable pain. He collapses to his knees, the weight of exhaustion pressing down on him like a physical force. Pushing himself up, Gu Jin stumbles forward, his face a mask of grim determination. He fights, each blow a desperate attempt to hold back the encroaching darkness. A crushing blow lands, sending a jolt of pain through his body. Blood trickles from a fresh wound, a stark reminder of his dwindling strength. He clutches his arm, a pained expression etched on his face. I'm starting to run low on life force, he thinks. Another strike connects, the force of the impact reverberating through his bones. Haru, her face etched with worry, urges him to flee. You can run away on your own. I'm fine, so go. Gu Jin, his eyes shadowed with pain, looks at Haru. At this rate, you'll also, he thinks. Haru's face contorts in anguish, tears welling in her eyes. Why? She cries out, her voice cracking with despair. A voice echoes, a grim warning. You'll get hurt again. Haru's voice trembles, laced with self-reproach. Because of me. It was then. A lone figure crouches in the darkness, a voice filled with a newfound understanding. That was when I started to learn more about humans. He charges forward, a whirlwind of motion against the grotesque, monstrous figure. His eyes harden with resolve, a silent promise etched on his face. This would have never happened. Haru's voice rises in a crescendo of guilt. It's all my fault. It's because I met you that day, that you're suffering like this. The air crackles with tension as they stand together, a silent understanding passing between them. Gu Jin's gaze hardens, a steely determination settling in his eyes. Yeah. Bare feet tread on a desolate landscape, each step heavy with the weight of the past. Haru's voice is a broken whisper, filled with regret. If I hadn't met you that day, this would have never happened. But the figure declares, resolute, that they don't regret it. Haru's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise or perhaps dawning realization crossing her face. A voice echoes, filled with newfound understanding, because I met you. The memory continues, a figure reflecting on learning about human kindness and the feeling of being connected. The flashback shows Haru embraced by someone, a voice recalling the warmth of someone worrying about her. The figure, now standing alone, declares that they can now trust humans. A figure, face contorted in anguish, cries out a desperate no. The memory shifts, a group of people surrounding the figure, the word people hanging in the air. Haru, surrounded by others, affirms that she can trust people. Meanwhile, a cacophony of panicked cries fills the air. Amidst the chaos, a desperate plea rings out. Please run away. Haru's face is a mask of terror, tears streaming down her face as she cries out, why? She is surrounded by a chaotic scene, the blurred figures and pouring rain amplifying her sense of panic. Her face contorts in anguish, tears mixing with the downpour as an unseen terror grips her heart. Meanwhile, Gu Jin's past echoes with a desperate cry, a vow born from a place of profound conviction. Because you're precious to me. Haru's sobs rack her body, each drop of rain a cold reminder of her present torment. The world around her blurs, a vortex of fear threatening to consume her entirely. Elsewhere, a voice cuts through the past, laced with skepticism. You trust humans? Gu Jin's resolve remains unshaken, as you have been. Despite the visible wounds, a fierce determination burns in Haru's eyes, a refusal to surrender to the encroaching darkness. Lying prone in the downpour, a chilling premonition echoes. You'll be betrayed. Returning to the past, A grim warning hangs in the air. Will consume your soul. But the threat is met with cold indifference. It doesn't matter. Gu Jin reflects on the kindness he received, the warmth that once shielded him from the cold. I trust their kindness. I trust the warmth they showed me. From this moment on, Haru's voice, raw with emotion, rises above the storm. I don't care if I suffer. He declares that he will walk a different path from theirs. Surrounded by a horde of monstrous figures, Gu Jin prepares for battle. Energy erupts from him in a blinding flash. He focuses the energy, gathering it in his hand. Blasts of pure energy tear through the monstrous ranks. The energy intensifies, leaving trails of light in its wake. The energy condenses into a concentrated stream. Gu Jin embraces Haru, shielding her with his power. Tears stream down Haru's face, her expression a mixture of fear and relief. Gu Jin calls out to Haru. He vows that he will never let her die. Gu Jin holds Haru close, promising to protect her from whatever comes next. He grits his teeth, blue energy crackling around him as tears stream down his face. Haru looks back, her expression a mask of horror. Below, Gu Jin struggles to stand. Her eyes widen in terror as she looks down at Gu Jin, who is barely conscious. A monstrous figure looms in the distance, wreathed in crackling energy. Gu Jin clutches at his chest, his face contorted in pain as the blue energy surges through him. The cavern ceiling is dotted with glowing orbs. The orbs stretch into the distance, illuminating the cavern. Gu Jin lies on the ground, his vision blurring as he looks up at the ceiling. He coughs, struggling to breathe as he clutches at the coins scattered around him. Haru cries out, "Blue," her voice filled with desperation. Gu Jin lies prone, barely moving. Above, Haru's face is etched with worry. The monstrous figure stands over the fallen Gu Jin, its shadow looming over him as Haru watches in horror. A grotesque, multi-headed monster looms, its form radiating an unsettling aura. Tears stream down Haru's face, her expression a mask of pure terror. Gu Jin's face is etched with desperation as he whispers, "No, I don't have." A close-up reveals Gu Jin's eye, glistening with unshed tears, reflecting an inner turmoil. Gu Jin lies prone, defeated, a single word escaping his lips with a heavy finality. A child sleeps peacefully, oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him. A man with spectacles stares intently, his words echoing with a somber weight. Your heart resembles your mother's. The man's thoughts drift, recalling a past warning. No matter how many times I told her to keep her distance, her kind heart would make her get close to them, and she'd end up getting hurt. Gu Jin lies in bed, haunted by the past. That's all the more reason I can't send you to the surface, he thinks, his resolve wavering. I can't bring myself to see that again. Gu Jin's eye reflects a deep-seated fear, a memory he cannot bear to relive. Haru's face is a mixture of determination and fear as she hears the words, but if you still end up running after it. A foot steps forward with purpose, a silent vow to become stronger. Bandages wrapped around his torso, he stands battered but unbroken. A barrage of rocks hurtles towards him, each one a crushing blow waiting to land. A voice echoes, a challenge to overcome, even stronger than me. A rock slams into Gu Jin's head, the impact drawing blood. He grits his teeth, enduring the pain. Despite the injuries, Gu Jin pushes forward, his eyes burning with determination. He clenches his fist, a surge of power coursing through him. Become even stronger. Blue energy crackles around his hand, a sign of his growing strength. Extending his hand, Gu Jin unleashes the energy, lightning dancing around his fingertips. So that you don't experience any hardships, a voice booms. And keep your convictions in check. He lies on the cracked ground, energy still coursing through his veins, a testament to his resilience. He lay amidst the shattered earth, a radiant light emanating from his body. A colossal stone figure loomed over Gu Jin and Eugene, its immense size dwarfing them. Rising to his feet, Gu Jin stared up at the towering figure, Eugene standing beside him. The stone giant's hand, weathered and immense, stretched out before them. Gu Jin stood defiantly before the giant, an unyielding determination etched on his face. He fell towards the outstretched hand, drawn by an unseen force. Clutched in his hand, a glowing ember pulsed with newfound power. The voice echoed, resonating with ancient power, the blue flame. A tentacle descends, poised to strike. Eyes asks, how did you know where its weak spot was? Eyes states, I can see it. Those guys made me do a test. Eyes declares, I figured it was life force. The monster's leg moves, shaking the ground. Easily, it flows through our bodies. The monster stomps its foot. The monster's leg descends. Eyes shouts. The monster's leg continues its assault. Eyes thinks he's not targeting its weak spot despite knowing where it is. The red-haired man, bandages wrapped around his head, snarls. You think I'm going to let you off easily? The monster responds with a swift, brutal attack. Eyes observes, thinking his movements. It feels as though he's not afraid of the monster's attacks. The red-haired man grits his teeth, looking like a wild beast. Eyes thinks, but his methods are stupid. The monster's hand reaches out. The red-haired man shouts, don't come over here, Gu Jin. The monster's attack lands, and the red-haired man grunts in pain. Eyes thinks, that idiot. How could he look over here when he's running? The monster looms. The red-haired man, battered but defiant, yells, "Is that all you got?" Tendrils of dark energy writhe around him, constricting and binding. He had forgotten that memory. His dad was worried that he would get close to humans, expecting that he might go to the surface. What in the world happened for him to? Blue calls out, as the figure on the ground struggles to move. He told him why he put him in the basement. So he could survive the... There's something he didn't tell him. He didn't tell him. That honest confession, he wasn't actually sleeping. So he could survive the... That he probably wouldn't believe him. It was partly out of curiosity, partly out of rebellion. He didn't even know what he was talking about. He stands in a dimly lit room, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and decay. Without saying a word, he seems lost in thought, the weight of the world pressing down on him. He's not trying to protect you from the apocalypse. Haru looks up, her expression a mixture of concern and fear, but rather, from. She whispers, her voice barely audible above the silence. The moment they learn of your existence, every single human will be after you, because, inside of you. A pair of eyes widen in terror, reflecting the chilling words. Haru's face is etched with worry, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated fear. He struggles to grasp the fading echoes. I can't hear him, he thinks, panic rising in his chest. It's as if his memory was severed. Lying prone, Gujin clutches at his throat, his eyes wide with confusion and a desperate need. What's this? I feel this great thirst. Blue energy crackles around his torso, a visible sign of his life force fading. It feels as if his life is withering away. His eyes dart around, searching for something, anything, to alleviate the growing emptiness. A wrapped object lies nearby, its purpose unknown. His face contorts in pain, a silent scream trapped within. A hand reaches out, gently touching his head, a gesture of comfort or perhaps something more. A hand points forward, as if singling out a target. He stares, eyes wide with a dawning horror. His breath hitches in his throat, a silent scream building. A grotesque figure descends, tendrils writhing like a nest of vipers. The creature undulates, a nightmare made flesh. The monster looms over him, a silent predator. Blue grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Get a hold of yourself, Blue, he shouts. His eyes dart around, searching for an escape, a weakness, anything. Haru stands beside him, her face a mask of fear as the monster descends. Blue curses under his breath. Damn it. He steels himself, knowing he can't dodge the attack from this distance. The monster lunges, its tendrils poised to strike. The woman with short blonde hair arrives, asking if she's late. The monsters keep coming, their grotesque forms a stark contrast to the bright sky above. He grits his teeth, realizing he can't find the right moment to watch their backs. He can feel himself reaching his limit. Two figures are surrounded by the monstrous horde. They realize they are different from Blue and helpless if they are surrounded. He shouts, urging them to get out of there before something happens. Another shouts, "Chicken comb. Now." With a yell, he runs. The monsters close in. He groans in pain. His arm trembles. They run, one exclaiming in surprise, "What?" He declares that he shouldn't die like everyone else did. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he stares off into the distance. Gujin asks, his voice strained, "Why are you going so far?" Unsu's expression is unreadable. A wide, unsettling smile spreads across Unsu's face. "I don't need a reason. We're friends." The man's eyes narrowed, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze. He declared he didn't need a reason. His expression softened slightly, a hint of vulnerability flickering across his features. He added that they were friends. His eyes widened, a flicker of fear momentarily eclipsing his determination. He thought how idiotic it was that someone was putting his life on the line just because they were friends. He internalized that everyone around him was an idiot. Tendrils lashed out, a sudden and brutal assault against him. A voice cried out, urging caution. He declared that he could see it. He thought that the single possibility for him to survive was to run away before they were surrounded, like Chickencomb had said. But, if it were Blue, he wouldn't follow the path of possibility. He'd pave his own. He has the power to do that. Back then, and then too. The memory of a companion lingers. I can only watch. How long must I keep chasing the path of possibility? When my sister was wasting away. If the path determined for me leads to tragedy, do I have no choice but to keep walking it? A bead of blood trickles down his face, a silent testament to the cost of his choices. Ugh. The path stretches onward, each step a heavy burden. He grits his teeth, knuckles white as he clenches his fist. If he had Blue's powers, he thinks, he would have been able to overcome this. Gujin's eyes widen with frustration. He would have been able to create his own possibility. A monstrous hand reaches for him, a symbol of his powerlessness. Surrounded by grotesque figures, Gujin whispers, "If he were Blue." The monstrous figures loom closer. If he were Blue. His eye reflects the harsh reality. He is powerless, different from Blue. The only thing he can do, he realizes, is walk the path of possibility. Yeah, that's. Gujin clenches his fist tighter, a surge of determination coursing through him. The only way he can survive. Survive, huh? Now that he thinks about it. Why was he trying to live? Eugen's voice echoes in his memory. You promised. The memory continues, Eugen's voice pleading, you'd avenge me. Yujin's words resonate, a promise made in desperation. You said you'd kill all the monsters. He remembers standing before a horde of grotesque monsters, the weight of his promise heavy on his shoulders. His resolve hardens with each step. He grips the hilt of his sword, the cold steel a reminder of what he'd forgotten. I'd forgotten. The reason. I live on. He continues forward, his purpose renewed. His eyes burn with determination. I live to kill them all. If he's not strong enough. He plunged the sword into the ground, a silent vow etched into the steel. Then, he could just get stronger. Gu Jin vowed to find a way, no matter what. A way to kill them all. Dozens, hundreds. Gu Jin swore, even if it takes him 1,000 tries. Blue energy crackled in his hand, a stark contrast to the burning frustration in his heart. Gu Jin knew it. He couldn't fight like Blue. He could feel what type of life force he had when he fought that monster. Eyes wondered why Gu Jin hadn't run away yet. His hand glowed with renewed energy, a spark of defiance against the odds. A monstrous form loomed, a reminder of the battles to come. He had to gather more life force. It's so hot. Is this what it's supposed to feel like? No, it's different from that time. It felt even stronger and sharper back then. It has to be strong enough to kill the monster. It must be stronger. Gu Jin must take revenge. He grits his teeth, a desperate need burning within him. He needs it, the power to create new possibilities. The power to kill all these monsters surges within him, a raw, untamed force. A monstrous figure looms before him, a stark reminder of the battles to come. His face contorts in a grimace, the weight of his ambition pressing down on him. He walks forward, a trail of crimson energy marking his path, each step fueled by his resolve. Gu Jin places a hand on Haru's shoulder, a silent promise passing between them. Clasping his hands together, he focuses his will, the energy within him beginning to coalesce. His feet are planted firmly on the ground, ready to unleash the power he craves. Red lightning crackles around his shoes, a visual testament to the force building within him. Eyes watches him, a silent observer to Gu Jin's transformation. Blue and red lightning intertwine around his legs, a chaotic display of the power he now wields. He declared, energy crackling around his fists, I'll rip you apart. A colossal hand descended, blotting out the light. The energy coalesced, forming a blinding vortex of power. Surrounded by floating debris, Gu Jin underwent a visible transformation. Haru gasped, her voice laced with disbelief. Gu Jin. He gritted his teeth, enduring the surge of power coursing through him. Amidst the rubble, he steeled himself for what was to come. His grip tightened on the hilt of the sword, knuckles bone-white. Two shadowy figures emerged from the darkness behind him. Energy crackled around his hand, a tangible manifestation of his newfound power. His eyes burned crimson, a storm brewing within. He winds up a devastating punch, his knuckles white as he prepares to strike. The punch connects with Unsu's jaw, the force of the blow echoing through the air. Staggering backward from the impact, Unsu is sent flying. The force of the blow sends Unsu hurtling through the air. The air is filled with dust and debris as the impact reverberates. Unsu crashes to the ground, defeated. The weight is almost too much to bear. Haru groans, so heavy. I shouldn't have come back. Blue looks up, startled. Haru looks terrible, but Blue is grateful. I just barely made it out alive, thanks to Gu Jin. The red-haired man says, you'd be surprised to hear what happened. Where did that girl go? The red-haired man is silent. Haru looks away, distressed. Blue says, let's get out of here first. He thinks, this guy's out cold. How will we find our way back? The red-haired man says, he mentioned that he's got someone waiting for us on the way to the base. Blue thinks, I kind of know how to get back. Haru says to Blue, you didn't say anything, even though you knew where the base was. Blue responds, is that so? He stands before Haru and Eugene, his expression unreadable as the two stare back in shock. Haru's voice trembles as she asks, how did you? Blue's eyes narrow as he says, I trusted you because you looked like an idiot, but you ended up being a traitor. Eugene's expression is one of disbelief and hurt. Blue's face is shadowed as he thinks about how they ended up in this situation. He continues, his voice rising in anger. Who are you calling an idiot? You're the one who looks funny. There's power in numbers. Blue clenches his fists, his knuckles white with tension. Tears welling in her eyes, Haru cries out. She was our friend until the very last moment. Blue's expression hardens as he cuts off the sentimentality. Cut the bullshit. He declares, in this world, or are hunted. Blue warns, his voice low and menacing, don't look down on me. You won't be able to take me down easily. Seeing his opponent, he feels like he can't be complacent. The figure on the ground is severely injured. He grits his teeth, remembering the fight. In that moment, a sinister grin spreads across his face. He grips his weapon tightly. Blue says, thank you for the meal. His opponent's eyes widen in terror. Energy crackles around Blue's body as he prepares to fight. He coughs, blood dripping from his mouth. His eyes glow with power. Blue says, now that you taught me how to use life force. He continues, what I just taught you is a very basic way of reinforcing your life force. Blue asks, but how did you find out about this? Have you? He grinned, thinking, I met someone who can use it. The memory flashed. He had met this boy who moved in ways he'd never seen before. His eyes widened, a sudden realization washing over him. If he was going to target strong prey, he must become stronger. Looking around, Blue muttered, "Where are we anyway? Looks pretty far from where we started, now that I think about it." Surrounded by a faint blue aura, he remembered, that guy said he saw a blue blaze, so I'll just follow that. Holding a device to his ear, Blue commanded, "Wait, you said blue blaze?" The device flashed a stark warning, "Stop right now." Blue's eyes widened in alarm. "What? This is not a problem you can handle." He let out a short, humorless laugh. The woman on the other end of the line shrieked, Hey, don't hang up, whatever." Lying on the ground, Blue wondered, I wonder why he made such a fuss. He couldn't even. A trembling voice warned, "Do anything. Don't come closer." Unsu sneers at Haru, his eyes glinting with malice. "You think you can do anything to me?" he asks, his voice dripping with disdain. With a sudden burst of speed, he lunges forward, his hand outstretched to strike. Haru, eyes wide with terror, attempts to flee, her feet pounding against the ground as she tries to create distance. Golden energy crackles around Unsu's hand, a visible manifestation of his power. He snatches her, his fingers tangling cruelly in her blonde hair. Holding Haru captive by her hair, Unsu grimaces. Ugh, why am I getting a nosebleed? I wonder if using this power takes a toll on the body. His face contorted in a sadistic grin, he declares, I told you before, right? He brandishes a crude, makeshift weapon, its edge glinting ominously in the dim light. I'll make it so that you won't be able to run ever again. The air crackles with anticipation as he prepares to strike. Unsu brings the weapon down with brutal force, the impact echoing through the desolate landscape. He looms over her, his expression a mask of cruel satisfaction. You're awake? The weapon crashes down again, and Haru cries out in pain before falling silent, unconscious. Unsu smirks, declaring that he wanted to fight Haru again. Haru states that he wanted to see who the true predator between them was. Unsu points, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Unsu asks if things are different now as he and Haru exchange blows. Unsu urges Haru to hurry and attack him, demanding to be entertained more. Unsu states that Haru was the only human he felt was like his kind, as Haru falls to the ground. Haru lies defeated on the ground. Unsu says that he can use life force-like, offering to give Haru some motivation. He adds that even if Haru loses this fight, he won't kill his friends, but he'll cut off their arms and legs so they can't run away. Unsu continues, stating that he'll eat their meat where everyone can see, and that it wouldn't be a bad idea to use them for monster experiments too. Unsu says that he's got to do that much. Unsu states that it feels like he's received enough compensation for Haru killing his boys. Haru lies defeated, staring up at Unsu. She stands, feet planted firmly on the ground, hands open as if beckoning the very air itself. A faint, ethereal glow begins to emanate from her palms, a sign of the power stirring within. Closing her fist, she focuses her energy, the power coalescing into a tangible force. The bandages wrapped around her hand seem to glow brighter, absorbing the building energy. A surge of determination floods her face, her eyes widening with a fierce intensity. Yes, she exclaims, the sound barely a whisper against the backdrop of the desolate landscape. The energy intensifies, swirling around her like a vortex of raw power. Tendrils of blue light dance in the air, crackling with barely contained force. Her expression sharpens, a predatory glint in her eyes as she anticipates the coming battle. A smile plays on her lips, a mixture of excitement and grim resolve. Focusing her will, she shapes the energy into spheres of pure potential. They hover around her hands, pulsing with an inner light, ready to be unleashed. With a deliberate gesture, she channels the energy, directing its flow with precision. The air crackles with anticipation, the very ground seeming to vibrate beneath her feet. Her gaze is unwavering, fixed on an unseen target. Every muscle in her body is coiled, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. She exhales slowly, a visible cloud forming in the cold air. The sound is barely audible, yet it carries a weight of determination that echoes through the desolate landscape. The energy in her hand intensifies, the light growing blindingly bright. It pulses with a life of its own, eager to be unleashed upon her enemies. Her arm is now completely enveloped in crackling energy, a weapon of immense power ready to be unleashed. The air around her shimmers with heat, distorting the very landscape. A wide, almost manic grin spreads across her face, her eyes burning with anticipation. That's no fun, she declares, her voice laced with a dangerous excitement. The figure's face is streaked with blood, a grim testament to the battle. Haru screams a name, her voice filled with desperation. Blue. The figure lies prone on the ground, defeated. The gray-haired figure scoffs. No fun. You didn't have this. The figure's eyes widen, a memory surfacing. Look back then. His eyes burned with the desire to survive, but now. The gray-haired figure looms over the prone figure, declaring, It looks like you're all out of life force. The gray-haired figure takes a step forward. The gray-haired figure throws a punch at Haru. Unsu's face contorts with manic glee as he gazes down at his opponent. He taunts, sneering that she's only good at dodging, just like a coward. Unsu's foot connects with Haru's body as she lies prone on the ground. Despite the pain, Haru grits her teeth, resolving not to let him get away with this. Unsu continues his cruel taunts, urging her to thrash around some more so he can watch her fall into despair as he kills her. The camera pans up to reveal a narrow opening between towering cliffs, a sliver of blue sky visible above. Footsteps echo as Unsu walks away, leaving Haru on the ground. Weak and injured, she manages to utter a single name, Blue. Haru's hand lies limp, blood staining the bandages wrapped around her wrist. Her face is bruised and battered, her eyes barely open. The camera focuses on the narrow opening above, the sky a distant blue. Darkness encroaches, the opening shrinking to a mere slit of light. A heavy buzzing sound fills the air. He lies on the ground, his face covered in dirt and blood. His arm is heavily bandaged, stained crimson. The bandage is soaked with blood. His hand hovers in the air, a small, glowing object floating just above his palm. The object emits a soft, ethereal glow. The glowing object floats above his fingers. The small object emits a soft light. Elsewhere, two figures stand silhouetted against a rocky landscape. The injured man's eyes are wide with pain and confusion as the glowing object floats before him. A pair of hands reach out, fingers splayed. Someone tastes something, grimacing at the flavor. Ugh, so bitter. One of the figures asks, "Why do you keep doing that disgusting thing?" The other figure responds, "It's disgusting?" One of the figures says, "Then, I won't do it." The other responds, "No, that's not what I meant. I was just wondering why." A figure speaks, but the words are obscured. The figure says, "Because they keep moving in front of me." A figure speaks, but the words are obscured. A figure is on the ground, crying. A figure smiles, saying, "That's enough playing now." The figure continues, "I'll do the same thing to you I did to that boy." A figure looks up, asking, "Huh?" The figure with white hair stands before another, who is injured and slumped forward, supported by restraints. His expression is one of grim determination. The injured figure's face is bruised and bloodied. A vortex of crimson energy begins to swirl. The red energy coalesces around a bound arm. The energy takes on a more defined, monstrous form. The crimson entity looms, its presence radiating menace. The white-haired figure and another stand in the background, watching the transformation unfold. A blonde-haired girl watches with wide, fearful eyes. The white-haired figure lies on the ground, defeated. A black-haired boy smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes. It's as if they're saying, "I'm over here." The red energy envelopes a face, the transformation nearing completion. A man with slicked-back blonde hair listens intently, his expression unreadable. Another figure stands before him, obscured in shadow. A wide, sinister grin stretches across a monstrous face. "If I see that," the figure thinks. The monstrous grin widens, revealing rows of sharp teeth. A young boy smiles innocently, his eyes closed in delight. The man with slicked-back hair continues to listen, his gaze fixed on the shadowed figure. "Of course, I'd want to catch it and eat it," the figure says. Meanwhile, a severed head lies on the ground, surrounded by blood. A transformed figure stands nearby. The transformed figure stands tall, their body radiating an ominous energy. Three figures watch in horror, their faces contorted in fear. The transformed figure's face is stained with blood, their eyes burning with a fierce intensity. The transformed figure charges towards a grotesque monster, their movements swift and deadly. The transformed figure strikes the monster with a clawed hand, the impact echoing through the air. The monster is engulfed in an explosion of energy, the force of the blow sending it reeling. The structure begins to crumble, its foundations giving way under an unseen force. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring the source of the destruction. The destruction intensifies, the center of the structure imploding in a violent burst of energy. The air crackles with an unseen power. Chunks of the shattered structure rain down, the remnants of what was once solid now reduced to rubble. The dust settles, revealing the extent of the devastation. A grotesque transformation begins. Red veins pulse beneath the skin, as monstrous growths erupt from the flesh. The mouth contorts into a horrifying maw, teeth sharpening into jagged points. Blood trickles from the corners of the distorted lips. The transformation culminates in a monstrous roar, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage that echoes through the ruins. Unsu's face is etched with shock and horror, his eyes wide with disbelief as he witnesses the unfolding nightmare. Sweat beads on his brow, a testament to his fear. His eyes dart back and forth, searching for an escape from the horrifying spectacle before him. The reality of the situation begins to sink in, and his expression shifts to one of utter despair. A network of red energy pulses, a sinister web spreading across the darkness. The red energy intensifies, forming a constellation of malevolent stars that cast an ominous glow upon the scene. The air vibrates with an unnatural power. The red energy clings to the transformed figure, a visible manifestation of the dark power that now courses through his veins. The transformation is complete. A monstrous figure stands silhouetted against the red glow, a terrifying embodiment of destruction and rage. He stares, eyes wide with disbelief and a touch of fear. "Are you a monster?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper. The transformed figure lunges, claws extended and dripping with crimson energy. You tricked me, the figure snarls. The claws slash through the air, leaving trails of red energy in their wake. The transformed figure unleashes a devastating strike, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. Unsu's eyes widen in terror as the attack connects. Another claw strike tears through the air, aimed with deadly precision. The transformed figure looms over Unsu, its red eyes burning with rage. The transformed figure's claws drip with a viscous, dark fluid. Unsu and another figure recoil in horror, witnessing the brutal assault. The force of the blow sends Unsu hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground. The other figure watches in stunned silence, unable to intervene. A close-up reveals the terror etched on Unsu's face as the transformed figure's claw looms closer. The transformed figure stands opposite Eugene, red energy crackling around him. The transformed figure stands over Eugene, who is sitting on the ground. A tendril of red energy lashes out, striking Eugene. The transformed figure's face is contorted in a menacing sneer, red energy swirling around him. Eugene's face is bloodied and bruised, her eyes wide with terror. A sudden, brutal assault. Claws tear into flesh, a spray of crimson painting the air as an unseen assailant attacks. Her blue eyes widen in terror as pain explodes across her face, blood welling up from unseen wounds. A bloodied hand clutches at the attacker, fingers slick with gore as the assault continues. A scream rips from her throat, a desperate cry against the onslaught. Get it together. Gasping, she struggles against the unseen force, her body racked with pain as the attack intensifies. Ugh, ugh. More blood splatters across the scene, a gruesome testament to the ferocity of the attack. Her eye, wide with shock, reflects the horror of the moment, a single tear tracing a path through the blood on her cheek. A desperate plea echoes in the darkness. Haru. The sun hangs high between towering cliffs, casting long shadows across the desolate landscape. Below, a rocky chasm stretches into the distance, littered with rubble and debris. A close-up reveals a face marred by scars and blood, eyes closed in what might be unconsciousness. She stands amidst the carnage, blood splattered across her face and clothes, a testament to the brutal battle that just concluded. A bloodied hand clutches a shard of glass, the remnants of a shattered weapon or a desperate defense. A figure lies prone, their white hair stark against the blood-soaked ground, their fate uncertain. Bandages obscure their face, hiding the extent of their injuries, leaving only questions in their wake. The blonde hair is matted with blood, the scene a silent testament to the ferocity of the fight. Eugene stands over the fallen, her expression unreadable, the weight of what she's done settling upon her shoulders. The figure on the ground, fear etched on his face, cries out, "Stay back." Eugene stares down, her gaze intense, as she whispers, "Monster?" Surrounded by the aftermath, Eugene's eyes widen, a dawning horror in her voice as she asks, "I did all that?" The desolate landscape stretches before her, a silent witness to the devastation she has wrought. She struggles to comprehend the scene before her. How is that possible? Eugene knows she said she'd help. The boots of someone approach. The person says, "You guys, but you never said there was anything like that." A man asks, "What are you doing?" The man has gray hair and is wearing a white coat. The man in the white coat walks forward. Eugene exclaims, "You're..." Eugene warns, "Don't come closer." "I..." The man in the white coat stands behind Eugene. He thinks, "I did all that." The man in the white coat has medical supplies. The man in the white coat stands over another character. Eugene asks, "Are you a monster?" Eugene thinks, to think he'd still go over there after. Eugene asks, "Don't have any intention of going there, right?" A sinister grin spreads across a face. The man in the hoodie is smiling, though beads of sweat run down his face. A group of injured people are being helped by others. They agreed to help each other out. Another group of people, seen from behind, are walking together. A person with a dirty face and tattered clothing stands among others. A voice declares that they should probably introduce themselves, mentioning that Eugene and the speaker met at the looter's base. The group agreed to help each other out, and that someone would rescue someone else. The text explains that they will help the looters leave their base. On the other hand, Eugene agreed to free their men, who had been captured as livestock. One man asks, "Our men?" Another replies, "Yeah, we came from the place you guys are trying to go." The man from the first panel looks concerned. One man asks if they're supposed to be moving already. Another laughs, saying it's light work and he's nothing if not tough. One of the men says he asked them to keep resting and not get too excited. The other man shouts that he's not chicken comb, accusing the first man of doing this on purpose and telling him to calm down and not get riled up. The bald man declares that others shouldn't push themselves like he does. A man suggests that someone can rest if they are not feeling well. The man looks on with a concerned expression. The woman asks if they came from where they are trying to go, implying they came from the radio transmissions. He admits that Eugene hasn't explained it to them yet. The group of men look surprised. One of the men asks if they have met the person who was on the broadcast, questioning if what he said is true. He is shocked that someone already knew the apocalypse would happen, realizing they have too many questions that are complicated to explain. The man recalls being sure that they would be shocked when they saw it, as he couldn't believe what he was seeing when he first got there. He explains that he and his friends were in charge of scoping the areas near them to find other survivors. But that's when they ran into the looters and were captured. The man asks if their guys are doing all right, stating that they are a bit malnourished because they were starved for a long time, but no one's in danger of dying, telling them not to worry too much. He expresses relief, but more importantly, asks what happened to Gujin. A boy wonders what in the world that boy is. He reflects on the transformation, the idea that someone became a monster and killed another. The thought continues, the speaker seeing no difference between the transformed and a monster. A voice questions the statement, the idea of a monster being casually mentioned. The conversation shifts to the reason behind the abnormal recovery rate, the speaker suggesting it might be linked to monster-like characteristics. The other agrees. One man expresses gratitude that he killed that terrible woman. Blue, it seemed, wasn't even aware that he was capable of transforming into a monster. The speaker continues, mentioning Gujin. Someone asks about the red power that came from him, but Blue seems confused. He explains that he was using his life force. The other asks what that is, surprised that it's the first time he's hearing about it. He wonders how he's fighting monsters if he doesn't know what life force is. The man expresses disbelief, questioning the idea of fighting monsters. The other man says that they shouldn't even think about fighting them. He advises to move as quietly as possible so they don't disturb them in the first place. He asks if they're scared, saying that they're the weird ones for trying to fight them. She says that even still, that didn't make her want to fight them. She asks if List is that person. He mentions the guy they heard on the radio, now remembering that he's heard him say something like that before. He recalls the man mentioning a lethal move that can kill monsters in an instant. Eugene wonders if what he was talking about is true. Blue asks what he means. Blue waves it off, saying it's nothing. He says Eugene will understand what he's talking about when he meets him for himself. Eugene says he didn't even question it. When he first heard about Life Force, he thought they were pulling his leg. Blue says he's given up, as a huge planet appeared out of nowhere, and a bunch of monsters came from it. Eugene explains that the planet completes its orbit around the Earth approximately every 6 days, and ever since it appeared, it's been constantly spawning monsters. Blue wonders when they'll stop spawning. Eugene wonders why the monsters started spawning here in the first place, lamenting that they could have at least been a little prepared. Blue wonders where that boy is now, the strange boy who turned into a monster. Eugene thinks to himself that he's waiting somewhere close enough, but also far away. Blue recalls that he said he wouldn't return to the base, worried he might hurt someone else. Eugene thanks him for that, saying he wouldn't have been able to come if he knew he was here. Gujin is asked if he knows anything about someone. Someone replies that it hasn't been long since he got to know him. The group is gathered in a room. 2 people are sleeping in a bed. One of the men suggests they should keep the truth about Blue a secret, because they can't trust them yet. They haven't even figured out what kind of group they're from. It might all be an act, someone suggests. Gujin looks concerned. Someone says they don't really know that much either, laughing nervously. He asks who Blue is. Gujin is told that they don't really know him. Huh? A new person introduces himself as Wyman, hoping they get along while he's still alive. Someone asks if there wasn't another person here. Someone is sitting in the dark, and the person speaking is talking about the guy who helped move him while he was injured. A cloaked figure stands tall, their face hidden in shadow. Next to them stands another, their spiky hair silhouetted against the light. The spiky-haired figure's expression is one of confusion and apprehension. Who are you? They ask, their voice barely a whisper. He mentions that he is talking about the guy in the poncho. He thinks the person is really weird and won't say anything, and that he was surprised when he volunteered to help. He thinks that he really is weird. When she looks at other people, she can see the flow of their life force. But he can't see him. He asks what's with you. His hands clench. A close-up of his shirt. He is shown. He looks up, sweat beading on his brow. Who are you? A sinister smile spreads across the other man's face. Unsu's father grins, his eyes gleaming with amusement. The man's words are incomprehensible. Gujin's expression twists in confusion as he struggles to understand the strange language. Unsu's father continues to speak in the unknown tongue, his smile unwavering. Wait. Gujin's frustration mounts. What are you saying? I can't understand you. Unsu's father stares blankly. The tension in the air is palpable as Gujin's confusion deepens. Meanwhile, 2 men stand in a hallway, their expressions grim. One of the men speaks, his voice laced with concern. What are the 2 of you doing here? What happened to? A cloaked figure stands silently beside them. Gujin's eyes widen in realization. Everyone else? Chicken comb. Gujin. He wonders about Haru. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Haru remains unconscious, though she doesn't appear to have any life-threatening injuries. Gujin reflects, it's all because of him. At the time, he couldn't see anything because his consciousness was shrouded. But when he woke up, he was sure of it. He remembers being covered in blood. He recalls that he was going to attack Haru. Yeah, that feeling. The disgusting feeling when he attempts to kill someone. He thinks it's nothing like guilt or rage. It's pleasure. An unknown figure stands in the shadows. Gujin shouts, telling someone to stay back. He clutches his arm, a look of horror on his face. What if he? Gujin is shocked by the realization. Unsu says he trusts what Gujin has shown them so far. Unsu and the older man look at Gujin. The older man states that he saw it with his own eyes, referring to the strength Gujin displayed when he overcame his. Haru thinks about Gujin's kind-heartedness that won't hesitate to help others, even though he's hurt. The older man says that as long as Gujin has such a heart, he doesn't think he's a monster. A man with short hair says that Gujin has seen it too, referring to people who look like people. A man with spiky hair says that they are no different from the monsters on the surface. No, a man with white hair is called a monster. Unsu says that Gujin is no different from the monsters that walk on the surface. Unsu continues, asking how else Gujin is going to explain that he attacked and ate a human in front of them. Unsu says that Gujin is no different from that woman, and that he's worse than her. Unsu stares intently, declaring that Gujin looks like a monster. Unsu continues, his expression grave, stating that Gujin actually is one too. Gujin, his brow furrowed, questions why Unsu is saying all of this. Gujin looks down, a heavy silence filling the air. But Gujin stands tall over Unsu, who sits on the ground. He states that they need him. Unsu looks up, his expression unreadable, as he hears about his power and knowledge. Gujin looks down, his expression serious, as he hears about his existence. Gujin looks at the viewer, stating that he doesn't trust them, finding out what those monsters actually are. Unsu looks up, stating that he trusts in the possibilities that Gujin will create. One of the new characters tells Blue not to worry and not to take it to heart. Another new character says that a man can turn into a monster every so once in a while. Isn't that right, Jean? He then tells the other character to forget it. The first new character exclaims that they can finally meet that guy, the guy who sent out the transmission from that place. He prepared for the apocalypse, like Blue's dad. Yeah, the preparations are complete. The true nature of the apocalypse isn't far from us. If we meet that guy, then I might be able to find a clue about Mom's whereabouts. What's the nature of the monster within me? I don't remember Dad ever talking about it. But it doesn't matter. It won't happen again. I won't let it happen again. Oh yeah? The memory stings. A memory flashes of a man with red hair. The red-haired man is in pain. A man with white hair looks on in shock. The red-haired man is attacked. A monstrous hand reaches out, its claws sharp and menacing. A single, dilated eye stares out from the darkness. A desperate struggle unfolds against a monstrous foe. A voice cries out, "Together, Blue." Unlike back then, an older man with gray hair pleads, "You've got to help us, you." And a voice commands, "Eat them." A figure resolutely declares, "No." The figure thinks, "Everyone's trying so hard to help me." Tendrils lash out, binding the figure. "I don't know what you are." The tendrils lift the figure into the air. "But I won't ever." The figure, surrounded by tendrils, declares, "Let you do what you want." A monstrous maw of teeth and darkness looms. "That's what you think." Gujin's eyes widen in terror. A colossal hand descends, snatching him from the fray. An explosion rips through the scene, a blinding flash of light and heat. He is cradled in someone's arms, blood staining his clothes, his vision swimming. Two men watch in horror, their faces etched with fear. Ah! A foot clad in a bloodied sneaker steps forward, determined. Blue's eyes are wide with terror and resolve. Her shirt is torn and stained with blood, a testament to the battle. Gujin and Blue face each other, their expressions a mix of fear and determination. "Get a hold of yourself, Blue." Blue is engulfed in crackling lightning, her power surging. Gujin stares ahead, his face bloodied and bruised, his eyes wide with shock. The scene shifts to a room with exposed pipes and dim lighting. A voice inquires, "How are our rations?" The camera focuses on a wooden crate filled with canned goods and other supplies. A voice adds, about that. We went on smaller expeditions after the one to the looter's den. Thanks to that, we've gathered about a month's worth." Eugene, holding a clipboard, remarks, "It's all thanks to Chicken Comb and the old man." The older man asks, "They come with their hands full every time. Is Haru still unconscious?" A voice responds, "Yes, she's still asleep. It seems she's still suffering from the trauma she got." The scene shows Haru lying in bed, seemingly asleep. The narration recalls, back when Blue transformed into a monster. The group gathers around Haru. A voice reflects, "It was a miracle she could even move that day." Another voice wonders, "If she hadn't come, I wonder what would have happened to us." Blue asks, "Are you guys?" The group responds, "Yeah. All thanks to you." The doctor and everyone else have been so attentive. Eugene wonders when they can return to their base, noting that they've already been away for a month. Eugene worries that if they don't go back, everyone at the base will worry. Wyman tells her not to worry, saying they're almost done preparing. Wyman introduces Gujin to the group. Eugene mentions that Gujin helped them out at the looter's den, adding that he never got the chance to say hi. Gujin replies that it's nice to meet her. The women are surprised. One of the women thinks Gujin is totally her type. They are preparing to head out. Wyman asks Gujin if he's alright, commenting that he looks even worse every time he sees him. Gujin tells him not to worry about it, saying that nothing's changed. Wyman asks if Gujin is training again. Wyman warns that the thing called life force could be dangerous, but Gujin doesn't care. A voice declares that they can finally wield it, adding that they don't have any excuses anymore. The figure, face marred by bandages, vows to never blame a loss on a lack of strength. One figure walks away from another, leaving them standing alone. The group discusses someone, noting it's only been a month since they met. but expressing worry about him and questioning his age. A voice calls out to someone, saying they have someone waiting for them, as the figure sits amidst debris, muttering in disappointment. Eugene expresses surprise, stating that it was definitely a masterpiece when she gave it to him. Someone holds up a tattered and bloodied piece of cloth, examining it. One of the figures remarks that it came back in rags, but at least it came back. The man with blonde hair laments that they abandoned everything he made, but at least. A voice states that they can fix their weapons, but they can't do the same for humans, questioning why someone is worried about them. Eugene remarks that the blonde-haired man's current behavior is not like him. The blonde-haired man declares that he has to do what he can to earn his place. Two figures stand together, one with short brown hair and glasses, the other with wavy brown hair. A voice concedes, "Well, I guess you're right." Eugene sits on the stairs, looking up at the hooded figure. "You want me to teach you how to speak?" he asks. Eugene continues, "So you either have a speech impediment, or you're a foreigner? So that's why you haven't said anything." Eugene asks, "Is it because I look smart?" He grins, adding, "Just leave it to me." Eugene declares, "I'll make it so you can speak in no time." Eugene smiles, looking determined. Eugene asks, "Do you want to learn first?" Eugene smiles, stating, "That's what you want to know." Eugene instructs, "Repeat after me." Eugene and the hooded figure sit on the stairs. The hooded figure repeats, "Apocalypse." The word hangs in the air, apocalypse. He sits, back muscles rippling as he contemplates Haru. He doesn't know why, but he was only able to come back to his senses after he heard Haru's voice. If it wasn't for her, he would have put everyone around him in danger again, but there's no guarantee the same thing is going to happen again. On Haru, he recalls when he ran out of life force and became unstable. That thing within him tries to take over his consciousness. He must control his life force from now on, so it won't ever have the chance to take over. He felt stronger in that moment than he ever had in his entire life. But whenever he tries to recreate that feeling, he completely fails. That sensation. If only he can recreate those movements, then he might not lose anyone close to him again more. He sprints forward, a blur of motion. Pushing himself further, he demands more from his body. He thinks to himself that he has to move quickly and powerfully. He continues his training, pushing his limits. The ground cracks beneath his feet as he runs. He vows to recreate those movements. He steels himself, thinking of the next expedition. Elsewhere, the sun beats down on the ruined cityscape. The group navigates through the debris-filled streets. The group surveys the area, looking for the best path forward. One of them suggests they should go the other way. The group considers the suggestion, weighing their options. A foot comes down hard, crushing a discarded can beneath its weight with a sharp clang. He whirls around, his eyes wide with sudden alarm as he looks behind him. A hulking, grotesque monster looms over him, its features twisted into a nightmarish visage. A blinding flash of light erupts, filling the space with raw energy. He clutches a glowing orb in his hand, its light pulsing with an otherworldly power. Crimson lines blaze across his skin, a network of power surging beneath the surface. The woman cries out, "Jigu Jin," her voice laced with fear and disbelief. Gu Jin grits his teeth, blood trickling down his face. "I knew it. Whenever I harness that power, it takes a toll on my body. But I can withstand it now." A man stares in disbelief, muttering, "How is that possible?" Gu Jin shouts, "Get out of the way." The monster looms closer, its menacing presence filling his vision. Gu Jin's eyes widen in horror. Ah no. He felt it, a chilling premonition crawling up his spine. When one senses their own death, for a moment, time stands still. Time, the wind, and all sounds seem to fade away, leaving only the impending sense of doom. Eugene, Wyman, and the unknown blonde-haired man watched with wide eyes, their faces etched with fear. It's as if the world itself stops moving, suspended in a silent, breathless anticipation. Even the debris floating in the air seemed frozen in place, defying gravity's pull. And only death comes near, a silent promise whispered on the windless air. The air crackled with unseen energy, a prelude to the storm about to break. Gu Jin gasped, a flicker of understanding dawning in his eyes as he braced himself for what was to come. Muscles tensed, he prepared to unleash his power, the air around him shimmering with latent energy. A ripple distorted the air, a visual echo of the immense force he was about to wield. His eyes glowed with an electric blue light, a sign of the power surging within him, ready to be unleashed. His hand clenched into a fist, energy coalescing around it, forming a weapon of pure force. He is surrounded by floating debris, his expression a mask of intense concentration. Lightning crackles around him, illuminating his determined gaze. Kneeling amidst the destruction, Gu Jin remains focused, his eyes narrowed as he gathers his strength. One of the men exclaims that he didn't see him at all. The other responds that it was awesome. They wonder what he just did. The group observes that there was light coming from his hands, and that he ripped the monster apart. Blue's name is spoken. Seen from behind, Gu Jin is asked if he has gotten stronger. Gu Jin smiles, thinking that those movements are kind of. A close-up reveals a chain. His eyes burning with determination, Gu Jin thinks that he has to get stronger. He clenches his fist. He thinks that is the only way he'll be able to protect those who are close to him. One of the men states that this time, they're headed to the approximate location where the transmission came from. One of the men says that if they can meet him, they might get one step closer to knowing more about the apocalypse. One of the men says that it's especially since they have a person here who might be closely related to its truth. Haru lies in bed, seemingly asleep. A figure stands over her, saying that he will try to control himself even without her, after training his life force. He states that he will do just that. The man clenches his fists, his eyes glowing red. A figure is shown with bandages wrapped around their torso. A close-up of eyes with red irises. A man with a mohawk looks shocked. Two men stand together, looking surprised. Below them, a figure stands in the street. A figure is shown from the waist down. A figure with bandages looks down. A figure stands with bandages and bare feet. The man with the mohawk says, "Wait." He then calls out, "Blue." A figure asks, "Are you okay?" A grotesque monster stands before a figure with their back turned. The monster's head is a mass of tendrils. A person's face is shown, their expression unreadable. A young man stares intently forward, his green eyes sharp. A voice responds with a simple, "Yeah." Monsters began to appear on the surface. And people lived on, each with their own reason. A group of people walk through a ruined city. To stop running from the past. A man with a mohawk grins. For fun. To save people. A man with glasses stands next to a young girl with bows in her hair. A man with white hair stands with two other figures, a vow to avenge their siblings hanging in the air. A man with black hair stares forward, his expression unreadable. Two figures walk through a landscape of rubble. And thus, a group of figures navigates the ruins of a fallen city. Those who were left behind now inhabit a world of shattered buildings and broken dreams. Move forward in order to live, the unspoken mantra of the survivors. The skeletal remains of skyscrapers claw at the sky. Sunlight filters through a narrow canyon, a beacon of hope in a desolate world. Shattered glasses and a broken chain lie discarded on the ground, remnants of a life lost. Lying on the ground are a pair of broken glasses. The lenses are shattered, the frames bent. A hand reaches down, fingers closing around the broken spectacles. The glasses are lifted, examined closely. A man's eyes widen slightly, a soft woe escaping his lips. The man holding the glasses observes. They're completely shattered. Another man approaches, asking, "What are you doing over there? Pick up the cores." The first man's expression hardens. "Break, you're so mean." The second man questions, "Hey, where did you get those?" The first man stares at the broken glasses, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He thinks to himself, "These glasses." From above, a voice booms, "Stop. Return." Unsu and the group are in the middle of a discussion. The bald man shouts to base, questioning what they are talking about. Wyman asks if they want to abandon this field full of cores. He adds that he is sure the glasses belong to him, noting the metal rims on the chain. The bald man states he has seen him from afar, so he remembers him. Wyman says that all these cores were suddenly found, along with numerous traces of battle, and that this isn't the time for this. The bald man insists that they have to let them know he's alive, laughing maniacally. The bald man laughs hysterically. The bald man asks what in the world they are talking about. The group questions if he has gone insane. Unknown blonde-haired man shouts no, stating that they have no idea unless they've seen it for themselves. The bald man laughs, asking if they want them to just leave all these cores, reminding them that he was the one who told them to pick them up. The bald man states that's right, and that he knew it ever since unknown blonde-haired man volunteered to manage the group. The group continues to walk forward. How long are they going to laugh? The bald man's expression twisted in confusion. Unsu and the others stared in disbelief. The group's shock was palpable. Hee hee. A sinister chuckle echoed from the distance. Hien. A cruel smile spread across his face. Hee hee. His eyes burned with malevolent intent. A primal scream tore from his throat. He snarled, "You're gonna let them know?" as his hand shattered the barrier. His foot came down, crushing something beneath it. "That I'm alive?" The sound of tearing filled the air. His red eyes gleamed with malice. "I don't think so." He threw his hands up, a manic grin plastered on his face. "Sorry, I was joking, Dash." Huh. Inside the car, the passengers look on with shock. Unsu's father holds up a pair of glasses, a sinister smile playing on his lips. "Are these yours?" he asks. Removing his shirt, Unsu's father continues, "Your face pisses me off." The man stares at a disembodied hand with a look of confusion and disgust. Huh? A crowd of people scream in terror. A figure stands ready, determination etched on their face. A bald man brandishes a knife, his expression twisted in anger. "Again, who are you? Are you pursuing me? Did they tell you to look for my traces?" The man's face contorts in rage. "Who are you?" Unsu's father smiles, a glint of madness in his eyes. "I guess not." The glasses lie on the ground near a pair of feet. "Though, it doesn't matter to me," a voice says. Unsu's father, now wearing the glasses, looms over someone, his expression menacing. A foot steps down, crushing the ground beneath it. "You've all seen me, so I don't plan on letting you live." He clenches his fist, a surge of blue energy crackling around it like a caged storm. Eugene, along with the others, watches with a mixture of confusion and dawning horror. What could this blue life force belong to? The man with the blonde hair realizes that only one person is about to face the brunt of this power. Wyman's eyes widen in terror. It's him, he shouts. The crowd, led by the bald man, prepares for the inevitable confrontation. Everyone, prepare for. Unsu's father smirks, the blue energy intensifying around his hand. He wonders aloud, what should he call this power? The blue energy pulses, a tangible threat hanging in the air. The crowd braces themselves, weapons raised, ready to defend against the unknown. The energy coalesces, forming a vortex of raw power around Unsu's father. He declares with a chilling calm, I guess I can call this a warm-up. Sunlight filters through the trees, dappling the forest floor with an ethereal glow. The ancient trees stand tall, their branches reaching towards the heavens like supplicating arms. A single flower blooms, its delicate petals unfurling to greet the warmth of the sun. He stands amidst the verdant embrace of the forest, a silent observer of nature's grand theater. This plant lives its entire life to flower for just a single moment. A hand gently cradles a fragile bloom, its vibrant colors a testament to life's fleeting beauty. The flower's intricate details are revealed in sharp focus, a microcosm of the universe's boundless wonders. Is that so? What a sad life. No, it's not. How beautiful and radiant it is. Flowering. That is the meaning of this life, forms existence. The moment of life's purpose is. He tumbles through a kaleidoscope of colors, adrift in a sea of light and shadow. The world spins around him, a dizzying dance of the ephemeral. He stands before a crowd, their faces blurred in the radiant glow. A silent audience, witnesses to a moment more precious than anything in the world. That moment, a fist clenching tight, is so valuable, irreplaceable. A memory etched in the heart, a treasure beyond measure. Hands reach out, fingers brushing against each other in a tender connection. A spark of warmth in the cold expanse. His eyes glow with an inner light, reflecting the profound question hanging in the air. He looks down, lost in contemplation, the weight of existence settling upon his shoulders. A voice echoes, piercing the silence. The reason you live? He lifts his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips. A glimmer of hope flickers in his eyes. A soft whisper, barely audible, answers the question. It's you. One day, the world changed. Monsters began pouring out of the sky, descending upon the unsuspecting world. Horrific shapes emerged from the clouds, their forms nightmarish and alien. People watched in stunned silence as the impossible became reality. The monsters descended, their claws and teeth tearing through flesh and bone. The monsters hunted down humans, turning the streets into a bloodbath. And humans began living in hiding, away from those monsters, praying for salvation. The monstrous horde roamed the ruined landscape, their hunger insatiable. Amidst the rubble and decay, the monsters stalked their prey, their shadows lengthening with the setting sun. Someone peers through binoculars, wondering how long the creature will remain dormant. A figure with short brown hair stands in the ruins, hoping the monster doesn't start moving again. Liha warns that if it suddenly gets up and heads their way, there'll be pancakes. A man declares that even still, he doesn't plan on dying quietly, and even if he dies, he's got to hit that thing once, at least. Wyman exclaims how cool Ms. Liha is. Liha tells him not to be so gross, asking what he means by cool. They're just hiding around because monsters are walking around on land. Someone says they saw it. Them regenerating. A man thinks he doesn't like hiding, but he'd hate dying for no reason much more. The ruined city stretches into the distance. Footsteps echo. Why, do you want to live? Liha responds with a confused, what? The question hangs in the air. Wyman asks if there must be something that keeps her moving. The ruined city stretches into the sky. Wyman admits he hasn't thought of that before, wondering about a reason for living. Wyman, his brow furrowed in thought, declares that he wants to live because he wants to live. Liha repeats his words, questioning if he wants to live because he wants to live. Wyman, blushing, says that he feels alive because he met Liha, adding that he never would have thought he'd see her in person before he died. Liha hushes him, warning him to be quiet because the monsters nearby are going to hear them. She asks what about her. Liha states that she doesn't need to think too hard about it. She only has one reason. Wyman smiles, but the sound of crumbling rubble breaks the silence. Monstrous spikes tear through Wyman's body. The monsters continue their brutal assault. Liha looks on in horror as Wyman is attacked, his mouth covered by a monstrous hand. The monster, tongue lolling out, says it's been a while since it had meat. The man adjusts his glasses, peering at the book in his hands. How do we cook it? Since fire won't work. He wonders. Another man, holding a knife, shakes his head. No, a fresh tartare would be nice. A third man shouts, doesn't matter how we cook it. Two men restrain a captive. The legs are mine, one of them snarls. Liha, her expression hardening, declares, we're you fuckers. The captive with glasses looks distressed, sweat beading on his forehead. One of the captors silences the captive. Hey, I said be quiet. You want to end up killing that woman as well by being loud. Heavy footsteps approach. The cannibals look up, startled by the sound. A gun is pointed directly at them. A police officer, his face contorted with disgust, shouts, disgusting bastards. I heard everything you said. The police officer embraces one of the rescued captives. We're saved, the captive exclaims, relieved. The officer clicks his tongue, Please. The captive stammers. A hand grips a gun tightly, the weapon leveled. A voice declares, you damn demons. A man's face contorts in anger as he shouts, you said you'd leave the legs. One of the figures responds, what? Another voice, seemingly belonging to a woman, retorts, huh. But I'm not into dry meat. A third voice concedes, oh okay, I'll leave them, so put that away. Two men stand menacingly behind a terrified individual, one holding a knife. One of the men asks, so, what do you plan to do? A man grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. A woman with blue hair exhales, her expression unreadable. The blue-haired woman stands in front of a towering building, a determined look on her face. A voice says, get to it quickly if you're gonna. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoes through the air. A figure sits cross-legged in a cell, their back to the viewer. Two men converse. One says, it's already been more than a week. When's boss coming back? The other replies, since she took all the combat. A hand holds a cigarette, smoke curling into the air. A voice laments, and thanks to that, we've got monsters in every nook and cranny. We could even sing here before. But now, we have to live in dead silence like this. A bound man sits with a blindfold over his eyes. A voice muses, if she had just left an extra eyes here, then maybe. She makes me so sad, honestly. One of the captors muses that it's fortunate they acquired food. Behind bars, Leha remains captive, listening to their conversation. She wonders how many days it has been since she last ate. Another captor laments that if the boss hadn't taken all the food, they wouldn't be so hungry. He adds that they wouldn't have had to spill each other's blood. His companion agrees. One of the captors remarks that the food was still tasty, especially the big-eared one, which he considered a delicacy. Leha agrees with the captor's statement, though she seems to be thinking about something else. One of the captors says that he feels like he's seen Leha somewhere before, or if he's just imagining things. He thinks the guy next to her said that she's the lead of a popular rock band. One of the captors confirms that she is Leha. He saw her on YouTube, and he doesn't like people like her. One of the captors wonders what kind of people pretend with their lyrics. The panel shows Leha in a dark room. One of the captors says that there's sincerity to it. He adds that she can't do anything in reality. The panel shows a hand gripping a rope. One of the captors asks where they got these guys from. Another captor says that they were just snooping around, and when he threatened them with a knife, they followed willingly. One of the captors says that they'll have a meat feast thanks to them. He asks who they should prepare first. A hand grips a bound bag. One of the captors says that they should prepare this guy, of course. He adds that if they leave him, he's going to get less fresh. The body slides across the floor, leaving a trail of dust. Unsu reaches out, grabbing the body. Unsu's face contorts in anger. I wanted. Leha stares intently, her expression unreadable. I wanted to hear you perform one last time. Unsu winces in pain. Ugh. The left-hand man prepares to cut up the body. Let's quickly cut this guy up. The two men stand over the body, ready to begin. Meanwhile, a voice calls out from behind the bars. Hey. The left-hand man and Unsu turn their heads, confused. Huh. Leha speaks, her eyes narrowed. What about me? The left-hand man looks back, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. The captive's hands are bound tightly. What if, instead of him? Her hands bound behind her back, the unknown woman sits on the floor and says, you did me first.